Good morning, everybody. Welcome. If you are new here, this is our SewCreative Live Spring Social. Over the next 4 days, we are going to have a bunch of amazing guests. So again, if you're new here, my name is Tricia and I'm going to be your host. You've probably already met Brian if you've tuned in before. So Brian, you want to pop up and say hi too?
Hi, everybody. Good morning.
Awesome. There's Brian. And we actually have somebody new joining us. Alex, you want to pop over here too? Alex is new to our team, so you've seen her probably around on a couple of videos, but she's going to be in the background doing some videos on TikTok, so make sure to tune in there as well. And she's going to be sharing some behind-the-scenes stories. So
that's right.
All right. Well, we wanted to pop on a little bit early and just go over the schedule so you can kind of understand what's going to happen today and over the next 4 days. So, Brian, are we good with looking at the schedule?
Sure.
All right. So our very first person that's going to be joining us today is Karen Miller with Aurifil. She's going to be going over some Freemotion florals using the Aurifil thread. So that's going to be a whole lot of fun. We also have returning guest Richard Tharp with BabyLock Educator, and he's going to be showing us the BabyLock Regent, which is a sit-down long arm machine. So that is a great option if maybe you don't have room for a frame. So that is a great option. We also have Ashley Jones today, and she's going to be showing us how to do quilting on an embroidery machine. So it gives you another option. Can you kind of see a theme going on today? We are going to be talking about quilting, so it's going to be a whole lot of fun. We also have Kourtney Govro. She is on TikTok under So Excited. She's going to do 2 sew-alongs, so projects that are easy, fat quarter friendly. They're just a whole lot of fun where you'll be able to go back and watch how she did it and do it yourself, or you can just sew along with what you have. We also have our returning friends from the Grace Company. They're going to be talking about automation, which I'm super excited about because we just got a 16X Elite here and we don't have automation yet, but I'm hoping that with a little information from Grace, I can convince my boss that we can go that route. We also have Chris Marchini, which we met on TikTok, and he is going to walk us through making our first quilt, which is going to be really, really fun. He also made an amazing PDF that goes through all the steps of making your own quilt. So if you want to grab that, you can go onto our Facebook community page. That is going to be Sewing Parts Online Sewing Community. And that's pinned right at the top, so it's easy to find, and you can download his PDF. Also, Brian's going to be doing a really fun segment. He is doing something fun for one of our Facebook followers. You will not want to miss that one. I'm not going to lie, it's a little bit of a tearjerker. So we had to do a little bit of pre-recording on it because our calendars didn't line up, but he's going to pop on and tell you about that later. We are also going to be doing a bunch of giveaways. So Brian, do you want to pop on and fill everybody in on how we're doing our giveaways this time?
Yes. So if you were present for SewCreative Live Christmas, you know that we did a little bit of a scavenger hunt. So we had a surprise Christmas word that popped up on the screen or in the comments or down in the little moving ticker. And when that popped up, people who were viewing took that word and put it into the comments. And then at the end of that segment, we did a raffle and you won whatever was being given away during that segment. So we're doing the same thing. Instead of Christmas words, we're doing surprise spring words. I don't have an example for you right now, but just know that when it does pop up, everybody goes crazy in the comments. Just keep an eye out. You'll see a hashtag flower word, and you'll know that's time to enter the word. So that giveaway tool is going to reset every segment. So you will have a chance to win every single time. There was one person last time who won. I think her name is Sally Chan. She usually watches our events. Yeah. She won like 3 things. That was pretty cool. So just stay present and watch the stream. It'll pop up and you can enter and potentially win a Grace long arm. You might win a Sewing Parts Online gift card. You might win a BabyLock sewing machine. Who knows?
Awesome. Yeah, and we're going to show you a couple of the giveaways that we're going to be doing today. And we're going to try to keep you informed on what might be coming up just so you can be aware and make sure that you're ready and willing to grab that word and put it in the comments. One thing I do want to mention is gift card giveaways are opened internationally. However, the physical items are restricted to US only. So please keep that in mind. And also, as Brian had said, these surprise spring words can pop up at any point. So Couple of other things that we want to go over is when you're claiming your prize, I'm just going to put this overlay up. We have a nice link tree that you can go to. You just go to linktree/sewing parts online and click claim your prize. You just fill out that form and it will be sent to us and we'll be able to keep track of all of the giveaways. And then we will be announcing the giveaways from all 4 days, probably Monday or Tuesday. We'll put it all on our Facebook community group and our YouTube community. So we'll have that displayed for everybody just in case there's any questions. We're also going to be showing our playbacks every day at the end of each day. So that will be a lot of fun in case there's a segment that you want to go watch again before day 2 or day 3. So let's talk a little bit about the prizes that are coming up today. So we are going to be doing, let's see, this first one here. We've got a BabyLock Joy. We also have, I had mentioned that Karen Miller is going to be doing Freemotion Florals. She's going to be using a really cool stencil, and it's a chalk and that you can put on your fabric. So it gives you kind of an outline. So if you're not really comfortable with free motion sewing, it's a really, really good way to prepare yourself. And so we're going to be giving that away today, actually at the end of Karen's segment, along with a pack of the Subtle Sampler, which is done by none other than Karen Miller. So this is actually discontinued. There's not very many left. I believe she said there's about 20 left in stock with the manufacturer. So it's a beautiful set, Subtle Sampler, as you can see, beautiful subtle colors. So if you wanted to get yours, you can still order it, but we will be giving one of these away at the end of Karen's segment. And then we also are going to be doing a cutie frame. If you tuned into our previous SewCreative live events, you know we love the cutie frame. This is a tabletop frame, and it allows you to take up a very small amount of space, but you're still able to do long arm sewing on a frame. And you can put both a long arm machine or a mid arm machine, or you can use it with your domestic machine. So a nice machine to pair with it, you could do the BabyLock Allegro. You could also do the Jazz 2. You can also do a Juki TL 2010Q. Those are just a few examples of domestic machines that can pair really, really well with that tabletop frame. We'll talk more about that. I believe we have a segment on that one specifically on day 4 too, but we're going to be giving one away. So that's pretty cool. It's a $1,200 value. We also are going to be giving away the Luminous Light Station. Actually, I'm going to back up and talk about the grand prize for today, but this one is actually separate. So Brian, you did this one. Do you want to go ahead and pop on and tell about the fun extra giveaway that we're doing?
Sure. So for this event, Grace donated, I mean, an insane amount of prizes. We are so grateful. So if anybody at Grace is in the background watching right now, thank you so much. We value our relationship with you, and we couldn't make these events as special as they are without you. So they donated a lot. So one of the things they donated was a 5-foot luminous light bar, which goes over your sewing station so that you can see what you're doing. And anybody who purchases a Grace frame, machine, or automation will be entered into a separate giveaway that'll be announced next week to win that light station. So we thought it was a little something special we could do for anybody who decided to take advantage of the special event pricing for the Grace products.
Yep. And speaking of special event pricing, that's a great segue into kind of telling you what we're going to be doing. Throughout these 4 days, we're going to be showing you some great projects, some great products, but we are going to be showing our awesome sale price that we're currently sharing. But for this event only, so Creative Live Spring Social, we are going to offer an even better price. So that is a call-in price. We can't display it online, but you can give our customer service a call, and they are more than happy to tell you how much you can save. A lot of these are really worth that phone call, so you're going to want to check that out. But let's talk about, I'm going to scroll down here and make sure that I'm giving you the correct information about the final prize for today. So when we said that Grace donated some amazing prizes, check out what we have today. We've got a 16X mid-arm machine, that cutie tabletop frame, and a 5-foot luminous light bar. So this values $6,700. I mean, What a prize. This is just day one, you guys. So this is going to be the final prize for today. That's not even the grand prize for the event. So we also have the grand prize, which is going to be on day 4 at the end of the day. And that's going to be the BabyLock Triumph. And that's $7,500 worth. So Brian and I just got back from BabyLock training and we got to play on that Triumph. Oh my goodness, that machine is amazing and on my wish list. Unfortunately, we can't win it, right, Brian?
No, I wish.
We wish. But it is a wonderful machine. So you're going to want to stick around for that as well. And then also back to at the end of our first segment. So just kind of keeping an eye out for the first giveaway. We are going to be doing the Hansi stencils, the Pounce pad and chalk, and the Karen Miller subtle sampler as the giveaway for the first segment. So we are going to go ahead and pick our first winner. If you've noticed down at the bottom of the screen, you'll see that ticker stating that if you're wanting to get in on the first prize, just comment #SewCreativeLive. We're going to be giving away a little something here. Thank you to Rhonda Pierce with Schmetz. She donated this wonderful little packet here. It's the ABC Pocket Guide. It has a ton of information about needles. It's a wonderful resource for your sewing space. In addition to that, she has this adorable luggage tag for your bag. That's what I'm trying to say. And it's all color coded to show you what needles are what. And then it gives you 5 different packs of needles that are not only ideal for quilting, but they're also great for other things as well. It comes with the universal needles, jeans needles, top stitch needles, quilting needles, and sharp needles. So you have a nice variety to keep you stocked in your sewing room. So that's going to be our first giveaway. Brian, do you want to go ahead and pull up the giveaway tool?
Let's do it.
All right. Let's see who we have. All right. Oh, I thought it was going to be us for a second.
I thought
we can't win. We have to draw again.
Ronnie Gagnon.
Congratulations, Ronnie. We will go ahead and get this sent to you. As I mentioned before, to claim your prize, just go to our link tree, which is linktr.ee/sewing parts online. That will give you a button that says claim your prize. It'll bring you to our website where you fill out all your information, and we will get that sent to you. All right. Well, I think we're getting pretty darn close to getting started and getting Karen pulled up. Don't you think, Brian?
I think so.
All right.
We're ready to start, but really quickly before we do, I just wanted to say hi to 2 people. One is somebody we know pretty well, and that is Donna Gafford.
Oh,
she
hello,
lives in
Donna.
Dixon, which is where we are, and she supports us and comes in all the time, and we're just so grateful that she's back for Sew Creative Live Spring. And then we have one more, is Darlene. She is also from Dixon, and she's watching.
Thank you, ladies. Now, we did get the opportunity to meet Donna, so that was really nice. Brian and I went up to the storefront, and so we chatted for a little bit. But we appreciate you guys all watching and continuing to join us for these events. So we hope that you have a wonderful time, and we're going to get started. We are super excited to pull up Karen Miller. She is with Aurifil, so she's going to talk about Freemotion florals, and we're going to get the day started because we absolutely love Karen's energy. Brian, you want to go ahead and pull Karen up?
Hey, there I am.
Good morning, Karen. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Tricia. I'm doing fantastic. And speaking of loving energy, you and Brian are just the best. I love you both. I love everything everyone's done to put this program together. There's so much amazing information, and I'm jealous that I can't win that overhead lighting system either, probably, because that's the best thing. I'm going to talk about lighting a little bit today when I sit at my featherweight and show you a little demo how important it is to have good lighting. So wow, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. Lots to share today.
Wonderful. Well, we appreciate you being here, Karen, and we're very excited to see what you have to show today. And if you have any questions, I'm in the background, and we are ready to go.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to start out today. I just want to do a recap of what I'm going to do. I have almost an hour, right? So tell me if it's otherwise. I'm so excited about that. There's always so much to share when we talk about thread, when we talk about free motion quilting. So as you all find out, I can jabber quite a lot. So I have a little presentation for you to talk a little bit about the Aurifil thread. I'm the master educator for Aurifil thread. I get to travel around the country and talk a lot about thread. We also have a team of Aura philosophers that go to guilds and shops and groups to give thread education. So be sure, I'm going to talk about that at the very end of the program, but there's a lot to share. And Brian, if you wouldn't mind putting the presentation up, I'll jump right in there. I have a few slides to show you of some really spectacular information. I think it's going to help. Hopefully that'll get put up on the screen here in a second. The slideshow. There it is. Thank you. We knew it would get there. So I'm the master educator with Aurifil Thread. I also own a small company, an education company called Redbird Quilt Co. So you can find me at either of those locations. Let me jump right into thread, though. It's so important. What I love most about Aurifil Thread is that there's so many different weights and so many different color choices. Here on the display, what I wanted to show you is that the thread spools are color coded. So I don't even have to look at the tiny print on the bottom of a label to know what thread weight I'm working with. So on the screen across the top, you'll see there's a red, gray, green, orange, and wooden spool. Those are all the Aurifil 2-ply threads. That's 2 strands twisted together to make a single strand of thread. Most of the threads on the market, or a lot of them anyhow, are 3-ply. So you might find a difference between your 50 weight threads that are on the market because some are 2-ply, like Aurifil, and some are 3-ply, like some other brands. Now, the difference it makes to you is that if you use a 2-ply 50 weight thread, say for your piecing, your seams will press flatter, more flat than using a 3-strand or a 3-ply thread. The weight is measured by the individual strands. So it's just a little bit of thing to put in your back pocket. Keep in mind as you're going along. I love to use the Aurifil 50 weight in the orange spool for piecing. My seams press flat. I need everything I can get to make my piecing look great. But that's my favorite thread for that. But I'm going to talk about all these different weights today. Sewing Parts Online has so many of these weights available in their online store. I'm so happy for that. Along the bottom row, then there's the other weights of Aurifil thread. That includes a wool thread, a 6-strand divisible floss, a 40 weight 3-ply thread, which was made specifically for the long arm, and also a nylon monofilament. So we're going to talk about all of those. And in most of these colors, most of these weights of thread, there's 270 colors, which is a lot of colors. Your machine will thank you for using Aurifil thread. Here's a quick lowdown on what those different 2-ply weights look like when they are stitched out. This is just a simple decorative stitch on your machine. You can see the 12 weight, the thickest weight. The lower the number, the heavier the thread. The 12 weight is the thickest weight. You can see that on the left-hand side. See how chunky and thick it is? It makes quite a statement regardless of how you're using it. I love to use the 12 weight thread for not only free motion on my home machine, but also for top stitching. It also works amazing for handwork, like needle turn, or not needle turn, but like wool applique, hand applique, or embroidery. Across to the right, then the thinnest thread is the 80 weight thread. Makes really fine detail in your stitching. So this is just an idea of how those different weights will lay down on your quilt top. Let's talk about a couple projects. I know I showed these the last time I was on, but these are few things, since today's focus is free motion quilting, a few things that have been done with Aurifil thread. In this case, along the bottom left, you'll see that we used 50 weight, 40 weight, and 28 weight to stitch Zoe the Giraffe by World of Susie B. And this was all done free motion on a home sewing machine. A little bit of dream wool batting in there helps the loft of the stitching show a lot. Here's another little project that I did. It was a free project I did last fall. It's a little quilted pumpkin. And I used all Aurifil 50 weight. That's the orange spool, the one that you want to use for your piecing, for dense machine quilting, when you want your quilting only to show up a little bit. That's a perfect weight for that. And this little pumpkin was just a fun little free motion feathers with some decorative stitching, all with the Aurifil 50 weight thread. That's the orange spool. This is a project that my sister created called what we refer to it as the bicycle quilt. And she had done this quilt quite a long time ago. It had a lot of applique. So I had fun stitching Freemotion quilting on it and also stitching down that applique. I want to show you what that looks like. Most of the stitching, the Freemotion, was done with Aurifil 40 or 50 weight thread. But when it got to the fine work on that applique, trying to adhere the applique and do the quilting at the same time, I switched to the Aurifil monofilament. And here, let me show you one more slide that gets you up close and personal with that monofilament. What I loved was I was doing this all on my home machine. Is when you put the Aurifil monofilament in, it takes on the same color as the fabric that's behind it. And I just love that about the monofilament. So I could actually stitch the applique down, which was originally fused, and do the quilting around the applique at the same time. And I love that little trick. I do it a lot. It saves you a step. It's so fun to do. Let me share this little trick, that tidbit that not a lot of people realize when it comes to Aurifil thread. But on your large spools of Aurifil thread, the one that only has the flange at the bottom, like shown on the image, that bottom flange twists off, and underneath the bottom flange is where you're going to find the beginning of your thread spool. So this is not a new spool, but if it were a new spool, I would twist that bottom flange off here. And I would always find the beginning of my thread there. I'm not sure if everyone is aware of that, but it's such a great thing to know. A lot of people remove the shrink wrap on here, and then they're, not quite sure where to find the beginning of the thread spool. So on these spools, that's exactly where you find it. I hope that's helpful. One little tidbit though, when you're grabbing your thread spool to take the flange off, make sure you hold it tight so you're not rolling the thread across the top or grabbing too much at the bottom so that you roll the bottom thread off. You want to just get the flange and hold this top tight. And when you're putting that flange back on, here's another little tip. A lot of times I see that the flange gets put on a little bit too tight here. So don't stamp it on there really, really tight, because that can interfere with the thread coming off the bottom of the spool. Make sure you leave just a little bit of air between the flange and the bottom of the thread spool. Hopefully that's helpful to everyone. So let's move on. I've got so much to share. I'm really excited about it. This is just a little project that was done with Aurifil 50 weight thread. That's the 50 weight thread again on the orange spool. One of my favorites for piecing, for really dense machine quilting, or when you don't want your quilting to show up much, you just want a little texture, but you don't want the thread to take center stage. This was a fun little example of Freemotion feathers with the Aurifil 50 weight. I can't get past this presentation today without talking about Aurifil 40 weight 3-ply. You know how I mentioned earlier that there were 2 plies in most of the Aurifil threads? Well, a few years back, Aurifil decided to add one more ply to their 40 weight thread so that there are 3 plies on it, and they named it Aurifil 43. The 43 comes on only a cone. It's a yellow cone, and it's perfect for those of us that own long arms. All those Grace quilting frames, it would be perfect for using on whenever you have your machine on a quilting frame. I use it on my home machine as well, and I use it on the featherweight too. So it's a great 3-ply thread. It was made to withstand the high speed of the long arm machines, the high stitch counts, and high speed that a long arm machine can travel, and also how quickly the head can move across the top of the machine. It works wonders. I love using it. Great little thread, Aurifil 40 weight 3-ply. You can see in this image here what a difference adding quilting does to the top of your, top of your quilts, to your flimsies. I love Freemotion quilting myself. It's what my passion, and I'm really excited to share it all with you today. Hopefully you're putting questions or comments or thoughts or in giveaway surprise words in the comments section so that we can make sure we get to everything today. Let's talk Freemotion quilting then. Let's talk general machine setup. I'm showing you a featherweight, but honestly, if I had my druthers, I would probably get a machine that has the biggest throat space available to me. If it was a stationary or a sit down, a home machine, I would get the biggest throat space necessary, but you don't have to have it. You can make do while you're learning with a smaller throat space. And I want to show you that today when I stitch on the featherweight. We're not going to be doing any any fast movements there, but I'm going to show you that it is actually achievable, and it's so much fun, especially if that's the only machine you can take with you someplace. Let's talk general machine setup. Machine cleaned and serviced, always, always, always. We spend so much money on our machines, on our thread, on our fabric, on our tools and notions. We can't overlook the fact that that machine needs a good cleaning and servicing with a professional technician at least once a year, especially if you're like me and you're sewing on it all the time. The more often we can take care of our machines, the better it's going to treat us. So keep that in mind. It's one of my pet peeves is I got to make sure I get all the lint cleaned out, make sure I get it oiled and serviced as it's supposed to be. Now, when we're talking Freemotion quilting, our feed dogs aren't doing us much good. The feed dog was made to send the fabric through when you're piecing, right, at a certain stitch length. But when we're Freemotion quilting, the feed dog honestly doesn't do anything. If it's up, you're kind of just moving the fabric around regardless of what it's doing. If it's down, it's good because it's out of the way and it's not making any drag on your fabric. So think about a machine where you can drop the feed dog or at least get a nice cover for the feed dogs. It's always helpful to do that. A needle down option. If you're going to get a new machine, always get a machine that has an option where you can press that says, when I stop sewing and stop moving my fabric, I want my needle to stay in the down position. That's so that if you happen to bump your fabric or bump anything that you're stitching on, your fabric won't jump an inch away from where you last stopped stitching. You want to make sure that needle's holding everything right in place. It's such a great feature. I love to have that feature and tell people always, if their passion too is Freemotion quilting, you need to have that feature on your machine. Again, we're going to do it on the featherweight and we can make it work, but it's always great to have a machine with that fancy feature. A nice darning foot. There's so many darning feet on the market today. I'm going to talk to you specifically about the one I've got on the featherweight, but think about getting a darning foot. A darning foot is not necessarily going to touch your bed of your machine, right? It's going to glide mostly over the top of your fabric. If you have a darning foot that hops, then it may touch the fabric for a second while the needle is down, and then it comes up again when the needle comes back up. So it goes with your needle bar, what the foot actually does. And that's what the darning foot I have on the featherweight, that's what it's going to do today. And you'll be able to see that when I do the demo. Now, machine bed flush with table. I'm really a firm believer in this. I've been Freemotion quilting and teaching quilting, I don't know, let's just say 10 years now, maybe longer, maybe about 10 years, I think. The best tip I can give you is, if you love to Freemotion quilt, to have your machine down flush into something, into a table, a cabinet, a Gidget 2, so that you're not worrying about your fabric dropping off the sides of your machine. If you can't achieve that in your setup right now, at least consider getting an extension table. Sew Steady has some amazing extension tables available, and I think Stacy is going to be talking to you this week, maybe day 4, about the extension tables and about the products that they have. I've owned a Sew Steady extension table for many, many years. I love it. I also have an arrow table called a Gidget 2. There's a Gidget 1 and a Gidget 2, but what they do is they allow you to drop your machine down inside of your table and then put the extension table around it so there's no gaps. And it just makes for smooth sailing when you're stitching your motif. So that's my 2 cents about that. And when I think I have a slide here, let me show you. Oh, it's coming up. I have a slide about how I have the featherweight set up right now with an extension table. So I'm going to get to that in 1 second. But before we do, let's talk about setup, machine setup. You want to make sure with that Aurifil thread, or actually any thread that's cross wound, where you can literally see on the spool of thread, almost like an X shape on the spool of thread, like is on the presentation. When you have a spool of thread that's cross wound, that thread loves to get drawn over the top of the spool. If the spool is vertical, then it wants to go straight up. If the spool is mounted horizontally, then it wants to go sideways like this. So that think about that placement, if you're having trouble like skipping stitches, shredding, breaking, anything like this, that the spool placement for a cross wound spool, the thread wants to go straight up over the top, albeit vertical or horizontal. So I want to show you what I've done on the featherweight to enable myself to achieve this this spool positioning. Also, another thing, I know I already mentioned it, but I want to point it out on the slide again. Make sure your bottom flange on your large spools of Aurifil thread is not on too tight. Sometimes that tightness can really restrict how the thread is coming off the bottom of the spool. So keep that in mind as well. Now, before I leave this chart, on the far right, it says straight wound spools. Those are maybe like a star thread or Coates and Clark. A lot of those are straight wound. And in the Aurifil world, they're monofilament thread. At least the large spools like this is straight wound. Those threads expect to get drawn off the side. The spool wants to literally spin on a vertical pin, and the thread wants to come off the side. So consider that for your straight wound, or what they call stacked or straight wound spools. One more thing before I leave, another pet peeve of mine. When we have our thread mounted horizontally on our machine, make sure that the spool cap that we're using at the end of the thread is about the same diameter as this little opening on the thread. What you want to avoid is if you have a spool cap that's a large diameter, that means every inch of this thread, every linear inch of this thread is going to touch another thing before it gets to your thread guide. And you want to avoid that if you can. Sometimes there can be a burr or a little scratch or just a hiccup on that spool cap, and it can interfere with not only the tension, but the strength of your thread. So make sure you keep a small spool cap on the end of your thread if you're mounted horizontally. All right, now let's jump into the featherweight setup, because I still want to do some drawing for you and some stitching for you. We want to save time for all that. This is how my featherweight is set up. Well, actually, I fib. This is how it would be set up for my piecing. And now you can see in here that I've used a vertical converter, basically a vertical to horizontal spool converter. I know that the Sewing Parts Online has them in their shop. It's a great thing to have on any vintage machine where there's only a vertical stand. You can convert it to horizontal really easily. I've been using that stand for a while now to do my piecing when I'm piecing on my featherweight. Today, while I'm Freemotion quilting, I decided to use an external thread stand to give my thread a little bit more length between where it's coming off the spool and when it's hitting my thread guides. And I have an image of that too to show you. But let's talk feed dogs covered or not. You can't drop the feed dogs on a featherweight 221. You can on a 222, but not on a 221. So on a 221, I've experimented a lot of different ways. And right now, today, I'm just leaving my feed dogs up and uncovered. And I'm not even going to put a glider on here, even though I generally do, because the setup that I have, you can see the Sew Steady extension table for the featherweight. I used the polish on that and polished everything all up, and everything is just gliding across my featherweight today. So I'm all excited about that. And I have my machine dropped down into my Gidget 2, and then I have the Sew Steady extension table covering up all the gaps. So that's how I'm set up today. Now, the final note on that screen: avoid stressing your featherweight motor by stitching for long periods of time. Remember, these machines are a little older and more wise than some of our modern machines. So we don't want to stress that motor out too much. I generally stitch maybe for about 15 or 20 minutes, and I might get up, take a stretch break, get some water, get a coffee, and then sit down and stitch again. So keep that in mind on your featherweight. You don't want to sit there for hours on end doing your Freemotion quilting, but you might be able to do on your modern quilts that you all know and love. Here's an image of the darning foot that I'm using today. This one I got locally here a few years ago, and I loved it because it had the little plastic cover on the lever bar. With that bar there touches my my oh yeah, that thing. If you guys can think of what I'm thinking about, you can be sure to pop in. But it's going to lift with my lever bar on my needle bar. That's what it is. I knew I would get through that. So I love that the plastic kind of dulls the sound of those two pieces of metal coming together every time I use it. I also love that the hole is large, but not too large. and it's pretty easy to put this. It's pretty easy to get this foot installed on your featherweight. So this is just a low shank darning foot. There are some on Sewing Parts Online website. Just look for the low shank darning foot, and that's what's going to fit on your featherweight. Now, for your other machines, you may need something a little different. So this is, I'm just talking about a low shank machine today. Here's a little bit more 2 cents about Freemotion quilting on the featherweight. You need to set your stitch length to neutral. In order to do that, you need to take the stitch length bar and just make sure that it is parallel with the bed of the machine. So if you go up, you know that's going to go in reverse. Your feed dogs are going to feed in reverse. If you go down, your stitch length is going to get small, actually bigger and bigger as you go. But if you go neutral, just parallel, the way the bar is shown on the image here, that's neutral. So your feed dogs are going to move as little as possible if you have your machine in neutral. They still do move a little bit, just so you know, but they're going to move as little as possible. They're not going to try to control your fabric too awful much. Then here's a close-up image of the vertical to horizontal thread post. You can see that it slides right over your vertical post, and then there's a stopper for your spool. So because it's horizontal, you have to have something to keep it on there. And then there's a couple other little guides that are on here. There's one here in this area on the featherweight. You put a little tip on there, and it kind of keeps your thread tucked right in there. So that's the vertical to horizontal thread post. It's a great little item to have on your featherweight or any vintage machine for that matter. And this is an external thread stand. Again, they have these on the Sewing Parts Online. I checked it out. I'm like, yep, they have those. This is a great little heavyweight metal external holder. Now you can see that there's quite a length of a shoot of thread that can come across to your first guide on your featherweight. Nothing wrong with that. Just make sure that your thread is going straight up to the guide there and then over to your first thread guide on your featherweight. So today, this is how my machine is set up for my Freemotion quilting. Let's talk notions. Okay. Oh, look at there. I hope everybody just caught the surprise word that you're supposed to put in there. Let's talk notions, because Freemotion quilting is always made easier. Actually, all of our sewing is kind of made easier, isn't it, with the right notions. Aurifil thread is 20% off during this session. Woo! This is awesome. Grab your Aurifil at checkout. I'm looking at all these sticker tapes as they go in by. Notions. Let's talk notions. I mentioned earlier a slider or a glider, a Sew Steady glider, and on my other machines, I always have a glider. Basically a piece of Teflon that I put on the bed of my machine so that the fabric can really glide easily across the machine. There's several brands. There's a slider, and then there's a Sew Steady glider. All of them are fabulous. Just make sure you get yourself one and take advantage of it. Machinger's gloves. They are definitely my favorite. I'm going to use a pair of Machinger's gloves today while I'm stitching. I love them because I can get the extra small. My hands are kind of chunky, but I can still order the extra small Machinger's gloves. There's a sizing on the back. And make sure that I don't have too much excess in my fingertips. I still want to be able to change my bobbin if I need to rethread my needle and all those wonderful things, clip my threads. So I love that these gloves are very inexpensive, first of all, and the fact that they don't get in my way. Also, in the heat of the summer, they're not too hot to wear. I love that about them as well. So they may cost a few dollars more than those quilting gloves you can get at the dollar store, but they're well worth the investment. The other tool I love is the Hera marker, and I do have one somewhere. It's showing there on the screen. It's that little piece of white acrylic that helps me score or mark my fabric without putting any chemicals on it. So I love my Hera marker by Clover, also available at the online at Sewing Parts Online. It's another very inexpensive tool. I use it a lot to mark when I'm going to do, say, grid work. I'll use it to score my fabric. It just leaves a slight little crease in my fabric so that if I'm going to do grid work, it allows me to mark my fabric without putting chemicals on it. But speaking of marking fabric, my other favorite tool is the Dritz dual purpose marking pen. I love the marking pen because it actually has purple on one end and blue on the other end. So this is the Dritz dual purpose marking pen. It's one of my favorites. The purple end is air soluble, right? It will go away with time or humidity, So I was teaching a class in the Carolinas once, and I asked people to mark with this purple pen, not realizing how crazy that was down there because the humidity in the air will make this purple side dissipate pretty quickly. So if you want your mark to last more than a few minutes in the humidity, you have to use the blue end, which is water soluble. So again, another one of my favorites. With the blue end, the water soluble, you can use like a clover eraser pen to get that out, or you could just dip a Q-tip in some water and mark it that way, or you can spritz your top if you so choose to get the blue pen out. I'm always very careful not to completely soak through the layers of my batting in fabric because I want this mark to come out pretty quickly without literally having to soak my whole quilt top. Although some amazing quilters do it that way. Another tool I use is called Quilter's Preview Paper. And it's basically made by Quilter's Touch, the same folks that make the machine gear gloves. The preview paper is like a transparent paper on a roll that I lay over top of my quilt top. And I can mark on it with a dry erase pen or even a permanent pen to test drive my design before I literally stitch it on the fabric. Now, this design is staying on the clear translucent paper. It's not going on my fabric at all in this case, but there are some great stencils that Sewing Parts Online has that I'm going to show you in a little bit that work wonderfully if you want to literally mark your whole fabric top. So we'll talk about that in a second. The final thing that I have to say, to have good lighting on here, but actually your good glasses and your good lighting come in really handy. And I'm so jealous that I'm not going to be eligible to win that lighting system from Grace. But, you know, there's so many great products out there. Be sure that you have good lighting. It makes a world of difference when you're Freemotion quilting so that you can see what's going on. And if you're kind of scrunching and, you know, guessing about things, it's not helpful at all. So make sure you have good lighting. Oh, you know what? I think the next slide must talk about needles. It does. I had a couple Schmetz needles on the previous screen, and let's talk needles because needles, best $1.25 investment you can make in your quilting. Guaranteed. That's again one of my favorite notions to make sure you have a brand new pack and a brand new needle in when you start a new project. Needles can bump up against pins. They can get bent by the way you're moving your fabric. They can just get dull over time. So be sure when you start a new Freemotion quilting project to put a new needle in, try looking for a needle like a Microtex Sharp, a top stitch needle or a quilting needle, one that has a groove down the front of it. I believe in that groove helping our thread because it goes through, the thread goes through 2 layers of fabric, a layer of batting, sometimes 2 layers of batting, sometimes fusible, sometimes applique. So that groove gives your thread a place to ride that gives it kind of a fighting chance. So I love to get those needles that I talked about that actually have a groove all the way down the shaft of the needle. Here's just a quick lowdown on the needle versus bobbin when you're using different weights of thread. The quilt shown here is mine. It's called a Quilter's Doodles quilt. I quilted it all with Aurifil 28 weight thread on the gray spool. But what I was trying to portray on the other side of the slide is if you're using a heavier weight thread, you needed a needle with a larger eye, and you may need to put something a little bit heavier in your bobbin as well. So that's the 12 weight thread. Get a 90-14 or 116 needle, 40 weight in the bobbin, Aurifil works great. And then down the line after that, all your other thread weights that are 2-ply. You can use Aurifil 50 weight. That's that orange spool. That's the most cost-effective spool to buy, actually. Has the most number of yards on it, unless you're going to buy a cone, which is also very cost-effective. But the 28 weight, 40 weight, 50 weight, they all love using Aurifil 50 weight in the bobbin. And you can see that you should change the size of the eye of your needle, though, because you want to make sure the eye of the needle is large enough to handle the thickness of the thread. And note at the bottom, tension adjustments may be required. It's fun to play with the tension on our machines. It's one of those things, one of those hurdles we need to get over so that we're not afraid of our machine anymore. Now, I think that the folks, Brian or one of the folks in the studio, we're going to pop a link to a free downloadable printable page that Aurifil has prepared. if you download and print that page, keep it in your sewing space area. It has all the same information on it. It also tells you the different things that you can do with different weights of Aurifil thread. It's a must have. Oh, thank you guys. There's the link to, it's just a PDF. Make sure when you click the link, you save the PDF to your sewing machine. You probably can do that, some sewing machines these days. Save it to your computer and then print it out and have it handy for you in your studio. Put it on your wall, put it in your flip, in your binder, however you keep things. It's a great downloadable to have. Okay, one last thing. This is called Redbird Quilt Co. Great Blue. It's one of my favorite quilts. The reason I love it so much is because first my friend Terry hand dyed that fabric to match the thread colors that are in my subtle sampler collection, which Tricia mentioned earlier. The subtle sampler is getting retired, so grab yours before it's gone. The reason I put the subtle sampler together, though, is because it has all the different weights of thread in it, so you can test drive all the different weights of thread. Let me show you. I think the next slide, yeah, it does show you about the subtle sampler. These are what's inside of it. You can see that there's 50 weight, 40 weight, 28 weight, 12 weight, and monofilament in the subtle sampler. And I'm so excited that Sewing Parts Online has it. They grabbed a few of the last available creations of the subtle sampler. It's been a fun ride, several years that it's been on the market, so it's been a lot of fun to share and stitch with. When you play with the different weights of thread, you'll probably never go back. You're always going to want to have just the right weight for what you're doing free motion quilting wise. So we're going to jump into some florals. Finally, after all this time, we're going to do some florals. But what I want to share with you is this particular one. I drew this on a piece of, whatever that is. It's basically a whiteboard that is freestanding. And I just used a dry erase marker, but I was inspired to do this particular floral based on the full line stencil, the whimsical carton, and I put the number up on there because I have pictures of these, but I wanted to show you that sometimes stencils are available not only to use and to mark on your quilt top, but you can just use them for inspiration. If you're comfortable free motion quilting by scratch without marking anything, then get the stencil, take a look at it, do some test drive practicing of drawing it, and then sit down and stitch it at your machine. There are just so many uses that you can use with stencils. So the stencil that I use for that inspiration is this one here. It's on the website. It's the Whimsical Garden 45002, a great little stencil. And I love the way I always do something called Wild Goose Chase, which is my swirls. And I love the fact that they added in the leaves and the little tendrils in this one. So what I'd like to do, I'm going to show you a couple other stencils, but I'm going to jump over and do a little bit of drawing. And then I'm going to jump over to the featherweight and do a little bit of stitching. And that's what we're going to be up to for the rest of our time together. So let me show you some other stencils real quick. With these stencils, you literally use a pounce pad. It's almost like a chalkboard eraser on the bottom. It's a pounce pad that lets a little bit of chalk out, and the chalk literally fills the holes of the stencils. There's a lot of great videos out on Sewing Parts Online that you can watch to learn how to use the pounce pad against the stencils. It leaves a gentle line of chalk on your fabric so you can follow that line of chalk when you're stitching your stencil out. Now, here's a little tip that I want to give you being a free motion quilter, is that let those lines inspire you, the lines that are marked on your fabric, but don't let them make you all tense, like you have to follow them exactly. Just let them inspire you. The more you can relax and chill, drop your shoulders, roll your neck, and just get into the flow of following a line, but not staying right on it, then the better off you're going to be. Less tense is the key when it comes to getting that quilting to look nice and smooth. And I'm going to give you another tip when I get to the featherweight, but let me show you a couple stencils. This is another stencil called Swirling Leaves. I love this one too. It's very similar to the last stencil I showed you, but the leaves have little kind of leaf cuts on them, and the tendrils are gone from this particular stencil, but it's another great stencil to use if you don't want to make your own designs up from scratch. Here's another little fun floral stencil. It's called Daisy Chain Background. And it's basically you're just doing loop-de-loops, or you're meandering across your fabric. And every now and then you're stopping and doing a little daisy. And I can show you that on the featherweight here this morning. And let's stop right here. I'm going to flip you over, Brian, if you want to. I'm going to flip the camera over to the other one so I can do some drawing. And I think I am. You guys just have to bear with me a little bit while I learn my StreamYard. There it is. Okay, now I'm going to run over here and do a little bit of drawing for you, because if I haven't mentioned it, drawing is a really, really important component. Hopefully you're seeing that okay. Of learning your designs. Let me just get this out of here. Yep. You're seeing it okay. All right. Great. Seeing it okay, Tricia?
I can see it perfectly.
All right, great. I'm going to use the stencil. It doesn't matter which one, the swirling leaves. I'm just kind of putting it next to me so I can use it as inspiration. When I do this a lot to practice my free motion quilting. I'll look at something that inspires me, whether it's one of my own doodles or someone else's doodles or something in nature, and I'll just get like a whiteboard out and I'll start drawing it. So in this case, I'm going to come in and do a circle. And if I leave my pen down, it's very similar to what's going to happen when I'm free motion quilting. In the swirling leaves, they basically come out of the stencil and they literally build a leaf like this and come back. Now your needle is still in the down position here, so you can travel around that line and kind of do a different swirl. And you know, when I'm free motion quilting, I don't worry about exactly coming back out of that perfectly. You can miss a little bit of that line. And if you're using a thread color that matches your background fabric, it's not going to impose on you very much. So don't use black on white like I have here, but use a thread color that matches your background fabric. Today, I'm going to use kind of like a bright green for the background, but generally on a light colored fabric, I'd use a light colored thread. That's one of the reasons I love the subtle sampler. So let me keep going here. You can stop here and kind of build a leaf before you continue. You can kind of go up the center and put a little vein or two in the leaf. And then you can kind of back out and kind of swirl your way in a different direction. Come back, put a leaf in here. And the more you practice these leaves and these swirls, the better you get at them. I promise you. I love to change the size and the shape of my swirls and my leaves. I would recommend it always, because that way you don't have to be too hard on yourself if things aren't matching. Like everyone doesn't have to be the same size. So if you make a really big one, you don't have to feel like you've made a mistake. Just gonna go ahead and shake it up a little bit, and then it's easier to kind of roll with what you have. The swirl shape is always a great shape because it lets you travel. For example, I can travel back here if I want and put another swirl in, and then still follow that line over to here and put another swirl in. And I got to get that leaf thing down here. I haven't done a lot of the leaf, but that's okay. So you can see that if you see a gap somewhere, you could just backtrack and put another swirl in if you like. If you have to travel a lot, you can just kind of make your way around your page doing your swirl. So this one was inspired by the stencil called Swirling Leaves. Let me just erase this. And let me warn you, when you're using a dry erase marker, it does leave a little bit of chalk dust on things. So you don't want to do that right over top of your fabric. You want to make sure that this black chalk dust doesn't get on your fabric ever, ever, ever. And you can ask me how I know, because it's a sad state of affairs when you mark your fabric with a dry erase or a permanent marker. This other one, daisy background, this is a fun one. I want to show you this daisy background. I love the daisy background because it's kind of like a meandering loop-de-loop. It's just that every now and then you meander into the center of a daisy and you build one. So simple. It's a great background fill. You can kind of meander around, make another center, and don't worry about like going over your lines. This line right here, if you have a thread on that matches your background fabric, nobody's even going to notice that. It doesn't matter. Just keep stitching is my motto. This one's called what? Daisy background. It's a lovely little stencil. Great way for you to practice your free motion quilting. And you can see that because you can meander all around this fabric like this, you can meander anywhere you want next. before you put your next daisy in. So I love that. And I do love to meander. Actually, just a meandering loop-de-loop is an awesome background fill. So keep that in mind. Maybe just one more draw, and then I'll switch over to the featherweight so we can actually do some of these on there. And then maybe if there's questions, I don't know if we're getting questions accumulated out there or not, but let me just do one of these other swirly ones because I love swirls. Here's a little swirly one that has, it's called Whimsical Garden, and it just has leaves and tendrils. Love the swirls, love the leaves, and the tendrils help you fill in areas where you think you might need to. So again, a swirl, and the leaf is just a straight out like little bunny ears almost. We're coming up on a holiday for bunny ears, and then you can just travel back in, do another swirl. Sometimes I might do 2 swirls, and like skip one, but then you can put, whoops, that leaf out there. He's kind of lopsided, but that's okay. I'm just gonna keep going. And then the fun thing is like you can add a little tendril here, or you could add a tendril here. And don't worry too much, like I said, about hitting your line on the way back through when you're stitching. It's really not going to matter as long as like the thread that you're using matches your background, or at least complements your background fabric, all right? So many fun things that you can do with this design. I love that you can kind of stitch away from things, give yourself some more space, still go out and do your leaves, put a little veins in your leaves. This is a great design to do. So it's very simple, but very effective as a background. So I think we're at the point now where I want to switch over to the featherweight. So I think Tricia's going to take over for a second while I switch the camera around, and I'll be right back.
Yes, thank you so much for doing that. I made a few notes that I wanted to talk about while Karen is switching things out. So number one, Aurifil thread is 20% off. You can do that coupon code Aurifil20 at checkout. The other thing that I wanted to mention is, as you can see this beautiful thread rack here, Aurifil had gifted this to us. We love this stuff. We've had the opportunity to use it several times now, and it is a wonderful product. So that is amazing. Also, Brian peeked at our website, and the subtle sampler, we were able to snag, I believe, did you say 8 of them, Brian?
Mm-hmm.
We've got 8 available right now. As we mentioned, this is a discontinued, or I like the word that Karen used better, retired. It's a retired sampler. So if you want to get yours today, make sure that you use that Aurifil 20 coupon code to get 20% off of that. It is eligible. Beautiful, beautiful, all different weights, including that monofilament thread as well. That's a whole lot of fun. The other thing, she's switching over to the Singer 221. As she had mentioned, you are unable to drop the feed dog. Now, you can get a darning plate for that particular machine. A darning plate is simply a little plate that covers the feed dog. So we've got a variety available depending on whether or not they are manufactured for the machine. We'll determine whether or not we have it. But for the 221 specifically, we do have it on our website. And I believe Rachel's going to be sharing a link for that as well. And we have a couple of questions, and I want to save these for Karen, but I did see a couple that I could answer. Oh, there she is.
I'm ready when you guys are.
All right. Do you want to answer a couple of questions before we go into the one?
Absolutely.
Let's see this one first. So Cindy is asking, would these grooved needles help with thread breakage?
Yes, absolutely. Great question, Cindy. That's one of the reasons why I love the Top Stitch or quilting or Microtex Sharp, is because that groove gives your thread a place to hide when it's going down through all your layers of fabric and batting. So it's perfect to use. A Top Stitch needle will absolutely have the whole groove on there. So, and if you're having also other thread breakage issues with Aurifil, be sure you email them because they will be happy to work with you to work out through other thread breakage issues. Yes, the grooved needles help, the Top Stitch needles or anything that has the groove all the way down the front.
Perfect. And if anybody's looking for more information on needles, Rhonda Pierce with Schmetz is going to be joining us on day 4, and she has a wonderful presentation ready to share that information
Yes.
with you.
Rhonda is wonderful.
She's fabulous.
Yes.
The other question we have here is from Sharon. She's asking, how often should you change your needles?
Great question, Sharon. And I should have said that earlier. So the standard needles, say the non-chrome or the non-titanium coated needles, you probably should change those about every 8 hours of stitching. Every 8 hours. And I know I love when I'm in a workshop and I'll ask for a show of hands for those people that, remember the last time they changed their needles. And usually the heads go like this. People are trying to hide. They're crawling under their tables. It's like, yeah, a needle is something that people don't realize how important it is to change it. Now, if you have a titanium coated or a chrome needle, the whole purpose of that chrome or that titanium is to make the needle point sharper, longer. And I'm sure Ron is going to talk about that. So you don't have to change it quite as often. You can probably get double the amount of time out of that needle. So 8 to 16 hours of stitching.
Perfect. Yeah. And it's always a good troubleshooting thing. If you are having issues, change your needle. It's amazing how frequently that is an issue.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we'll let you get to your
Ready?
featherweight. I know we're already up to
All right.
10 minutes too. So let's see the featherweight.
Yes. I'm going to switch you over back to the camera that's pointing at the featherweight now. Whoop, there it is. Now you're not going to see the whole featherweight, but I wanted you to try to be able to see the stitches. So I hope that you can see it okay. Yeah, it'll focus in there in a second. I'm going to put my machinger's gloves on, the gloves that we talked about earlier, because that will help me control the fabric. And I want you to know that the featherweight is plugged in and ready to go, but I don't have the light on. I do have an LED light for it. Because and let me show you what that looks like real quick, how beautiful bright it is. Do you see how bright it is? But what I was afraid of is that might kind of glare you guys out from seeing what I'm going to do. So I'm going to keep it off unless Tricia tells me to turn it back on, and hopefully you'll be able to see the stitches anyway. I have that darning foot on that we spoke of, and I have my Sew Steady Classic Featherweight table. Everything is flush. I'm in my Gidget too and ready to go. So hopefully you can still hear me when I turn this way. I usually put my hands down almost in like a field goal, a goal post kind of a shape. I love to keep my hands square and move my fabric in the shape I want to stitch out. So in this case, I'm going to kind of do that little meandering loop-de-loop. I'm going to loop away from here and do a little loop-de-loop, kind of loop in a different direction. And then I'm going to just put some of those pretty daisy petals on this loop-de-loop. Can you see that okay?
That sounds so relaxing, Karen.
Oh, don't you just love the sound of a featherweight? I mean, it just is such a nice sound.
I love it.
I have the Aurifil 40 weight. That's the green spool loaded in the featherweight. And I have a top stitch needle 9014 also in this. I have 2 layers of wool batting in this particular sample. And in the bobbin is the Aurifil 50 weight. Did I say that already? So let me just kind of meander away. I'm going to meander away a little bit and do some more loop-de-loops. You notice how I'm not twisting my fabric at all. My fabric is staying square to me. When my hand gets stuck back here against the side of the featherweight, I have to stop with preferably with my needle in the down position, which I did with my foot pedal. The reason I could do that so easy with my foot pedal is because I have a new belt on this machine. So be sure to get a nice new belt for your featherweight if you haven't done that in a while. It allows so much more control. Your machine works so much more nicely that way. So I'm just going to loop around. I move my hand again. And I want to just do another daisy. When you do your daisies, you can touch the center, or you don't really have to touch the center. Oftentimes I'll kind of shake mine up a little bit. So sometimes I'll let my little innie touch the center, and sometimes I won't. And that way, if I change it in one of my daisies, it won't look like I did something wrong. One of my famous things to say is, if you think you made a mistake, just make it again in a minute, and then it becomes a design element. How's that for fancy, right?
I love your attitude, Karen.
You've got to be easy on yourself. We're so critical with ourselves, you know. We're just always so critical. So we have to be kind of easy on ourselves that way. Let me do some of those leaf. What are they called? The whimsical garden. The swirls with the leaves. I'm going to kind of stitch towards you, I hope, so you can see it. So I'm just going to do kind of a swirl. And I'm going to swirl in a little bit, but not too awful much. When I come out, I don't want to focus too much on my backtracking. If I miss it, I miss it. I'm not going to stress about it. But I'm going to stitch a little leaf. 2 leaves. And maybe then put a little vein inside of my leaf. And I love that design because it has like a little tendril out here. I'm going to backtrack myself back in so I can start something different. I want to get it out of the way so you can maybe see what I just did. And we get my needle down. If you're going to pull your hand wheel, make sure you always pull your hand wheel toward you, okay? You see that all right? Really, really a pretty design. Let me do another one of those. So I'm going to just work myself away from here a little bit and swirl. Backtrack. And I'm going to kind of go right into a leaf. Another leaf. A little kind of a vein inside of the leaf. And then I want to slow down and get ready, get my hands positioned to come out here and do a little tendril. Now you notice if my machine is going slower, that my hands need to go slower. Because if my needle is moving, not moving up and down very fast, if I move my hands too fast, then my stitches are going to be really long. So when you hear the speed of my needle slow down, generally you're going to see my hands slow down as well. Okay, any requests out there for what I should stitch next? We've got a couple minutes, don't we?
We do. Let's do a big old heart there, Karen. It's not floral, but it makes me happy.
Oh, I'm going to do a heart. Let's do that. I'm just going to kind of loop away from that swirl, do a little loop-de-loop. Oh, I love meandering hearts. Look how pretty that is. Let's loop out of here. Let me turn it around so you can see it a little bit. Oh, what a pretty little heart, right? So you can
Thank you.
You're welcome. That was for you, dear.
I appreciate it, Karen.
There's another little heart. There's so much fun to do.
This is so inspiring. I found that, like, when I do free motion, I don't match my movement with the pace of the needle. So sometimes my stitches get too long, a little bit too short. So I just need to practice. And this is very inspiring. So I'm glad you're showing the process.
Oh, good. I'm glad. I think one of the hardest parts with learning to free motion quilt is to get your stitch length, something you're comfortable with. And let me flip you back over to head on here. What I love to tell people is when you're first starting is don't be too hard on yourself. The more you practice, the better you'll get. If you have a machine that has a stitch regulator, that's always beneficial. But you don't have to have one. I grew up without one. So, and it works fine. So as long as you can't put your finger underneath that stitch, don't worry about it.
I'll take that advice.
Yes, absolutely. Any other questions? Where I don't want to get too far on my time, but I can.
Yeah, I think we should probably move into the giveaway. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time for questions this time. That just means you're going to have to join us again. What do you think?
Oh, I'm always game. I love spending time with you. Always.
Well, we love you joining us. All right. So we want to go into the giveaway. I mean, we've got these wonderful stencils, as she was showing, for either inspiration or using it with the chalk. So we've got those.
Yep.
And we are going to do the subtle sampler as well. So
Awesome.
very excited about that giveaway.
Before I run it, Karen, I want to let you know that you are absolutely more than welcome to enter for the giveaways.
Oh, yes. I was going to tell you that. Thank you, Brian.
Please do. I would love, it would make my heart so full if I saw you win something. It would just make my day.
Oh, okay,
Especially if
good.
it's a light bar.
Exactly.
That's good to know. Thank you, Brian.
You keep an eye out for those surprise spring words and pop them in there.
I will.
Are you ready?
I will.
We're ready. All right. Well, let's see who's the lucky winner. Who's it going to be?
Oh,
Oh,
it
I
was
saw
almost
that.
Sally Chan.
All right, Lois,
Yes.
congratulations. So
Yay.
I will show you how to claim your prize here in just a moment, but we are going to say goodbye to Karen for now, and hopefully you'll be joining us again in the future.
Oh, thank you all so much, everybody. Make sure you tune in for 4 days. So many great giveaways and great information. Love you all. Thanks for having
Thank
me.
you. We love you too.
Bye, Karen.
Bye.
Really quickly, I did want to say something. We had somebody reach out to us, I think it was a week or two ago, about the giveaways. I just want everybody who's watching to not get discouraged. The giveaway tool that we use, it shows people getting raffled off, but it doesn't show everybody.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, too many people enter for it to show everybody raffling. So even if you don't see your name raffling in it, you're still entered into the giveaway. It's just showing like the first 50 people that enter,
Mhm.
but everybody who puts the surprise word in is still entered.
Yes. And we had people from our company reach out to the creators of that giveaway tool just to double check and make sure. And they confirmed that everybody that does the word is in the giveaway. So we really appreciate everybody doing that. All right. Before we move forward to the next segment, which I'm really excited about, as you've seen, we're talking about quilting, and our friend Richard, he is going to be showing the BabyLock Regent and the table. So it's a sit down option, which is pretty darn cool. But before we do that, I do want to mention that Karen's PDF is available for free on our Facebook page. It's our Sewing Parts Online Sewing Community. You can just go right to that. And at the top, there is a pinned post where it will have her link there as well, in case you didn't see it in the comments. Okay. All right. Well, I think we are ready to get Richard pulled up and talk about a long arm sit down machine. What do you think, Brian?
I think it's time. Let's do
All
it.
right.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Richard. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are y'all?
We are doing fantastic. Have you been up to anything fun lately?
Let's see. What have I been doing? I've been doing a lot of quilting. I do run a long arm quilting business in my studio when I'm not traveling, so that's been keeping me really busy lately.
Oh, well, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
I was just down in Florida doing a serger workshop as well.
Oh, that sounds awesome. If you had been watching before, Brian and I had just traveled to BabyLock, so we got to play with the Triumph, which was awesome. And I got to see the Regent.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, the Regent's a great quilting machine. This is mine. This is actually my Regent right here. I actually use this machine. So I do have more. I also have a large, I have the Regalia in a 12-foot frame as well. But there's still occasions when I need a sit-down machine for a project for one of my customers. And even if you don't do it if you're just quilting as your hobby, quilting your own quilt tops, this machine is a great alternative, especially for those that don't have a lot of space in their studio or their sewing room.
Well, we are very excited to see more about that. But before I let you take it solo, I do want to mention that we are going to be giving away a BabyLock Joy at the end of this segment. So please make sure that you keep an eye out for the secret spring word. So Richard, if you see something random popping up on that screen, I'm sorry if it scares you, but
No, that's fine. Just jump in anytime you need to, Tricia. Please do.
All right, I sure will.
Okay. So, good morning, everybody. And I'm so excited to be here and part of this wonderful quilt fest that's going on. And I want to talk about the Regent. Now, I'm a fourth generation quilt maker, and I learned how to Freemotion quilt on the predecessor to this machine, which was called the Tiara, the BabyLock Tiara. So I learned how to Freemotion at a sit-down machine, and then later on, I also got a long arm, blah, blah, blah. The great thing about the Regent is this. There's so many things. It has dual built-in stitch regulation. If I had to pick the number one feature on this machine, that's what it would be. I mean, there's many. So I'm actually going to give you my top 5, but I'm going to put number 1 as the built-in stitch regulation. I'm going to swap over to a different camera, and so you can see exactly what I'm talking about here. Here we go. I do have a small piece of quilt sandwich underneath, but when I remove it, look right here. Here are your dual stitch regulators built into the table on this machine. This table does not require an overlay. It has a very smooth and slick finish to it. And this is the standard table for the Regent. It actually measures 36 wide by 32 deep. However, you can add an 18-inch leaf to either side, which I have both of those, which then makes it a 72-inch wide table. Let me just pan my camera down here just a little bit. I'm going to back it out. And now you can see right here, this is the table, the extension table. Here, let me just adjust that a little bit. Oh, come on here. Here we go. Okay.
You got this.
You can see I actually have a keyboard sitting on it. But here it is. There's one side of the extension table, and it just folds down flat and hangs even with this when it's not in use. If you're seriously considering getting one of these machines, and I highly encourage that, that is something for you to consider as an add-on to your machine. This table is also height adjustable. I have it set so that I can sit comfortably in my koala chair. However, you can also raise it up manually, and it's really easy to do. You just push in 2 little tabs with your thumbs and just lift up on the side of the table to raise it. That's how easy it is to do. You don't need any help. One person can do it. And you can actually then stand up and Freemotion quilt as well. If you're more comfortable standing up and quilting, you can do that with this machine as well. Pretty cool. Let me move this camera angle back in real quick. There we go. Now then, swap the camera back for a moment. Okay, hello there. So, the dual stitch regulators is my number one feature. This machine will top out at 1,800 stitches per minute, which is a very high stitch speed. I've never pegged it out. I can quilt pretty fast. And let's just hear it run. I have it on regulated mode. You can also stitch in non-regulated mode, whatever you're comfortable with. I have mine set for 12 stitches to the inch. And whenever you're quilting, whether it be a set-down machine like this or a long arm, you want to pull your bobbin thread up. So we'll go back to our other camera. And I have a hold of my thread right here. Now I'm using one of my favorite threads I use for my quilting is Madeira Arrow quilting thread. It's a 40 weight thread. It's 100% polyester, so there's no lint buildup. And 99% of my quilting, I use this thread in my long arm machines. I even use it as sewing thread on my Solaris or my Altair as well. You can even embroidery with it if you choose to. But I'm just going to tap my foot control, put the needle down, and I'm going to tap it again and pull it up. Now, I'm still holding on to my thread. I'm just going to move it to the side. And then I see my bobbin thread right here, and I'm just going to pull it up. I now have both of my threads pulled up. Yep, there it is. No, I don't. Let's just try that again. The joys of a live demo, everybody, I'm telling you. Okay.
Real life. That's right.
There we go. Now that I have that both up, what you want to do is secure the thread. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to tap on my foot control once and twice. That made one cycle, and one more time. And then I'm just going to hold down on my foot pedal. I'm holding down on it and nothing's happening. Well, that's because I have it in precision mode. Check it out. When I move the machine, it will start stitching. And it will maintain the 12 stitches to the inch that I have set it for. I also have it right now set for when I stop, it's a needle up. I prefer it to stop at needle down. So let me tap it again, hold it down, and then move. I'm just doing a very loose overall meander. Now notice it stopped at needle down. So now if I turn it, why you want to, excuse me, why you want to stop with needle down is this. Let me give me a drink of my Diet Coke here. Why you want to stop and needle down. That way you maintain an even start and stop point. If you had it needle up and you moved it, it could zig just a little bit to the side and it'd be noticeable. And this is unbleached muslin. Cotton muslin is what I'm doing for this practice piece right here. Let me tell you, every little nuance or boo-boo that you make will show up when you are stitching. I have a BabyLock gold thread in. It matches the machine. Imagine that. And it will show every little nuance of an improper stitch. I'm putting on my quilting gloves because when I Freemotion, I personally like to wear gloves. Okay? Some people like to use the rings. Other people don't use anything. And then there's these little pads you can put on to hold on to. I personally like the gloves. I have arthritis in my hands. And regardless of what brand of quilting glove you wear, they support your hands and your hands won't tire as easily. So once again, and what I have there, that is called precision mode. What precision mode is super great for is doing ruler work. And I'm going to get into some in-depth demos on ruler work and couching here in a moment. But here I have a BabyLock straight edge ruler. And here's where it's important for that. So we're going to start it, have the pressure foot down, then I'm going to move it. Now I'm being very careful because I do not have my ruler foot on. And that is just a big boo-boo. Don't do what I'm doing right now, but I'm going to show you how to change feet here in just a moment. It's so easy to do. But this is basically, notice when it stops, that's when you can pick up your ruler, readjust it. And it is fun to do ruler work on this machine, everybody. Excuse me, it truly is. Okay, so I just freehanded. I mean, this is just a plain piece of fabric, and I just freehanded a square. So to remove something from your machine, once you're done, you're at the end of a line, what you'll want to do is just back it up a little bit, a couple of stitches. Then we are going to, and I'm going to take my gloves off now. I'm going to pull my needle thread towards me right here to give it some slack, press it so the needle's up, and then I'm going to move it away from the machine. I'm going to grab that loop and pull it up, and I'm going to sink the needle right where I pulled that thread up at and pull it back up. And then I'm going to slide it again. And what I'll do, I'll pull up the bobbin thread, cut my threads even to the surface. And now I just secured my knot. I don't have to bury a thread or anything like that. Same techniques apply to those of you that might have a large long arm in a frame. Same technique. And that's how you start and stop a line of stitching. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Now then, that was precision mode. The other mode is called cruise mode. And what that does, let's say that you're free motioning and you're going to have some sharp point. You want sharp points. Maybe you're doing like a fleur-de-lis, but let me just show. It's easier to show you. So on cruise mode, when you press on your foot control, it's going to keep on going. It's not going to stop. In other words, when you have cruise mode on and you press your foot control, it's not going to wait for you to move the fabric underneath. It's going to start stitching. Just pull that to the side here. The reason I just did that, because I put a knot in it and I didn't want to start it off like that. Okay, so let's pull up our thread, pull it to the side, pull it up. And then I'm going to hold it down and automatically knots and I can start. Now it's still in stitch regulated mode, everybody. But now watch when I come here and I want it, I'm going to make a sharp point. Notice how it took a couple of stitches. Well, let me tell you, when you're in precision mode and you stop at a point to turn, and it does not take a couple of stitches, sometimes you don't get a sharp point. Excuse me. So if you're free motion quilting and you're going to free motion something that requires a sharp point in it, you might want to go into cruise mode with that. Personally, I pretty much leave it in precision mode. 99.9% of the time is what I personally use. I do a lot of ruler work and I do a lot of feathers. Let me show you just how easy it is to do some feathers. When I pull this back out, I'll hold this sample up to the camera so you can see what I've done here a little better. Okay. So when I do a feather, I'm going to make a spine, the center part of the spine of a feather. And then I'm going to, up there at the top, I'm just going to come back down. Make some cool little feathers here. Been a while since I've done this, so I'm already making excuses. Okay, so then I'm going to come back and go up the other side. See if I hold that up, maybe you can see that a little bit before we get started here, right here. You'll see it here in just a second. Let me go back up the other side. And then when I'm done, I'll just come all the way back down the center of the spine again to right there. Now I'm going to tie off my thread. There we go. You want to always make sure you pull it out about 6 inches. That way your bobbin thread has about 6 inches sticking out from underneath here, and it will always pick it up and not knot it up. So let me hold it up over here to this one, and you can see those feathers right there. Oops, hold on. Let's see, there we go. There's what I just did. It was my little feathers. Pretty cool, right? And it's super, just like Karen said in the previous segment, practice makes perfect, everybody. I do teach Freemotion quilting, and this looks complicated and hard, but truly, honestly, it's not that hard to do. It just takes a little practice. There's the ruler work box, and there is the stippling. Oops, we just did. Okay. Yes.
We do have a couple of questions for you. Karen's asking, do you have stabilizer in between? Can you explain that to her?
Oh, sure. So what I have here, this is just a regular quilt sandwich. There's the back of it, just as pretty as the front. All I have in here are 2 muslin on the top, cotton muslin here, and then this is just quilt batting. Okay. Oops. There we go. Quilt batting. Well, my camera's, it's throwing me off watching my monitor screen which way to move this so it's on camera. But this is just a regular quilt sandwich is all it is.
Perfect. And Eugenia is asking, what thread did you mention?
Yes. So my preferred thread. Now, remember, I do this as a business as well. So here is the thread that I personally use 99.9% of the time. Madeira Aero quilting thread, 3,000 yard cones, comes in a lot of solid colors and variegated, 100% polyester. It's a German thread, super high quality. And I will tell you the reason I use what I have found over the years. If you find a brand of quilting thread that you really, really like, stick with it, use it in both the bobbin and in your upper thread, and your tension, if you're having, everybody has always heard about tension issues in long arm quilting. What I've discovered by sticking with one brand, I rarely have to adjust my tension, believe it or not. I still check it, but rarely do I have to adjust tension because I pretty much stick with one brand of thread. Now I do keep a journal, and if say I'm going to switch from Madeira to Glide or to Omni or to Aurifil, I love Aurifil also. Yeah, I will just write down my settings of where I have to set my bobbin tension and my upper tension for that particular brand and weight of thread. And then you have a little journal and you know exactly where to set your machine up. Easy peasy.
So fun little story. A future guest, Chelsea Swindle, she's going to be talking about some notions for sewing garments. She is actually going to be publishing a really cool sewing journal, and she's got sections where you can make notes like that. So we don't have it on her site yet, but we're going to in the future. So love the idea of a sewing journal and keeping track of all of that.
Oh, yes. And let me tell you, there's a lot of blank journals if you're into that. If you like to do journaling and notebooking, I have several journals I keep here in my sewing room. Let me swap my camera back. I'm talking to a needle. Wrong camera there. There we go. Hello there. Yes, I do have more than one camera. But what I'm talking about, let me just grab something real quick over here by my Solaris. Is it here?
Perfect.
There it is. So I was at a quilt shop, and how can you go into a beautiful little quilt shop and not buy something, right?
Exactly.
So this is what I purchased at a quilt shop about 60 miles from my home. Was this little journal? Check this out. spiral bound, and it's just blank pages inside. Oops. Blank pages. There we go. And this is what I journal in. And I will write down, if I am creating a pattern for a project, I will write down all my notes in here. I won't like show you all my notes, but you'll see them right there. But this is what I'm referring to. I know the quilting journals are super awesome, and oh my gosh, I want one of those myself. But highly recommend journaling your steps, keeping a record of your sewing, of your quilting, of your garment making. I love to make garments also. Worked in the garment industry for a number of years. But yes, if you love your craft, keep a record of it, not only for yourself, but for people who will follow you in your family or your friends or whomever, and they will treasure all of these little notes and things. I actually sketch quilt designs and stuff in a journal as well before I sit down at a computer to do some other type of design work. Okay. Woohoo. Any other questions before we start back with something else?
Yes, I do have Sharon here. She is asking if you could show the bottom of your quilt that you just did. She wants to see this.
Absolutely. So check it out. This is the top. Oops, there we go. There's the top. And here's the back. I have the same thread in the back. Oops. And the top. There we go. There we go.
Awesome. I think that's all the questions for now, Richard.
All righty. So what I'm going to do next, now they make a lot of different feet. BabyLock does for their long arm machines. And when I say long arm, that's what the Regent is. That's what the Regalia is, the Gallant, the Coronet, and even the new Regalia ST, which is a set down machine. It's bigger than this one. But here are some of the feet that you can get for this. Now, the one you saw on camera is the standard foot that comes with it. And I'm going to use some of the feet out of this set next. This is the BabyLock ruler and echo feet set. Okay. So to do ruler work, you're supposed to use a ruler foot, which I didn't do. Don't tell the quilt police, they'll come and get me. But ooh, check it out. Here are the echo feet, and then the ruler foot, which is a thicker version of one of those. Here is where I'm going to show you the echo foot on this. Here is the couching foot set. I love couching. I'm going to live demo this in a minute. 3 different feet. Each foot has an insert with the different sized holes. This is who has yarn in their stash. Yarn, Y-A-R-N. I know I do. I'm going to show you how to use yarn and make a chenille looking type of project using this set. Which ones do you need? If you're like me, you'll want them all. But I would say if you have to choose just one, get the ruler foot one first, and then get this one. One of the most popular feet for any type of long arm machine today is called the glide foot. It's like a plastic bell. It's concave. This is especially useful to quilt on top of multi-layer appliques because it just glides right across the surface of a quilt. There's also, if you're into thread painting or micro stippling, this is called the micro quilting foot right here. If you use this foot, you have to be careful because there's no finger guard around that needle. So you have to be very cognitive of where your fingertips are to that needle because it would be easier to stick yourself with a needle using this foot. But don't let that deter you. I've never done it yet. I have put a needle through my finger before when I worked at the sewing factory in an industrial machine. Not a pleasant experience, let me tell you. And then another really cool feature, you can see it right here on the camera, this little black bar. This is called the horizontal spool pin. So if you're going to use something like metallics or a specialty thread on a small spool, this is what you would need to use those specialty threads with, to thread your machine with. Pretty cool. The Regent also comes, check this out. How do you wind bobbins on your long arm product? Well, with BabyLock, they take care of that. This is actually a bobbin winding machine. Okay, this is just for Class M bobbins. It only works with your long arm, not for your sewing machine. But yes, here is a bobbin. I've pre-wound one bobbin, and it's right on there. But there are the bobbins that come with the machine, Class M. They hold a lot of thread. A 40 weight thread will hold approximately 130 yards of thread. If it's a 60 weight thread for the bobbin, which I use a lot of on my other machine, it will hold about 230 yards. So you can buy pre-wound bobbins for your long arm machine. I highly recommend Magna Glide, made by Filtech. They are awesome. They have 230 yards of thread on them. That's a lot of thread. Well worth it. Okay, so let's swap the camera and we are going to change to one of the Echo feet. Okay, so here it is. I'm gonna put in the smallest one. There's 3 different sizes. And this is the 3/8 of an inch Echo foot. Check that out. See how that metal bar is? You can also do ruler work with these, everybody. There's also a 1/2 inch. And what that means that the round metal ring on this one is a 1/2 inch from the center needle position. And then the large one is a 3/4 inch Echo foot. Pretty cool. There's a slot in the side of it right here. That is for the thread to come through, but we're going to use the 3/8. If you're doing a large quilt, excuse me, if you're doing a large quilt and you're going to do an overall stipple, it's a great way to change up the spacing on a stipple to quilt a large quilt. Okay, so let's swap our camera out. There we go. And here's what we're going to do. So the machine comes with an Allen wrench to take off the foot. It's a 2.5 millimeter Allen wrench. So since I have arthritis, I purchased a 2.5 millimeter tool with a handle on it that works the same way as an Allen wrench. I find it easier to use if you have grip issues in your hand, and I do in this one. So all I'm going to do is I just inserted it right here. I'm going to turn it and loosen it a couple of turns. I'm going to pull up on the bar and just pull down on it. Let me loosen it up a little bit more. Here we go. Then it dropped, push up on the bar, and it just dropped. There's the foot I just took off, the standard foot. Now I'm going to put on this Echo foot. And you know what? My one part is not in this box. Oopsie. But anyway, okay. But there's how it would go right there. Since that's not going to work out for us, we'll have to do another presentation with the Echo feet, everybody. Sorry about that.
No worries.
What we're going to do instead then, which I find way more fun to do, we're going to do some couching. We're going to quilt and couch at the same time. So I'm going to use the center hole there. And we'll just insert that couching foot. If you can see in the center of that, let the camera focus on it. Come on, you. Come on. There we go. See how that has a hole in the center of it? That's for different sizes of yarns. There's 3 sizes of yarns with this. And then you just hold it up with your finger and tighten it in. There we go. And that's all there is to changing a foot. That's how easy it is to do, everybody. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Now then, what I have found that works really well is this yarn right here. From a big box store, I won't say which, but this is chenille yarn. It's actually microfiber, but check this out. Super soft. You can actually use this to, we're going to couch it on top of this quilt sandwich, and we're going to quilt at the very same time. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set this over here. And the trick to this, you always have to have slack in your fabric, okay? So what I'm going to do, I created this little, this has not been quilted. This is going to be a little placemat, okay? Let me just back up a little bit here so you can see this. This is actually 12 5-inch charm squares sewn together. Yes, it is some of my favorite fabric. It is Tula Pink. But we are going to stitch in the ditch and couch at the same time, okay? But first, we are going to get it set up on our scraps, and then we'll swap over to this. So, let's get this under the machine. And you might be wondering, well, how are you going to get that thick yarn through that little hole in that foot? Here's how we're going to do it. Okay. Just put our scrappies right there. There we go. Now, I'm going to stick the end of the yarn in between the needle. First, I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread. I'm getting excited. I just love doing this, everybody. Okay, I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread. And then I'm going to stitch in place a few times to anchor. To anchor that thread. Okay. Now then, now I'm going to insert the end of my yarn in between these 2 bars. There's your needle bar, there's the foot bar. I'm going to put that down all the way on top of the foot and pull it away from the foot until it forms a little bit of a loop. And then I'm going to anchor it again. Now, I'm going to hold on to the tails and I'm going to move my fabric away, and it will actually pull that yarn through the eye of that foot. Check it out. There it is. Now I will just reinsert it, move the foot back up underneath this yarn, right to where I started, and now I'm good to go. It is ready to go. That's all inserted. I am going to leave my stitch length at 12 stitches to the inch. I have regulation on. I'm going to put my gloves on for this, because what happens when you handle fabric a lot with your fingertips, you kind of lose. You lose the grippiness of your fingertips after it's rubbed over on the top of fabric a lot. So hence the gloves. Now then, what I'm going to do, and actually you would have started this closer to the edge, but I'll show you. You might think, well, how are you going to hide that big tail right there? I'm going to show you. Check it out. The big thing is to make sure that this is nice and loose. Holding down on the foot and just slowly going. Just keep that thread. I just went over my tail, so I'm going to trim it off even. There we go. And now we're just going to play with this and create. Does anybody remember the old vintage chenille bedspreads? This is a way you can recreate that on your machine. And I just let myself get caught. There we go. Maybe I can pull it on through. And of course, there we go. You have to be careful and not go too slow like I just did. Otherwise, that will happen. Let's put that up into needle up on this one. Give that a little bit of a pull. There we go. I'm going to come out to an edge and pull it off, but as you can see, there's actually quilting and couching at the same time. Now, to take it off, here's something very important. You don't want to cut it where you have to rethread the foot. So I'm going to pull it off to the side here, and then I'm just going to clip it even with the ends. Right here like this. Now, my foot is still threaded with the yarn, but I can take this off now. I'm going to bring it up to the camera so you can get a better look at that. But there you go. Check it out. Let's see, this way. There we go. There we go. But you can see what you can achieve with that. And I'm going to give you, this is just a doodle cloth here. Let me show you how you would actually use this in quilting. Now that I got my technical difficulties over with. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stitch in the ditch. And once you learn the machine and you're comfortable with it, you can stitch in the ditch without using a ruler, everybody. I do all the time. I don't, on my long arm, I don't, but on this machine, yeah, it is super easy to do. So let me get this out to the edge. And all I'm going to do, I'm going to stitch in the ditch on these seams. Check it out. This is going to be a placemat / table topper, whatever you want to call it.
Before you stitch that out, Richard, I do have a question here for you from Katie. She's asking, is couching just using yarn? She missed the definition.
Yeah, no, couching could be using cording or yarn, anything like that. So it could actually be a metallic cording that you could use through this, or yarn. And I'm using a thick yarn. You can use much thinner yarn than this if you chose to. You could actually do thread painting with yarn using this set of feet. Did that answer? Perfect. Okay. Any other questions?
I will definitely interject if I find some.
Okie doke.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. So here we go. Let's get this down. Notice I'm not using a ruler, and I'm keeping it, I'm stitching right in the seam line on this. Now here's a little trick with this foot. Doing this, you're never going to see the seam line again because it's going to be covered up with this particular yarn. So it's very forgiving. Okay. So now that I'm at the end, all I'm going to do, I'm going to travel around the edge. Then I'm going to pivot, needle down, move some of my stuff. There we go. And then I'm going to come down here to my next seam and go across. Okay, then I'll pivot. And I'm not going to do the whole thing, but I just want you to get a feel for what you can do with this amazing foot. Oh, what? No, you didn't either. There we go. Okay. I really knotted it good then. So when that happens, and it will happen, all you have to do is this. Okay, we are going to, I'm going to take the foot off.
It's so nice to see the troubleshooting. So I like that you're walking us through the process.
And lift up on that foot, get it out and get it loose. Now it's nice and loose. And now hopefully I can just, and it's right at the edge, so it's not really going to, ouch, damage anything. Let me grab a bigger pair of scissors for this one. My thread snips won't quite do that.
While he's taking care of that, I wanted to address one question that I have here. It's if I have more than one order, like 2 or 3 separate orders during the next 4 days during the event, are the orders automatically shipped together, or do I need to call and request that? So just to explain that, they would not be automatically shipped together. You're more than welcome to call in and ask for that to be done. However, if an order is over $49 and eligible for free shipping, then it's not really necessary to combine them anyway, because you're going to get the free shipping on those orders. But as I mentioned, you're more than welcome to give our customer service a call and they can help you out. And let me see if we have any other questions for you. Oh, this one was great. Laura is mentioning that this is really interesting because he is moving the fabric and not the machine. So the way that it was explained to me, which I really like the visual, is think of the needle as a pen and the fabric as the paper. And then when you're using a frame and a machine setup, you move the pen. Whereas with the sit down option, you're moving the paper. So it's kind of fun because you're drawing by moving your paper. So I like that comment.
And that's the perfect description for the difference between the set down machines and the machines that are in a frame. The needle is actually your brush or your pencil that you're going to draw with. Think of the quilt sandwich as a big piece of paper. This is a stationary pencil, and as you move it around, you're actually writing, let's call it writing, with your pencil or your pen, whatever you choose to write with. And that's how you have to look at it. In the past, there were things called an overlay. You had to put over your table because the table was not smooth as a mirror like this one is. And this table, you don't press down hard, okay? You just lightly rest your hands on top of it and then move it without pressing down. Hence is why the gloves with the rubber tips on them make it much easier to do this process with. Super easy to move it around and all that fun stuff.
Do you have to put any polish on the table, Richard?
No, just clean it with a microfiber towel. That's it. No polish. I've never heard of anybody having to put polish on it.
Perfect.
That's a great question, though. Okay. So we got that out. Now let me just show you the lines here. Here we go. And all I did, I just followed by eyesight that seam line. where I hung up at was right here on this corner. And that is where you have to be careful. Normally, I would not have done that, but I was trying to be fancy on camera and look what happened. But it's okay. That will be hidden in binding or whatever. It's all good. But that is what the couching feet actually do on this machine. Oh, wow. Time is flying by. So I want to show you some other things here. See, when you have fun and you enjoy what you're doing, it's just like, I could have swore we still had at least half an hour left. Oh my, is there anything in particular someone would like to see demoed while I'm setting up the next foot?
Would you possibly be able to show the difference in the precision and the cruise again, just so they can see how it continues to move?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Let me move this stuff out of my way. Computer keyboard and you.
And let me correct myself. The cruise,
I'm going to put on this glide foot. Okay. So there it is. It's the cup. Okay. Probably, I would call this, other than the ruler foot, the ruler foot and this foot are the most popular long arm feet that people want to use. So we're going to use that, and I have an actual quilt that I'm going to put underneath here, and I will show you the difference between precision and cruise, and then we'll also go into manual mode. But you can see, if you have, like, let's say you have a quilt with really thick batting, this is a great foot in that instance as well, because with it cupped like that, it's really going to help go through some really thick batting and stuff. Oh, come here, you. Yes, I talk to my stuff, everybody.
I think we all do that. It's okay.
You know, as long as it doesn't talk back or you think it does, it's all good. Okay. There we go. So next, I have this quilt that I like to do demos on. Someday it'll be finished. But this is a rail fence that I made from one jelly roll of fabric. And it's got a lot of different techniques on it and all that fun stuff. Let me set this to the side. That, my drink. There we go. Okay. And this one measures, it's probably 60 by 70, something like that. And what's great, this machine, it has an 18-inch throat space. So from the needle to the back of the machine is 18 inches. Now on this, you might see as we glide by here, here is some metallic thread. Well, that was done on a sewing machine. Don't get excited. However, you can Freemotion quilt with metallic thread on this machine. It likes it and it handles it super well. Okay, so now I've got all my, let me back this out so you can really see how easy it is to manage all these layers. There we go. We're going to leave it at that perspective for a moment. And let me get my gloves.
Richard, are you using a metallic needle or are you using a quilting needle?
Oh, so what you use, for the metallic thread, no, I actually use a long arm needle. This machine does not take the same needles as a sewing machine does. So I have a size, you just use a larger needle. I have a 110 size 18 long arm needle in. However, for a heavy metallic thread, you might go one size up from a 110 to a 120. But I use the 110 and it pretty much, this is basting stitches. I'm just going to pull out real quick. This is the area we're going to work on. But no, just keep in mind when you have a machine like any long arm machine, you have to have long arm needles. It will not take standard needles that fit a sewing machine. Okay. Now then, gloves on. First, we are going to, I've got it in precision mode, which is what ruler work is good for. So here is a rail fence block, and I'm going to line this up. First, I'm going to line up. I'm going to come out here to the edge, and I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread. And you know what? I unthreaded the needle, so you get to see me thread it here. It doesn't take long. Let me swap to a different camera, and you can just see that process as well.
Fabulous. And while you're doing that, Richard, we do have one question regarding the thread that you're using. Do you know the weight of the thread for both the top and the bobbin?
Yes, right now I've got 40 weight on top and bottom, on the top
Perfect.
and on the bobbin. And I lost, there's my mouse. There it is. Okay. Yeah, I have to have a mouse to swap a camera. There we go. Okay. Now then, there is no needle threader on a long arm, so you have to do it. I'm going to angle this down a little bit. And we're going to come in closer. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, I move my mouse. There we go. I'll set that to the side now. Okay, so I'm through my threading path, and I'm going to come down here to this pigtail right here and put that through the port. They're super easy to thread, and they're not difficult to thread. But then I'm going to take the important thing when threading any needle on any machine is to start with a freshly clipped end. Okay. And this threads from front to back. This is just a little eye above the needle that has to go in first. Okay. And then we're going to thread this, hopefully. I recently had eye surgery, and this has been my challenge since then, is threading needles.
We need to get you some manual threaders, Richard.
I'm saying. Actually, I'm going to have to move that foot out of my way to thread this. And that's just me because of my vision loss in one of my eyes. Okay.
Yeah, vision's very important. I had LASIK surgery a while ago, but every once in a while, if a car is coming at me, it's like beams. I'm like, I don't think that's right. Not right.
And what I learned in the sewing factory back in the 80s, if you put the end of a thread in between your two fingertips, you have total control over the end of it. And you can get that right through the hole of the eye of a needle. There we go.
Needle
That's a fabulous
will
tip.
steal the audio.
And now we'll just put that back on. Easy peasy. Okay. But if you do get one of these, I so highly recommend getting this hex tool that looks like a screwdriver. It will make your life way easier. Okay, so let's pull that thread up, the bobbin thread up. There we go. Then we're just going to anchor it. Okay. I'll just let that tail dangle out, and I'm going to travel over here to this center line. Let me back that out some now. Come on out. There we go. Okay. And this is how, well, I won't use a ruler with that foot. But if we come over this way, now the question was the difference between precision and cruise mode. Okay. So what we got right now is precision mode, which means when you stop moving, you depress your foot control, and when you move, it stitches. When you stop moving the sandwich, it stops. I still have my foot control depressed. So I'll just start moving again. I'm going to stop the movement. The machine stops. That is precision mode. Very beneficial for ruler work. I have it set right now, so when I take the foot off of the foot control, it stops the needle down. Now I'm going to swap over to cruise mode, and I can set the speed of the cruise. So when I depress this, it's going to start stitching. Move it, it starts when I stop moving. See, it still goes up and down. Move, stop, still have my foot control depressed. But what's beneficial about this, if you want nice sharp points when you're free motioning, this is how you achieve that. And when I remove the foot, it stopped and needle down as well. In a nutshell, that is the difference between precision and cruise control, and those are both stitch regulated modes. Now I'm going to press the M button, and I have it now set for manual. There is no stitch regulation on this mode. This is actually how I learned to free motion quilt, everybody, was without regulation. But you control the length of your stitches by how fast you move the fabric. You set the machine to stitch at a certain rate, which is adjustable. And while stitch regulation is wonderful, it's great. It's great to learn and make yourself more comfortable with the machine. I really like stitching in manual mode. Once you get the knack of it, it is super easy to do. And that's the difference between the three types of stitching you can do on this machine: precision, cruise, and manual. But there's a lot of nuances and settings to fine-tune that for your particular style of quilting. Are there any questions on that?
At this point, I think we are good. Actually, Brian just mentioned to me that I had to give you the 2-minute warning. We have so much that we could cover, and
Okay.
again, to have you back.
Okay. So, and when it comes to ruler work, I mean, that's still a very popular thing. Let me move my camera back up to its original position here. I think that will do it. There we go. Kind of, sort of. Up a little bit more. Okay. So you see the quilt on the wall here. I quilted that on the Regent. It's all free motion. That is one of my Tula Pink quilts, but completely quilted on this machine that you're looking at today. Rulers. There are a bazillion rulers. BabyLock makes three different sets of long arm quilting rulers. They're wonderful. I love them. Love to do ruler work. And I would have to say, once again, 5 top features of this machine: the stitch regulation, the table,
with its height adjustment and its sleeves. The variety of feet, not all long arms have a variety of quilting feet for them. This one does. Also, it's super easy to update the firmware. There are USB ports in the control pad to do that with. It comes with that big, beautiful bobbin winder. Everybody, listen, if you want to buy one of those, they're like $400. That comes with the machine. It is a great thing. Another thing that I was not able to show you is that you can get wheels for the bottom, the legs on this machine, and then you can just roll it around in your studio. It is awesome. I love having the wheels on my long arm products.
Well, the Regent definitely is a wonderful machine, and I'm going to go over the price of it here in just a moment. But before we let you go, Richard, do you want to stick around and see who wins the BabyLock Joy?
Absolutely. That's a great machine.
It really is. It's a great mechanical machine, not only for a beginner sewist, but somebody that maybe wants a travel machine. You've got, I believe, I wrote it down here, we've got multiple stitches. You can do zigzags, straight stitch, satin stitch, and it's even equipped with a buttonhole. It's a 4-step buttonhole, so you still have that option. It's a $400 value, and we are going to give it away right now. All right, let's go ahead and give that away, Brian.
Let's do it.
All right, let's see.
Karen Miller, Karen Miller, Karen Miller.
She'll be like, BabyLock. Elena, congratulations.
Yay, congratulations, Elena.
Congratulations, Elena.
Well, I will go ahead and get this to Alex here. Alex, do you mind grabbing that for me? Thank you so much. All right. And I'll show how to claim that prize in just a moment, but I just want to say thank you again, Richard, for joining us, and we can't wait for you to join us again.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Have a wonderful day. Oh, my goodness. Enjoy the weather.
Bye, Richard. Thank you.
Happy spring, Richard. All right. Well, let's go ahead and take a peek at some pricing for that awesome setup. As we had mentioned before, the BabyLock Regent is a long arm quilting machine, and it comes with the table. And the stitch harmony stitch regulation is awesome. So it's going to regulate your stitch length for you. It is not necessary to purchase that separately. Oftentimes that is a separate purchase. So that's pretty darn cool. The other thing is it is a small footprint, and you can sit or stand. And also it has an adjustable height of 26 inches to 30, I think 39, 40 inches. So you've got options there on the sitting and standing. It also is a 2,200 stitches per minute and has a large 18-inch throat space. So normally that is $7,999. The sale price that we can advertise is $6,399. But we are doing our special event. If you've tuned in before, you know that our special event pricing cannot be displayed online. So you would have to call in and get some amazing special event pricing. We are super excited about this machine. It is a fantastic option. So I will show this to you a little bit later in case you have any questions, but just let me know and I'll try to answer them throughout the segment. The next thing I want to show you before we pop on with our next guest is our next prize. So I did see a comment, I didn't pop it up yet, but they were asking what the hashtag and the secret word was about. So just a reminder, we are doing a giveaway every single segment. And throughout the segment, we are going to pop up a surprise spring word. So it's pretty fun. At any point during the segment, it'll pop up on the screen and all you have to do is comment. And then at the end, we are going to select the winner. So I like to show what the prize is at the beginning of the segment, and then we're going to pick the winner at the end. So for our next segment, we have Ashley Jones with Dime, and they so graciously donated this beautiful 24-piece kit of the embroidery thread. It is a polyester thread, and it has some wonderful, wonderful colors. I didn't take the plastic off because I wanted you to get a brand new prize, but it's kind of hard to see how beautiful those colors are. But you're just going to have to trust me, right? All right. Well, I think it is time to invite Ashley up. What do you think, Brian? I think so. All right. Well, let's bring her up. Hello,
Hey, how are you,
Ashley.
Tricia?
I'm doing fabulous. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. So good to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, you are very welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. This is Ashley's first time joining us. We have had Eileen in the past, and I know that Ashley's going to bring it home and show us some really cool options for quilting on an embroidery machine, right?
Yes, absolutely. One of my favorite things to teach, Tricia, because I think that everybody is always concerned with, how in the world can you quilt such a large item when your hoop's only this big? And so we're really kind of expanding our use of our embroidery machine outside the size of the hoop to be able to do these type of techniques. But it's really simple. And for those of you that like to quilt, they can piece, they can quilt with their embroidery machine and then binding, and then you've done your entire quilt without having to send anything out.
I love that. And Brian and I just went to BabyLock for some training. So we got the opportunity to do some quilting in an embroidery hoop, and it is fabulous. So you guys are going to want to stay tuned and check this out.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, sounds great. Are we ready to get started, Tricia? Awesome.
Sure
So perfect. And I know Tricia will pipe in if you guys have questions that need to be answered. But let's get started with this information on quilting with your embroidery machine. So I've got a little bit of information. So if we could share my screen up there, that would be great. Perfect. And so we are talking quilting with your embroidery machine. So the method I'm going to share with you is something that we teach here at Dime. It's super easy. I'm going to break it down into some really simple steps. So I would love to hear from you guys over in the chat, though. Have you quilted with your embroidery machine? And if you have, what's the largest thing that you've quilted? And if you're new to quilting with your embroidery machine, well, that's fine too. Tell us that you're new and you're hoping to learn something. So let's get started with the basics. Like, how in the world are we going to quilt with our embroidery machine when our hoop is much smaller than our quilt? Well, you're going to start with your quilt sandwich, whatever size it may be. It could be a placemat, it may be a table runner, it may be a throw quilt, it may be a king size quilt, but make your quilt sandwich. And then choose the design that you want to quilt your embroidery machine. So these designs are generally a run stitch design that is an embroidery file. So your embroidery machine will read the file and it does the stitching. And it's a run stitch, so it looks great on the front and even the back of your quilt. And I'll show you some examples. And then I recommend printing a template. You may have some features on your embroidery machine that allow you to get some perfect placement. I know there's features on a variety of different brands that can help with this. You certainly can use those. But this method, printing a template, will work with any embroidery machine no matter what features you have. So print a template. You do need to print it actual size, and I recommend printing where you can get these crosshair in the center. So if you've got an embroidery program, or Dime does have a free program that does just that. And I do recommend basting your quilt. So when you baste, you can choose your favorite method. I like basting pins. Those allow me to remove them right at the embroidery machine when I'm ready to quilt the next area. You could use basting spray if you like. You could use a basting gun. It's really up to you. And then you're ready to do the hooping. So you're going to hoop your quilt sandwich. Now we recommend our Snap Hoop Monster, and I'm going to show you that under the camera here in a moment. And then you're going to start to stitch your design. Now, again, the design is a run stitch design. You're not going to be walking away. It's going to be done in really a matter of, a minute or less, because it's just run stitches. It quilts through all 3 layers of your quilt with that one design. And then you just repeat steps 5 and 6. You reposition your hoop to the next area that you're ready to quilt, and you're going to stitch the design again. Now, the goal is to link those up so that it looks like continuous line quilting if you are doing edge-to-edge quilting. So let me show you some examples here in just a bit of a couple of different types of quilting, but I do have some other tips here. So tips for quilting on your embroidery machine. Start in or near the center and work your way out. If you've ever done small quilting projects or even free motion quilting, it's the same concept. Start in or near the center and then work your way out so that your excess fabric is being pushed to the edge of your quilt. So I usually fold my quilt in half and mark the vertical and the horizontal center, and then I know exactly where I want to start. For the template, I usually place the template down lined up with my marks. Now, this particular quilt I pre-planned, so I knew that I needed that first design on the right side of my center design, and that gave me an even number of hoopings to finish my quilt, as you can see in the image there. So start with that template, place that template, and then that's where your hoop goes. So the template that you're going to print needs to be actual size. I do recommend having these crosshair if you do have the ability to print those, because it will help you position that design on your quilt, just as you see in the image. Those crosshair and the point of the template will help make sure that everything stays straight as you are moving to the next position. Now, we here at Dime quilt in quadrants. We start in or near the center, and then we quilt one quadrant, either the upper right or the lower right, but you're going to do the right part of your quilt first because that is under the needle. So then after you have started and stitched the first design, you will then work your way out to the edge of your quilt. So I choose to go in this manner, but it's really no different if you were to hoop and go up in columns. So it's really entirely up to you. But work from the center out in quadrants, and that's a very manageable area of your quilt. Now, if you haven't ever done the quilting process, or even if you have, this is actually so interesting to watch. So this little video here shows the entire process of quilting with your embroidery machine. So you can see here that Eileen already has her hoop on her embroidery machine, and we are going to place the quilt on the embroidery machine. So once you put your quilt over the base of the hoop, then we put that magnetic hoop on top. Okay, so we're just getting set up here. There is a template in place, but what I really want to point out is look how easy it is to move with this snap hoop monster. So once she's done quilting this area of the quilt, she simply lifts the magnetic frame, never leaving the embroidery machine, and then repositioning that right in place. So it's just that easy. The template helps you know where to place your hoop so that you can get it perfectly placed. And once it's in position, you just press the start on your embroidery machine and it's going to quilt that segment of your quilt. So, and then you just complete the, do those same steps over and over until you complete your quilt. Now, here at the edge, take a note of the extra batting and batting. That's backing and batting. That's a tip that I can offer you. When you get to the edge of your quilt, if you have extra batting and backing around, you'll have something to fill your hoop. So that is how simple it is. And look how excited she is. And I would be too. Isn't that cute? So really easy to quilt with your embroidery machine. Now, there are different types of quilting. The main ones, I would say, are edge-to-edge quilting. That's where we're using one design or possibly two that actually connect to one another, so it looks like all over quilting. But there's also custom quilting with your embroidery machine. This is where we've got a design that's perfectly going to fit in an area or a block, and then we hoop around that block and land that design right in the block. So continuous line quilting, or that edge to edge, we're using one design, but then we connect those designs so that it looks like we never stopped and started. So in this example here, you can see that this is a 56 by 75 quilt and a 6 by 10 design. So that kind of gives you an idea of how many hoopings it might take to do a quilt of that size. But don't let that scare you. It really goes quickly, and it is so gratifying whenever you get done with the entire process. But here's another example of all over quilting. I mean, your embroidery machine's making the stitch. So if you've ever had trouble doing free motion where you're not getting consistent stitches, this is a great way to get your quilts quilted and not have to worry about learning that Freemotion technique. Some people are fantastic at Freemotion, but it's definitely not me. And so here's an example of custom quilting. Custom quilting, we usually have a design that will fit in that one block. So we are hooping and quilting that block by block. Whereas, as you notice, edge to edge, it may go over 2 or 3 blocks. It's really dependent on the size of your design, but it's not specific to a block. So there's another example there. And then here's another example of it's custom quilting where the shapes fit in these diamonds. But what if you had these diamond shaped quilting designs that did not necessarily fit in a diamond? This is another way to quilt on your embroidery machine. These designs are closed designs, meaning they do not connect to one another. But you can see that we've planned this where it's offset and evenly spaced. So those are make really cool patterns as well. So, and you're going to place your hoop around every location of each one of those designs to get that quilted. So really easy, right? Okay, so I'm going to head over. Let me show you some examples, and then I've got some more tips for you. So here I have, this is a casserole carrier, and I love showing this example because this is a, let me adjust that light. Sorry about that. So this is a great example and some place to start with. It's larger than one of my hoops, so I had to do multiple hooping. So I'm going to show you the inside. So many times we don't like to show the back of our embroidery because we think that it doesn't look nice, but because you're using run stitches, it's going to look the same on the front and the back of your quilt. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Now you will have a tie-off stitch for the knots, and I usually just trim those close, and you know, you won't notice them, but I have some tips for that as well. But look how gorgeous. So I recommend starting with something small. So like this casserole carrier, or take a look at this. This is a drying mat. And by drying mat, I mean, you know, dishes that we want to not put in the dishwasher. Now, this is a 14-inch square. Now, I don't have a hoop that's 14 inches wide, so I had to quilt this in 2 segments. So if you've never done this before, start here, and you can use 2 hoopings to get this quilted, and that's a great way to practice. You're connecting points to make it look like it was all done in one hooping. Now, let me show you another small item here. So this placemat, this is another really great thing to do quilting with your embroidery machine, nice and small project, so that you can complete it in, you know, just a short amount of time. Now, this one is considered custom quilting. We actually have quilting designs that land in specific areas of our block here, or our placemat. And so this is more custom, but still done with an embroidery machine. But I want to give you a tip about those knots on the back of your quilt. I always get questions, people concerned with how it's going to look. If you're concerned with those knots, trust me, they're not noticeable. You just saw my casserole carrier looks really nice on the back. But in these triangles here, you can see that most of these, you cannot even see the stitching. In this example, you can see the stitching just slightly, but in these 2 examples, it's virtually unrecognizable. So if you put a busy printed fabric on the back, you are not going to even see the stitches, much less the tie off. So that's the biggest tip that I can give you. And take a look. We chose this fabric for the back, and you can see that, I mean, you can't even tell that's quilted, but it is, I promise, quilted through all 3 layers in every one of those sections. Also, when you're choosing your thread, I have a slide on this, but I use the same thread weight on the top as I do the bottom, and that's going to give you a balanced stitch for your embroidery quilting design. Now, which thread you choose is up to you. I also do recommend a blendable colors. So if you're using like black and white here, you don't have to necessarily use the same color on the top and the bottom, but use something that blends. Otherwise, you'll see those little polka dots. You know, when you do a straight stitch on your sewing machine and you've got a black thread on the top and a white thread in your bobbin, you can see those little dots. Well, the same is true in this case too. When these stitches are formed, now this one has the same exact color thread on the back and the front. This one I quilted with a metallic thread. So you can quilt with a metallic thread if you choose to. It added a nice sparkle to this holiday runner. But you can see here, I wanted the design to really show up. It was part of the design of my quilt. And look how great the back looks. So isn't that gorgeous? So it can look good on the front or the back. So don't think that it's going to be not attractive. Now, this is a bigger quilt that I have folded, but you can see this is actually the back. I used scraps of the fabric from the front, and you can see that it's harder to see the design because it's busier. So when you're concerned about those tie-offs, then that's something that you can do. You can also pull your thread to the top if you prefer. And that's going to make, you know, a little bit smaller knot. Okay, let me show you some examples of some custom quilting. So here's an example of custom quilting. Now, this is a bed runner, so I've got it folded so I could see it under the camera here. But look how our designs fit in these areas, these negative space, and also our curves and our corner pieces. If you were quilting this particular quilt, you can see how just hooping this area here would allow you to position those designs. So that's all you're doing when you're quilting with your embroidery machine, is hooping that segment and then stitching that embroidery design. Now, here's another example of the custom, a little less detailed, but take a look at this example. So this is just a simple table runner, but notice we have a design in each block. So they're not connected in any way. We just choose our design and land it in the block. So you're going to place your hoop around that square, load that quilting design, and it is quilted through all 3 layers. So I'll show you the back. So this is how gorgeous it looks on the back. So isn't that beautiful? This also done with metallic thread, which makes a really nice sparkly look to your stitches. So super simple, right? So I absolutely love this method. So now let me share with you Dime's hoop that I recommend for quilting with your embroidery machine. So quilting with your embroidery machine requires, as you saw in the images, sometimes it requires, you know, quite a few hoopings. If you're doing something that is small, you may only have 2 or 4 hoopings. But if you're doing a larger quilt, you're going to have many more hoopings than that. So our Snap Hoop Monster is a magnetic hoop that is very easy to use. It does attach to your embroidery machine the same exact way that your standard hoop does. This slides right into your embroidery unit. It even has the same notches. So your embroidery machine does recognize the size of this hoop. So this hoop comes in 3 parts. The top is the magnet, and it has this shield and the metal base. The metal base attaches to your embroidery machine, and you saw in the video that we generally go ahead and put that on the machine, and then we place our quilt sandwich over that. So I've got a little example quilt sandwich here to show you. So you'll place your quilt sandwich over, and remember, we're going to start close to the center. Now, this is my center block on this particular quilt example, and so I'm going to put that into place. Now, the shield, you can set it aside. That's for storage, but it's also great for transport. So I'm going to set that aside, take my magnetic top frame, and I'm going to put that into position. So now I can feel the frame underneath to know that my block here is in the hoop, and I can actually drop that frame into place. Now, I can use the seams on my quilt to make sure that they are aligned with the markings on my hoop to make sure that I'm straight. If I am not straight, I can simply lift one side and make minute adjustments. I don't have to leave the embroidery machine to do that. You can also tug and slide to make sure that it's nice and taut, just like that. To get that in position. Now, this is a 6-inch square, and this is a 5x7 hoop. So it is not going to allow me to quilt this entire block. in this particular case, I would want to use a bigger hoop, but it's hard to show the larger ones under the camera. So you guys get the idea, right? And so then after you quilt this area, if you're doing an edge-to-edge design, that design actually may extend larger than this hoop anyway. And then you're going to simply lift the magnetic top frame and then slide to the next position. Now, the nice thing about having blocks on your quilt, but I'm also going to talk to you about, you know, whole cloth quilt as well. But you can see I can slide right to the next position. And because of the seams on my blocks, that's going to help make sure that I stay straight, whether you're quilting edge to edge or custom quilting. Now, when you get to the edge of your quilt, so take a look here. I've left extra batting and backing underneath of my quilt here so that I can quilt right to the edge. A lot of times, let me move it over just a little bit further. A lot of times we're quilting right up to this very edge. And if you don't have that extra batting, your hoop doesn't have anything to attach to. So that's a really easy way to make sure that you've got really secure hooping. So I see a special word just popped up there. So make sure that you're paying attention to that special word so you can enter for your prize. And so this particular design, if we were quilting this block, you've got that little bit of extra room there. Now, if your design actually stitches off the edge, it's really not that big of a deal. You want to make sure that your foot doesn't get caught under the edge of your quilt top. And I usually just watch it, maybe use like a skewer or your stiletto, something like that to hold it down. You could also use like a water-soluble adhesive stabilizer to hold that down if you want. So that is how easy it is to do the repositioning here. So you're just going to start, remember, in the center, and you're going to work out in quadrants. So in this particular very small example, I would start here in this particular block. I would move out in a row, but you certainly could move up in a column. It's really up to you. And then after you've done this one and this one, then you would do that final corner and then move down to the opposite end of the right half. And then when you are done with the right half, you're going to simply flip your quilt around. The reason we flip it around is because our throat space on our machine is only so big. So we only quilt to about half of our quilt. So that means the quilted half that we just played with would be hanging out the left or the left side of our machine, and what's under the needle is where we would be ready to quilt. And so in this case, we would have all quilted all 6 of those squares, and we're ready to do these last 3 here. And then you can position your quilt, your hoop into that position. Now, another thing that's a helpful tool to have is like the hoop guard. So Dime has 2 hoop guards. We have the regular hoop guard and we have the jumbo hoop guard. The jumbo is for hoops 6x10 and larger. And then I'm using a 5x7 here. So this is the one that I grabbed to show you. But you can see the hoop guard creates a barrier. So if you've got a quilt sandwich rolled into the throat of your machine, let me slide this over and I'll show you what I mean. Remember, we're usually working with half of our quilt at a time. So when we're starting in the middle, we a lot of times have a lot of our quilt sandwich here. So when you roll that up, this is going to create a barrier so it doesn't accidentally fall into your embroidery machine, into the sewing field, so you don't accidentally stitch it together. So so the snap hoop monster is really simple. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to have this to quilt. You can quilt with your standard hoop, but I will say that anytime I've done that, I've had to take the entire hoop off the machine because of that inner ring being recessed. So let me slide this out of the way and I'll show you a couple more examples here. And then I've got some other tips for you that I'll go back to. So now this, that same example that I was working with, I've got 2 different examples here. Now I've got these folded up because they are large quilts, like lap size quilts here. And so what I did was I printed a template. Hope I didn't stick to myself. There we go. So I printed a template and trimmed away the excess here. Now this template was printed on Dime's print and stick target paper. So this is a paper that is a template paper that feeds through your printer, and it's adhesive. And the nice thing is that it sticks in place while you're doing your hooping. So it prints on an 8.5 by 11 sheet, and you can see that my software printed those crosshairs. And what I did was I just trimmed away the excess. Now you do want to remember which way is the top. A lot of times I'll just take a pin. If I cut off, notice those arrows at the top printed for me, but I accidentally cut them off. So I just use a pin a lot of times and will mark right on this to remind me which way is up. So you always want to make sure that you place that correctly. If you are placing it upside down whenever you rotate your quilt, you want to make sure you rotate your design, and that's going to be a reminder for me. Okay, so printing a template is really helpful. I'll show you how I use these to connect. Okay, so here's an example, the same quilt with this particular design, and you can see there's 2 points. And so I have linked up these designs so that it's edge to edge. So one design is actually larger than one block. So it's not actually landing it in one block every single time because the design is larger. But take a look at this example, same quilt, but printed or edge to edge on one side, and then here I have a custom quilting on the right. So I do the same thing. I still a lot of times like to print a template, although you can see how easy it would be to center you know, these designs in your hoop and get that perfectly placed. But a printed template is always helpful. This paper, you can see how it's translucent, our print and stick target paper, which allows me to get that positioned right on my block, and I can see through to my quilt to make sure it's perfectly aligned there. So, and then again, this is landing in one block, very easy. This same concept, only you're not landing one design. You still have to hoop and quilt, move your hoop and quilt again, and the same thing that you're doing here on the opposite side. Okay, so let me show you these templates and you know, how your hoop would be positioned around that. So let me grab that out of the way here. So now I've got a custom quilting example here. And notice I have all of that extra batting again. I have my templates printed, and this is what the final quilting looks like. So we've got a different quilting that is in the negative space than we do in the star here. And so again, I printed my templates, and I'm going to place the template where I'm ready to do the quilting. Now for this one, this is a really small, again, I would probably start with the star with like this template here. I'll go ahead and peel that off and put it on there. And you're lining this up with your blocks underneath. And then this template would be this particular corner one here. And then my hoop will be placed around that. And of course, you can put any angle, any position that you want. Now, you can see that this particular design, because I'm putting this edge near the star, sometimes it's going to be upside down. You can see my arrow. So I can either hoop it right side up since this is small, or that's a reminder to rotate my design. Now, this template also helps me where to place my hoop. So we get that question a lot. So the crosshair will help me center the design because I actually can hoop, you know, like in this manner here where it's to the bottom of my hoop if I want. And I would move my needle to get that centered over that template, and then don't stitch through that. So you would remove that before you do that quilting. And the same is true here. Since this is a small example, you certainly could rotate this just like that. But notice my arrow, that's actually the top of my design. So I want to make sure that when I bring my design up, that I do rotate it correctly on my embroidery machine to make sure it's the right angle. Or you could hoop straight. So like I could make sure that this line here was at my 0 position and also with my hoop, just like that. And then my design is in that correct orientation. So that's how those arrows and those points help. Okay, so now let me talk to you about connecting your designs if they are edge to edge. So I've got a couple of examples here. Now you probably are accustomed to edge-to-edge designs that actually link point to point. And in some of our designs, we actually have ones that don't link. They kind of nest together. So this is just an example. I'm going to flip it around here. And I've printed my template. Now this design, notice it does not connect. I've stitched different colors so you kind of get the idea of lining up these designs, but these are all individual stitch outs of this same design. Now these designs actually don't touch, but you can still use the printed template method in the same way to place that down and then be able to center your design over that intersection. Again, that template also helps me know exactly where to place my hoop. And so I can get those marks aligned either with the center of my hoop, or I can make sure that I'm, straight vertically, and then I can move my needle to that center position there. And again, even in my example here, notice that extra batting and backing, because when we get to even this spot here, then my hoop is hanging off the edge. So that extra batting and backing is going to give something for my hoop to attach onto. So hopefully that makes sense to you. And then let's talk about if the points connect. The template still is helpful if the points on your designs connect. Now, this particular design here has an A and a B. And I'm ready. I've done the column of the A, and I'm ready to do the next one for the B. Now, notice I have 2 templates printed for each one because the design is slightly different. But the point in which these are supposed to connect is also printed. So I can actually connect the edge of my template with my already stitched design. And that is telling me exactly where I need to land that design. So again, because I've got this template in place, I know exactly where my hoop needs to go. And again, try to get, to the center if you can, and position your design. Now, the next thing I would recommend before you actually take one stitch, you could always verify. If you use the features on your embroidery machine to advance to the first stitch over here, you could drop your needle on your embroidery machine and just verify that it hits right at the tail end of that previously stitched design. So once you've got it lined up, just make sure to remove this. You don't want to stitch through that. And then you're ready to quilt this area. Once you get it lined up, then it's going to line up and stitch right that point to point. So it's really that simple. So, and again, after that, we would be ready to move up here, place your template. In this case, it would be A. You want to connect your points there. And then notice how this design actually will stitch a little bit off onto my batting. That's perfectly fine, because when we're all done, we're going to trim that away. And so get that all lined up. Now, in this case, if I center this, I don't have my hoop completely filled. So what I might do is actually hoop slightly to the left. And then even though I'm not in the center position, I would then move my needle to be center over that template. And that's going to move your design on your embroidery machine to that position. But always make sure that you are vertically straight, even if you have to move up or down. And that's just going to help with that placement. So the seams on your quilt are really helpful with that. And use those marks on your hoop. That's also helpful for that too. And Donna Gafford, I says, can you use the same template? Absolutely, Donna. A lot of times I use the same template for an entire quilt. It is adhesive and tacky enough to go that long. And I would say, like I've probably done, I would say a twin size with the same template. Queen size, it's getting a little iffy, but but you certainly can do it. And you can do some really large quilts, but you just print that one template and that's perfectly fine. So let me flip back here. And then Desta says, can you do this with any size machine? Absolutely. So Desta, the biggest thing to remember is that your embroidery machine throat is going to determine, it's not the hoop size, it's the throat size that's going to determine whether or not how large you can do a quilt. Because remember, since we have to quilt all the way to the center, you might have half of that quilt rolled up into the throat of the machine. So depending on the throat throat size is how large of a quilt you can do. Now, the machine that I have, I can do a king size quilt. So it really just depends on your machine, but hoop size doesn't necessarily matter. If you're using a smaller hoop, you're going to move it more times. If you're using a larger hoop, that just means fewer times that you have to move to do that quilting. So, and questions on thread, needle, or bobbin. So tell me if you have any of those over there. So the thread that you're going to use, you can actually use any thread that you run in your embroidery machine. So your regular embroidery thread works great. Your metallic threads that you run in your embroidery machine will work great. And even variegated. Look at that quilt, the orange and the pink with that variegated thread. I absolutely love quilting with variegated thread. Your thread choice is going to make a difference in how your design shows on your quilt. You can use 40 weight, 60 weight. It really depends on you. The thinner the weight, it's going to kind of not be as visible, but that's perfectly fine. It depends on the look you're going for. 40 weight is generally what I use. Now for your bobbin, I do like to match the same bobbin weight, top and bottom. So are the same bobbin weight with the top thread. And so if I'm using a 40 weight on the top, I like to do a 40 weight in my bobbin. It'll just help balance your stitches. You could always do a test stitch out on a square of fabric batting and your backing and just see if your stitches are balanced. And you will be surprised because you're just doing run stitches. I don't even have to adjust the tension on my embroidery machine to make that balanced run stitch. So it makes a beautiful stitch. Now for your color choices, now I always like to match my thread to my fabric. And sometimes the back fabric is not always the same as the front, obviously, and I might want a different color thread. The biggest tip I can give you there is to choose colors that blend. So don't put a black on the top and a white on the back. Because of your stitches, you'll see those little polka dots of the black thread through the white on the opposite side. So if you're using black, maybe use a gray. Or if you're using white, maybe use a gray. And so those colors will blend. So, you know, think of that as you're doing. That's also another great reason to do a test stitch. And the needle choice. So the needle that you want to use, you're piercing 3 layers of fabric, but think of it just like you do free motion quilting, only your embroidery machine is creating the design. So a sharp point embroidery needle is what we recommend here at Dime. That's going to pierce those 3 layers with ease and make sure that you have proper stitch formation. If you're noticing that your stitches aren't forming properly, first try a new needle. Maybe it just is a dull needle, so try a new needle. And then if you still notice it with your regular embroidery needle, then try a sharp point embroidery needle would be a great choice. So, but it's so fun and easy. You guys are going to love this. So a few more tips that I could recommend. First, support your quilt. However that is, make sure that it's not dragging as your embroidery machine moves. So that may mean you have to stand there and hold it. You may have a particular item that holds your quilt or supports your quilt, but just make sure that you're giving it the support that it needs. We already talked about that sharp point embroidery needle. And for the bobbin, we've already talked about the weight of thread, but I recommend winding several bobbins at one time before you ever start and check your bobbin thread level each time you rehoop. So, and each time may be a little much, but it's just a good habit to get into, because when you stitch and run out of your bobbin thread and you have to back up and overwrite your stitches, it's more noticeable on those quilting stitches that you've had to do that. So I like to make sure that if it's getting low, just go ahead and switch it out. So if I just remind myself every time I rehoop to take a peek, then that kind of gets me in a habit to check every single time. And when it's getting low, I just go ahead and replace it. I don't let it run out when I'm quilting. If you do let it run out when you're quilting, it is not the end of the world. Remove your hoop the same way you normally would do, but leave your quilt sandwich and everything in place so that when you put it back on the machine, everything is completely lined up. So remove it the same way you would if you were stitching a towel or a jacket for your embroidery. And we talked about blending threads. Now, this probably in this quilt example you see here in this image, these colors are dark, and you're probably not going to notice because there's so many variations in colors. But just maybe do a test. If you have an extra scrap of fabric that is in your quilt, then it's always a good idea to do a test with maybe the threads that you want to use, top and bottom, to make sure that you're getting the look that you're going for. So, and just like everything else, of course, if you go and you don't like it, you can unsew with your seam ripper if you like. So I know there might be some questions. So that is all I have for now to give us time to answer some questions. So are there any questions or comments that we have, Tricia?
There sure are. You have so much wonderful information. I'm like, I'm going to look at this list of questions and hopefully we can remember exactly where it was coming from. But let's see. The first one, we've got Cheryl Squirrel. And
I love that.
I know, right? Where can we get all of those designs?
So think of it as an embroidery design. So anywhere you get your embroidery designs, then there are places that have quilting embroidery designs. So check with your favorite designs. And Tricia, do you guys have quilting designs for machines, or?
We do have software available. So we'll be talking about that a little bit later.
Awesome. Sometimes there's also built-in designs for quilting in your embroidery machine. So that's something else to think about.
For sure. Thank you for putting that up, Brian. And we've got another one here that they want these hoops so bad. Will the magnetic hoops damage older computerized machines?
No. So any machine that our hoop fits, we have tested in the office to make sure that it does not cause any issues. And so if your model is listed for that hoop, for our Snap Hoop Monster, then you won't have any issues whatsoever.
Perfect. And with the Snap Hoop Monsters on our website, so in Parts Online, under each description, there's a little link where it shows a compatibility chart too. Yes. So it will have your model and whether or not it fits. And if you have any questions, feel free to give us a call and we can double check that for you as well.
Absolutely. And I do want to point out, make sure, as Tricia said, that you are looking at your model, because you know how your embroidery hoops are specific to your machine model. Some of them are interchangeable, but not normally between brands. So we do have Snap Hoop Monster for a variety of home embroidery machines, but just verify that you are choosing the right one to fit with your embroidery machine.
What do we have up there? Oh, how do you get the template from paper to the machine?
So we have a free software that will allow you to print, or if you have an embroidery software that will allow you to print. So usually embroidery software allows you to print an embroidery design actual size so that you can audition it on your item. And so use an embroidery software, open that design, choose the print feature, feed the print and stick target paper into your printer so that it prints on the shiny side. So sometimes it has to be face down depending on your printer, or face up. So just make sure you put it in so that it prints on that shiny side.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then what is the name of the paper?
It is print and stick target paper.
Awesome. And I know we didn't talk about it, but I know you guys have the weightless quilters. So I'm going to show those a little bit later, both the tabletop version and the floor version. Can you give a little description about those?
Yeah, absolutely. So once you start working with especially larger quilts, then you need to help manage the weight and support it, because as you guys know, when you sandwich all those layers together, it can cause a lot of weight on your embroidery hoop and machine. So the weight of your quilt can cause your inner ring to pop out of place if you're working with standard, or it could sometimes pull so that your magnet slides on your standard hoop. So having the weight supported on the an item like the weightless quilter is going to prevent that from happening. Also, if the quilt is pulling against your needle, it won't form stitches correctly sometimes, or it'll cause thread breaks or break a needle. So support that quilt because it can get heavy. And the two different models that you're referring to, Tricia, the weightless quilter and the weightless quilter tabletop, this concept is the same to help support the quilt. Only one is for larger quilts. So the weightless quilter for like a 54-inch and larger, I would use the weightless quilter, and then the weightless quilter tabletop, I would use 54 inches and smaller.
Perfect. Okay. Wonderful. Now, this isn't a question, but it's a great comment, so I'm going to pop it up here because Susan is correct. There's such great info here. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. Awesome.
It's going to be nice to be able to watch all of this back. So
yeah, for sure.
But anyway, I think we covered all the questions. Do we want to go ahead and do this wonderful giveaway?
Absolutely. And can I just say something about the thread there? So that is our exquisite embroidery thread by Dime. And this thread is a fantastic quality thread. It is a quality thread at a really inexpensive price, and one of the things that we really love about it. And so I would say to people, Tricia, about the exquisite thread line, if they are working with a thread that they seem to have challenges with, try switching to another brand like Exquisite. And it definitely reduced my amount of shredding and thread breaks once I made that switch. So, and this collection, 24 colors, those basic colors, it's the colors that we use all the time. And so it's a great set that some lucky winner out there is going to get. I love that.
Wonderful. And we appreciate the donation very, very much.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and see who the winner is. Here we go. All right. Almost. Sandy, congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations, Sandy. I love that. So it's so awesome just to see all of the spinning because you're just getting anxious.
And when it starts to slow down and you're like, maybe. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. You're a pro. I mean, you did that wonderfully. I know it was your first time joining us, but we appreciate you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me, Tricia, and good luck. And everyone enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you so much. You have a wonderful day. That was great. So much stuff to share. And I see here that we do have a comment that people are wondering if we're going to be sharing this afterwards. We are going to be sharing all of these segments on our YouTube channel, so you can go back and watch all of this wonderful information. And I do want to go over how to claim your prize. So anybody that has already won, congratulations first off. And to claim your prize, all you have to do is go to our link tree and then /sewing parts online and click claim your prize. And then you can just fill out that form and we will get that sent to you. We are going to be posting the winners probably on Monday or Tuesday, and all of the winners after we go verify everything once the event is completed. So the other thing that I wanted to show you is up next, we're going to have Kourtney. But before we bring her on, we are going to be giving away another BabyLock Joy. So just remember to keep an eye out for the surprise word. It's been popping up in the corner. If you've noticed, it's a hashtag and then it's a flower name. So if you want to just watch out for that, all you have to do is comment and you'll get entered in for that particular giveaway at the end of the segment. So is there anything else that I need to touch on before we move forward, Brian?
Well, hold on, let me make sure. My
Do
mic
we have the
is
volume?
on. Is my mic on? There we go.
We good?
So there was a question I wanted to touch on really quickly. Two questions, actually. One from Sharon Clausen. So she wanted to know how to enter the giveaway for the Grace package. It's going to be the same as every giveaway for the rest of the day. You just have to be there for that segment, which it's the final segment of the day. So it'll start at 3:30, I believe. So you just have to be present for the surprise word for that prize. So the same as the other prizes.
Yeah.
The other thing that I want to touch on is this question. I only have a Singer Simple machine my sister gave me, and I'm able to quilt on that. How do I find quilting feet for it? And this was asked when Richard was doing his segment. So I'm actually going to show you really quickly how to use our website because I think it's a pretty important thing to show. So if you have a Singer Simple, you're going to go to this tab right here, Shop, Machine Parts, Brands, K through Z, select Singer, and you're going to type in simple. Let's say it's a 2263 simple. And it's going to pull up all of the parts noted for that machine. You can search for presser feet. You can filter by bobbins or light bulbs, stuff like that. So we have thousands of machine compatibilities on our website. So if you have a machine and you need something for it, that's one way you can do it. You can also always call our customer service. They are more than happy to find the part for your machine. If we don't currently carry it, we will do the research to find it so we can have it added to the website. So always call customer service as an option too.
Perfect. Yes. And we are constantly adding parts to our website. Like Brian said, also, we're constantly adding compatibility. So as we learn that it fits your machine, we're going to add it to that page, and it's just ever growing information. So great way to find parts. Speaking of that, if you had tuned in earlier about the Singer 221 with Karen Miller, we have a lot of parts for vintage machines as well. So if you have an older machine and you're thinking, I can't get anything for it, you sure can. Just give us a call and we can help you out there too. All right. The next thing that we're going to do, again, we're going to have Kourtney coming on. She's going to be doing a couple of wonderful projects, very user-friendly, or I should say beginner-friendly, fat quarter-friendly, just a lot of fun projects that are going to get you really comfortable with sewing. Also, you don't have to be a beginner. You can just be wanting to knock out a couple projects, maybe have perfect gifts. And we're going to bring up Kourtney, and she's going to show you what she's doing today.
Well, hey.
Hello, friend. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. Speaking of friends, are you going to make some introductions to Jolene and Ethel today?
I will. We'll probably do Jolene and Lucy.
Lucy too.
And then Ethel's way over here. So I do name everything.
She does. It's pretty fun. All right. Well. Oh, sorry, Kourtney. I didn't mean to cut you off. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm great. I did decide after watching all these people that are amazing that I think I'm comic relief for today. It's kind of funny.
We all could use that, right?
Yeah.
Well, we just want to tell a little bit about Kourtney. We met her on TikTok, and so we've been corresponding, having a lot of fun together, but she is also going to be a Sewing Parts Online ambassador. So you're going to be seeing her around quite a bit too. But can you go ahead and tell them how they can follow you, Kourtney, just so they know where they can search you out?
Absolutely. Is there a feedback on your side?
I don't believe so. Brian, do we have a feedback? Good. I don't think so.
It's just me. Okay, so I'm on the TikTok. And I say the TikTok because I'm over 40 years old. And, you know, at that age, we say the TikTok, the Facebook. So you can find me on the TikTok. It's at Kourtney Govro 141, or you can look for So Excited. I'm also on the YouTube, of course, the YouTube. And and then I have a page on the Instagram. So you can find me all over the place. It's either under my name or So Excited. And I'm having a super amount of fun with it. So, yeah.
Well, we love seeing your stuff, but we got a lot to talk about today. So why don't we go ahead and let you get to your first project? I know you're going to be switching over to a second one. So when you need a little break, just let us know and we'll take care of that for you.
Yeah. So everybody, you know, I just realized that I'm on my computer camera. That's fun. So anyway, everybody knows that I collect vintage quilts. I am an avid vintage quilt woman. I preserve them. I like to date fabric. I like to figure out how they all work together. But I also buy a lot of vintage quilt blocks, and I feel like I'm rescuing them. You know, sometimes they sit in boxes or they sit in an antique store and nobody can enjoy them. You know, everybody's just looking at them and they say, oh, that's nice. And they really don't know what that is. So I will go rescue these blocks. And unfortunately, what I do is I put them back in a box. And I feel like that is doing them a disservice because that's a history that we should see and enjoy. So like, for example, if you guys can all see this, there is feed sack, there is old clothes, and they all tell a story. So like, that's old clothes, and that's probably some feed sack. And I write historical fiction, so I like to grab it. But I realized the other day that all of my stuff is in these boxes. And when the Sewing Parts Online folks asked me to do a demo, one of the things we talked about was me doing a cup cozy. So I work at a coffee shop. It's a nonprofit for a sex trafficking shelter. And so I work with coffee. So let's do a coffee cozy. So I made this first one, and this is made out of a cutter quilt. If you're not familiar with what a cutter quilt is a quilt that's beyond saving. Some of the old quilts I'll try to save. Some of these are cutters. So when I was playing with my blocks the other day, I was like, wow, I could do a coffee cup cozy out of these fun blocks. So that's what we're going to do. I've got my camera all set up right here next to me, and I'm going to flip over here so that you guys can see it. So Brian, if you want to flip to camera 2, camera 1, camera 2. Ooh, that is a little bit sideways. Sorry, guys, I'm going to flip it around. Now it's upside down. I'm sorry, Brian. So we're going to go with upside down. Okay. So this is the block. Now, some of you are cringing because it is a beautiful block, but it will get to be used and enjoyed. So all you do, they have a product on their website called the Gypsy Quilter Drink Cozy Pre-Cut Batting. So you don't have to have all the skill to figure out how to cut everything out or make everything work appropriately. This is all done for you. So you take your cup cozy batting and you lay it on top. Now, similarly, if you wanted to use a fat quarter, you could just open up your fat quarter and you could do the same thing. And you could cut it out and make a fat quarter. You actually make several out of your fat quarter. So the first thing you do is just lay it out, make sure it doesn't peek over the edges. So you want to pull it down to where it doesn't. And then you're going to take something like a chalk pencil. There are a lot of different pencil options out there, but you could just kind of go like that. Doesn't that make a fun sound? It's fun for me. Maybe not for you. And you come all the way around and just trace it. And then after you trace it, you cut it out. Now, what I will tell you, I'm going to bring one that I've already cut out over here. When you're doing it, make sure you're getting the design laid out the way you want. So I wanted to get a little bit of the solid and a little bit of the non-solids. And then I wanted to make sure that I could get it going. So let's pop over. I'm going to pin this down. You guys are like, wow, compared to the last lady, this looks like a vacation. So we're going to mark on it again. All the sounds are so great. I will tell you, I stopped by Starbucks this morning because I was like in a hurry to get back here because I was nervous. And I noticed how grouchy everybody's at Starbucks. And I'm like, that is not the way to be around coffee. See what I said? Comic relief. So now that I've marked it, I'm going to pull it back just a little back so you can see it. There is just a nice little light line, and it's just chalk. You can also use like a friction pen that's erasable. And then you're just going to use your hand scissors and you're going to trim it. Don't cut your finger off. I was going to use my rotary cutter, and my husband was like, it would not be good to cut your real finger off on live TV. So I agreed. Now I folded my fat quarter in half so that I can cut 2 at once. And then I'm just going to keep cutting. I might have just cut these out backwards because I was so excited. And then you just trim it. So the nice thing about using a solid is it doesn't matter whether you cut it out backwards. So you just trim it. I will tell you something interesting as I'm cutting this out, because I know this is probably easy peasy lemon squeezy for y'all. I work at a trafficking shelter, and did you know that art therapy, sewing therapy is actually used very readily in our community because trauma is stored in the creative side of your brain. And so it allows you to release that trauma as you create something. So something to remember when you're sewing is don't take it too seriously. Just have fun with it. Allow yourself just to create something beautiful that you will love and use. And even if it's not perfect, it's totally okay. And it's just a joy to sew. That's one of the things I love about sewing. So what I've done while I was talking is here is my batting. Here is my topping. And then this is my backing. So if this was a fabric with pattern on it, you would lay them pretty side to pretty side. However, it's a solid, so you don't need to have it pretty side to pretty side. So I'm going to put that all together, and then we're going to stitch. So I'm going to move my camera over here to Jolene. Just 1 second so you guys can see Jolene. Look, there, it turned to the right direction. Well, for heaven's sakes. Okay, so this is Jolene. You guys, if you're on my TikTok, you have heard me talk about her. She's my new bestie. Jolene is a Juki TL 2010 too. I love her. She is a straight stitch machine, which means she doesn't do very much. Like from a sewing perspective, she's not like some of those computerized machines that have all those stitches and all those things, but she does a phenomenal straight stitch. Now, I don't want to jinx her, she's nervous too, but she does a phenomenal straight stitch. And I want to show you when I get ready to do this, I put my 1/4 inch seam foot. We're actually going to change feet. Anyway, we're going to change it when we go along because I want to make sure that I'm using the right foot. So we're going to talk a little bit later about walking feet and the differences. And we're going to talk just a little bit about how easy it is to change the foot. Because when I started sewing, I was like, I don't know how to make this work. And I would have never changed it. So Jolene is loaded up with some RFL thread. You've seen this a couple times today. I got a really cool kit of thread, which had pinks in it. And I have kind of the mid-range one loaded in Jolene right now. I've been loving sewing with this hot pink. Super fun. I did not change my bobbin because I use these preloaded bobbins. And this is one of my favorite things on the planet. You've probably seen me talk about it if you're on my TikTok, but the back side of it is a magnetic because she has a metal side loading bobbin. So right here is a little magnetic. So it slides in super easy. It comes in a little bucket. It's from Filtic. You do have to find the right one. I said that wrong the first time I ever showed it, but this is called Magna Quilt, and this is amazing. You don't have to wind your own bobbin. And I will say I have the RFL gray, not Greg. And I keep my gray pre-wound bobbin on top. And these little savers on Sewing Parts Online are so handy. I really, even though I've got a bucket of grays, I like to keep them together. And it matched really well for the project I did with it the other day. So let's sew this together. I hope there's some beginners watching today that this is helpful to. So all you do, we're going to load her in. And notice it's not perfect. This might be a little problematic here in a minute, but it's okay. It's not perfect on purpose, because what we don't want is to think too much about a little relaxing project. And I hope that you guys will remember that. So I am sewing just a simple stitch. When I get to the corner, lift them up, flip it, lay it back down, go again. Now we're going to leave sometimes we pin these, but I don't always pin a pull through hole. And so I'm just going to pin to remind myself, because sometimes I just sew right through it. So we're just going to sew. Now, when you get to this point, don't forget to pull your pin out. Jolene allows a back stitch because we're going to pull it through. And one of my favorite Jolene features is the auto thread snips. If you don't have that on your machine, you should be sad. You should get a machine that can do that. Get a Jolene. Jolene is a fantastic sewing machine. And I just want to say, I bought Jolene. She's my baby, and I will brag about her all the time. So I want to point something out. If you don't have a 1/4 inch seam foot, it's so helpful. It keeps that stitch in line, and you don't have to worry about it. It's one less thing to think about while you're sewing. So I'm going to sew it, get to the edge again, lift it, flip it, drop it, lift it, flip it, drop it. That could be a song. Like I said, comic relief compared to the other people. So I have a lot of fun on my TikTok with sewing. I learned to sew in 2020 with my mom. She taught me how to sew, and she still makes fun of my sewing. I can say that because I know she's not watching because she's on an airplane. But you just sew right along. Now, I want you guys to know, I did not have Jolene turned all the way up, because basically she can do 1,500 stitches per second. And when she does 1,500 stitches per second, she just powers along like a motor house. Okay, when you get to this point, you're going to trim off these corners. This is kind of important, because when you flip things through, you end up with too much bulks in your corner. Now you can even go, because I got my stuff a little fat here, and trim it down a little bit. Some of you guys that are purists are like, oh my gosh, who is this woman? Not trimming right. No, my ladies at church, I ran up to church this morning to sewing group to show them all how to work Sewing Parts Online event for reels. I hope they're watching. Leslie, I hope you're on. We learned something new. So we now have an opening. We're going to pull it through. Now, I didn't put the elastic in this. If you look at this one, this is actually a hair tie. I want you guys to know you don't have to like buy expensive hair elastic. You can put it with a button. I'm actually just going to sew this closed as opposed to putting in a button. So you pull it through like this. Now, if it's too far, don't force it. Grab yourself a pokey thing. You can get like a real pokey thing, or I'm using the Fonz and Porter thing you use to make half square triangles. And you don't want to poke through. I did that one time. And get down in there and get that corner poked out. So look how beautiful that is. And I'm going to get to enjoy that, and it won't be stuck in a drawer anymore. So I'm really excited about that. I'll go ahead and keep poking through. A couple of other things I wanted to tell you about while I'm sewing, pushing this through, is I'm using a Quilter Select board, cutter board, cutter mat. I love this. I have both Creative Grids and Quilter Select. I got them both from Sewing Parts Online, and I really love them both. Here's a cool fact, fun fact. I use my Quilter Select ruler. If you haven't used a Quilter Select ruler before, the back is almost like rubbery and it grips. So you don't have to worry about it sliding it around. I also like how it all lines up really well on the mat. That's one of the things I use. I kind of like to use when I'm doing it. So I'm going to flip this in. So here's the other thing. Oops, I didn't poke out that corner. So there we go. Get that little corner out. Well, hey.
Hey. Hello. I just wanted to let you know that your friend Leslie is on.
Hi, Leslie. I taught Leslie and Donna how to find you guys this morning.
Oh, well, thank you for that.
That was super fun. They are making tea towel aprons for me. So at the coffee shop, we have these gosh awful green and maroon. I swear a guy bought them. No offense, Brian. But I swear some guy bought these and he was like, well, this must be very functional. I'm like, well, they're very ugly. So I got these really cute tea towel aprons, and the ladies in my sewing group at church are helping put them together for the kids. They're not really kids. They're young adults. They like to be called young adults. They are young adults. Okay, so I'm going to flip this around really quick so you guys can see me use Lucy. I'm just going to move my camera because I totally messed up when I set this up, guys. I'm very sorry. So this is Lucy. Okay. So Lucy is an aliso. I don't even know how to say that, but aliso.
It is Oliso.
Oliso.
So I remember now because I'm like, you have to say Oli. Liso.
Oli. It's not Olay.
Yeah, because I used to say Oli, or how did I say it before? Now I always Oliso. Yeah, that's what I used to say, and I was told it's Oliso. So now we know.
Well, you know, I finished Advanced Biblical Hebrew last term, and my professor was like, you have kind of a Southern accent with your Hebrew words, which is hard to do. And I said, well, not hard for me. So anyway, I was like, okay. So
I'm sure you have lots of stories.
Yeah, it was fun. So basically, you need to press him just so that you have everything down, especially over this little segment here. Now, had I been smarter, I'd have bought those really cool pins that Sewing Parts Online has that would, you can iron over the tip. Oh, I see my secret word. So that it could be easier to see. So now we're going to flip over to Jolene. I'm going to just flip the camera around. I apologize again because I didn't turn my camera on right. Sewing Parts Online's like, that girl crazy. Anyway.
No, you're okay.
So another cool thing about Jolene is when I have used other sewing machines, getting the bobbin thread up has been the bane of my existence. All you have to do is hit this little button and see how it just popped up. Some of you that have been sewing a long time are like, wow, she didn't know that. It's all good, people. So we are going to top stitch right along the edge. Now you can do a quarter or an eighth, however you want to do it. I'm going to do probably closer to an eighth. So when I say that, a quarter inch would be right here. And then an eighth of an inch would be half of a quarter. You know, when I started sewing, I was like, gosh, that's backwards because an 8 seems higher than 4. You can see how I failed 8th grade math, but it's all good because now we're sewing. So I'm going to do this. Oh, I'm going to change one thing. Jolene, let me make sure she's ready to go. Okay, I'm going to change my stitch length just because I think it looks a little decorative. Maybe it doesn't, but for me, it does. So I'm going to just make sure Jolene feeds through. Now, something to watch on this, I'm not using my walking foot. We're going to put the walking foot here in a bit. This really is not thick enough to justify a walking foot at this point. So I'm just going to sew it through. And you do kind of have to eyeball it a little bit because I want to keep it, because here's my quarter, here's my eighth, and I'm going to go straight through. The other thing to watch is because this was a separate block, I want to make sure I get it all in there. And a friend of mine on TikTok once said, she goes, Kourtney, it's okay to go slow. It is okay to go slow, except if you're on a time clock. When you get to the corner, now you could just stop and just have the bottom, but it won't look as cute. So flip it. That's a cool technique if you're a new sewist, to just lift your foot. I did see the video from Sewing Parts Online the other day on the YouTube about keeping your foot level. And I was like, oh, I hope my foot stays level so nobody judges me. So that is an interesting fact, by the way. If you ever watch YouTube shorts or any of the YouTubes, the Sewing Part Online videos are full of helpful information. You guys do an awesome job with that. So make sure you're subscribed on YouTube to Sewing Parts Online. They're also on the TikTok, but the YouTube shorts are fantastical.
Thank you. We also appreciate all your information too. You also share wonderful tips.
I just messed up, but don't tell anybody.
You're a rock star. It's okay.
I don't think I'll be able to see it. Okay, so we got it all the way around. I do have these really cool scissors. Usually I just use snips, but aren't those fun? Those are on the Sewing Parts Online website. So check that out. So this is the cup cozy. Now, if I had put the elastic in, we could just do that. But what I'm going to do is just sew it together. And I probably won't do it today because the next project is a little bit more intense. But I wanted you to see how cute that is. So don't be afraid to use these blocks. So that's this one. Brian, if you want to switch over to the other camera for a minute. Okay, so when you buy this, make sure you buy the batting. I'm obsessed with, actually, my 14-year-old was like, don't say obsessed anymore, Mom. That's not cool. Well, I'm obsessed with the Gypsy Quilter battings. They have the bowl cozies. Everything's like this. Super easy. I got inspired to do the cup cozy this way because I ordered this pattern off Sewing Parts Online. And see how cool it is? It's a scrap buster. But then I was looking at it and I was like, I have these cool blocks. So you could use, you know, like the other day, I found a block that I needed for a quilt and I finished the quilt without. So I had this extra block. So I could have made something like this. You could make a hot pad. You could make all sorts of fun things with it. I don't want you to ever be worried about wasting it. You know, I have them all stuck up on my wall right here just so I can enjoy them for a little bit. But that is a great use of it. And when I cut out that backing, just know that you cut out 2 at a time and you could do a couple of these at a time. So before we start the next one, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about a walking foot. So I had never used a walking foot until December of this past year. I had no idea what it was. And somebody was like, use your walking foot. And I was like, what in the world's a walking foot? Because I did some quilts. I did 86 quilts in 1 year. It's great therapy, but cheaper than a therapist. Actually, I think the therapist might have been cheaper. So anyway, this was my first walking foot. It came with one of my machines. I want you to look at the bottom. There's nothing wrong. use what you can afford, use what you can buy, but just notice something on this. See how that has plastic on the top? And can you see this has plastic? The interior workings are, it's not very heavy. So when I got Jolene, I was like, opened this up and I was like, dog, that's some nice looking feed dogs. So my walking foot is so much better. Look at the internal mechanical workings here. It's all metal and it's super duper heavy. I don't know what's wrong with my words today, but it's super duper heavy. So this is a must buy. String. So I'm going to show you how to take this off and drop us on Jolene. And I can just turn the camera a little bit this way since I turned on the wrong camera, but you're going to want to flip over to my front camera. So we are going to flip that off. Now, the joke is that I have a pocket full of all sorts of things to work on my sewing machine. I've got feet and everything. I just bought a little organizing case because if you saw any of my TikToks, you were like, she needed to clean her space. So I'm going to unscrew this. Normally I would use a little key, but I didn't need to. So this is my 1/4 inch seam foot. Isn't that fantastic? I think this is fantastic. Who invented this stuff? But I heard about it. You totally need one of these. They will change your life. Totally change your life. So I'm going to throw it over here in my little basket. And then I'm going to put this one on. The key to putting this on is this piece. Don't forget to do this piece. So some of you that sew all the time are like, wow, that's really elementary. Oh, you also have to take the screw all the way out. So pull it over here, put it up here, and you lock it into place. Watch your needle. Don't break your needle, especially when you're on live TV. Then you're going to put it back in. So as you put it back in, just know that that little arm is super important. That's the top of my head. So move that over. Righty tighty, lefty loosey. Doesn't want to go in the hole. There it goes. So just screw it in really quick. Make it a little tighter. And what this does is kind of cool. It moves the fabric, the top and the bottom, together at the same time. So if you make a sandwich with anything, you're going to want to push it through. And first step, ooh, my iron's still on. And first step of this project, you're going to need it. So we are going to make this super cute. It's called a pedophore basket. This is not only fat quarter friendly, but it is a layer cake friendly. So have you ever gotten done with a quilt, a layer cake quilt, and you had a couple layer cakes left over, 2 10-inch blocks? You could make this happen with that. You could make this more easily happen with a vac quarter. So if you start with your 2 blocks, just like this. Now I am using, oh, look at that country rose. Wonder what that keyword is. So you have 2 pieces of fabric, and I just cut these out before. I actually am using a canvas this time. I used quilter's fabric last time, and this is the quilter's fabric, and it worked really, really well. I'm almost sad that I didn't do it again with this, but this worked really well. The cool thing about it is it holds all your little stuff. So, all right. So here's why you need your walking foot on. So when you go to sew this, you have to take a piece of fusible interfacing, soft and stable. This is kind of a foamy fusible interfacing. And I went and got some that had the fusible on one side. So instead of having to put on basting stuff or anything like that, I just got some that had it already on the one side and I could just iron it on. And some of you are wondering, why is this bigger? I was wondering that. When you sew it using the walking foot and do some top stitching on it, quilting on it, you're going to want that little bit of extra, but we're going to trim it off because that's important. So start here and just super simple. I'm just going to do an X, and I'm going to bring my stitch down just a little bit. And I'm going to take off. Now see how that's going through? I will tell you, I broke a lot of needles and stuff before I learned what a walking foot was. So, and now it's one of my favorite things. The only bad thing about a walking foot is if you leave it on and you're trying to sew other things, it doesn't grippy it in the same way. And so you might lose your place real easy. So I'm going to do another X. Zoom. Turn Jolene up. Jolene's probably angry that I'm doing that. She's a pretty good workhorse. My friend Valerie posted a video that you can like sew through a ruler. So check that out. Just fantastic. The thread, is that not gorgeous? Okay, so don't get too excited, Kourtney. Let me move that, and we're going to move over, and we're going to do some marking because we need to do a little bit of marking. I need to find the one I already marked. So on this pattern, moving you over again. Sorry, Brian. Okay, so on this pattern, you're going to need to mark some lines on it because, and then we're going to sew them so it helps it fold. So if you look at this basket, see how it has some lines sewed in? It actually helped it fold, which is pretty cool. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to just trim off this sides. So just, it uses any kind of rotary cutter. This is my preference. I love this one. I also like the Grace Company's True Cut. Oh, it is so nice. It's very ergonomic, but I really like to use it on my big fabric with the ruler with the channel in it. This one is just super easy. I bought a new blade just to make sure that it was safe. One more. Oops, I missed it. So here's this beautiful piece. Now, the instructions are kind of cool. When I first got this, I'll be honest, I was like, oh, is this beginner enough? Or is this going to be intimidating? Because I don't want to be intimidating. So I was trying to make sure I got something that you all would enjoy. But this isn't so bad. The instructions on this is a by Annie pattern, which I hadn't done before. They are very easy to follow. So we're going to draw some marking lines. We're going to use the fun little, I think this is called tailor's chalk. So I felt like really fancy. But we're going to use the tailor's chalk to do it. So the first thing we'll do is line it up, and we're going to go in 2.5. So you can do this a couple of ways. You could use your ruler, or you could use your mat. I love to use my mat. So I line it up in the corner. See how it lines into the squares? So I go 1, 2, and then I'm going to come here, and there's my half, and there's my half down at the bottom. So something for you beginners to see is if you look up at the top here, I'm using this top line here to keep my ruler all square and lined up. I'm also looking through my ruler to see that it's lined up with all these little lines, because that way I know that it's going to be a good line. So roll it on there. Then instead of trying to do it backwards, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to do it again. So 1, 2.5. And oops, that would have been a bad day. This is the one thing about quilting and sewing. You can be a little bit free-spirited, but sometimes you do have to put the lines in the right spot. So you're basically making a grid. I'm going to flip it again, and then I'm going to come back and refer to my pattern, and I'm going to do 2.5 again. 1, 2.5, just like this. And oops, I had my ruler wrong, guys. That is definitely at an angle. There we go. And actually move it up a little bit. Okay, I'm going to flip it over and flip it over again. And then I do 2.5. So on my TikTok, just so you guys know, I focus on beginner sewers because I felt like when I started sewing, there was a lot of people that, because I was like 40 or whatever, and they didn't think, they thought I should know how to sew or something. And there was a lot of, judgment. I'm like, this is so much fun. Thank the Lord I figured it out later in life, because now I know I can go do something super relaxing. And there are so many fun tools. I'm going to show you this one. Oh, I grabbed my scissors. This is called a Zircle. So it's a pin, magnetic pin holder. I throw my pins down next to my sewing machine. It's a bad habit. But with this, I can just go like this. And look how they lay. So I think this is so cool. I have other magnetic pin holders. They're not this cool. I got them at a garage sale, granted. But this one, you just slide it over. Let me pull a few out again. Isn't that fun? You totally need one of these. You're like, man, her sewing isn't great, but she does love her fun little gadgets. That's a true fact. So we're going to go over here to the sewing machine to Jone. And do y'all name your sewing machines? I mean, or is that just a me? I guess you guys can't answer because you're on the TV. But I got some funny names the other day from people. I named my lamp too. If you ever watch my TikToks, Carl is my lamp. So let's sew these quick lines, and then I'll show you the next step, which is actually super cool. So I'm going to just sew those really quick. When you're doing this, don't pull or push. That was something I learned the hard way. Don't pull or push, because you want the feed dogs to do the work for you. You're just using your hands to hold it straight. I was teaching a high school class last year, and it was called a maker's class, and we made things that we sold. It was a really interesting class, and we taught the kids how to sew and paint and do some different things. And that was the most interesting thing. They wanted to push that material through or pull it through. I will say their favorite project, Jolene, you're a little loud. Their favorite project was making the popsicle holders for the kids at Children's Mercy, which was a super cool project. So just a quick, so you can see it. Look how cool that is. See the lines? So I've marked my lines. Now we're going to mark it again, and we're going to sew a little box so that it has a seam around the trim. So it makes it kind of cool. So instead of marking this time, that's going to make me crazy. I got to trim that. Instead of marking this time, we're just going to come out 1/4 inch, which is a little bit harder to do when you have your walking foot on, but we're going to eyeball it. When in doubt, eyeball it. Or I'm just going to mark it really quick so you guys can see it. This is one of my other favorite rulers. It's a creative grid. Where did my cool little chalk pen there? And don't let quarters and halves and everything intimidate you. So you can do it pretty easy. So when I need to mark 1/4 inch, here's a half, here's 1/4, and you just mark it. and practice it. Think about it when you're doing other things, which sounds goofy, but I sound like a math teacher. But Mrs. Chatlos would be so proud. So just mark them up really quick, and I'll probably eyeball the other side just to make sure we have the right amount of time. So there's that. Then you take your, oh, we have to sew it first. Let me sew it first. Go that way. Okay, so just for eyeballing purposes, you could just use your little foot here on the inside. It's not going to hurt it if it's off just a little bit. Come up to that little corner, lift it, flip it. A lot of lifting and flipping in this. Sounds like an exercise program or something. I don't exercise. If you've ever seen my videos, I don't sweat. I glisten. And if I was being chased by a deer, I would just let him get me. So there's that side. We're not going to mark the other side. I'm just going to show you how to do it without. Flip it around. See, it's not so bad to do it without. You can eyeball it. Flip it. Drop it. That could be a dance. Flip it, drop it. One more time. And then we're done. So you see how easy that was? So I'm just going to come over here and talk to you while I cut this out. So now I want to cut. So if you look at the instructions tell us to cut out right on the other side of that. So we're going to just give it a snip. Don't get your scissors hooked on the magnetic thing. You could also use your rotary cutter, but when I did it with the rotary cutter, I will say I went through my stitches. You can just use your hand scissors. It's always good to have a really good pair of hand scissors. Hey, Tricia.
Hello, hello. I wanted to ask you about your scissors. We had somebody comment. What brand are those?
These are Fiskars. I got them from Sewing Parts Online.
Cool.
They're party
We have so many
scissors.
options. I'm not aware of those. Those are super cute.
Yeah. They are super fun. I actually liked that the plate is gold. I don't know why.
Very cute. The other thing you had mentioned the True Cut. So just a fun note, the True Cut combos are on sale for 20% off. So you're going to have to get stocked up.
If you guys don't have one of those, they are life-changing. I get more questions about those than anything else I sew with. And they save your hands. Like if I would have had those when I was teaching my high school class, it would have felt a lot safer.
Your high school class, I love that.
I did.
We actually do have a whole segment on True Cut. I think it's day 3, isn't it, Brian? I'm pretty sure.
Awesome.
So that'll be fun to watch too. But anyway, I'll let you back to it.
Thank you. So we're going to take this next piece. So here's my piece. Looks like the letter H. Feel like I'm on Sesame Street. So fold it in half. You're actually going to fold it pretty side to pretty side. I folded it backwards in half. And you want these little squares to line up as best as possible. And you're going to grab that. I'm backwards on my camera. And grab that. Just like that. And then we're going to trim. I clipped that wrong. We're going, not trim. We're going to sew right up the edge really quick. So I'm going to show you. I'm just going to line it up. And I'm going to put it right here. Now I'm going to tell you, I'm going to backstitch. And yes, I'm backstitching all the way down. Just because this, when I was doing it yesterday on my practice run, that's what I figured was going to happen. I made Jolene mad, which is not uncommon. Sometimes she and I have arguments. And I'm like, Jolene? And I will tell you, it's like having children. You just have to walk away every once in a while. So I'm going to load her up again. And Jolene does have that little auto threader. I have no idea that I'm like completely opposed to it. Jolene, this is not the time to throw your thread. I gotta lick my thread. Don't be offended. I'm sorry. But she and I do have words every once in a while. And I will tell you, I have my new BabyLock Zeal over there on a table in the event that Jolene got fussy. Because I was like, girl, if you cannot behave, I will sew this whole segment on that new machine. And you can be Jolene in the corner. I named her Jolene because I had a Juki DX7, which I do like. It's a computerized machine. I'm kind of a machine junkie. I don't know. They're just fun. It's kind of like men in cars. You know, they buy different cars or like different cars. I have like 7 sewing machines. And I just like to sew on them and see how they sew different. Is anybody else like that, or am I totally crazy? So zip that on really quick. And then you open it up and fold it in like this. And you're going to sew it again. We're not even going to iron for time purposes. But we're just going to zip it on. Ooh, she got a little angry there. It's okay, Jolene. Don't get mad again. And do the same thing on the other side. And then I'll show you. I've got the other piece already put together. Just to save us some time. So if I would have ironed that little seam open. Y'all were thinking I was going to sew my finger, weren't you? Well, I missed it altogether because I had my finger in the way. So basically what you end up with is this. And you're going to have a lining. And the lining looks like this. It's the exact same thing. It's just an inch bigger. It's a little bit different. And this is what your interior looks like. You're going to put them pretty side to pretty side. You're going to push these all in together. You're going to push the corners in just like this. And then what you do is kind of interesting. It makes, they called it a faux binding. It's like when, have you ever bought like faux leather pants and they call them vegan leather? It's kind of like that, except binding. And if y'all know, I don't do my own binding. My mama does my binding. So everybody's like, you got to learn. I'm like, no, I got a mama. So I'm going to put this in. I'm going to show you how to do this. Line your raw edges up. So that's one of the big things. If you want that faux binding, you're going to have to line your raw edges up and go all the way around. And we're going to leave just a little pull-through hole. And when you leave a little pull-through hole, you will then have a good opportunity to pull it through. And then you can pull it through. So I'm just going to top stitch this a little bit because I know we're kind of close. I think we're kind of close on time, aren't we, Tricia? I think so. So
You're still doing just fine, Kourtney. It looks like we've got about 15 minutes or so.
oh, girl, I could sew a whole nother project in 15 minutes. I do easy stuff. Well, good. I'll slow down. We'll have a good conversation. So I'm going to go ahead and sew this on since I have all this time. And Jolene, she got mad at me. She got fussy. This happens. I'm going to pull her in. Do rethread. Oh my gosh, Tricia. I had my foot down. Tricia taught me a trick. I thought Jolene was broken the other day. And I literally emailed Tricia on a weekend. And I was like, girl, my machine's broken.
This is what we do for friends, right?
Tell them the story about raising your leg.
Yeah. So it's actually pretty funny. When I first started working here at Sewing Parts Online, I was sitting in front of a machine And I was threading it and everything. And the boss came over and he's like, so you're threading your machine? I said, yeah. And he goes, stand up. I'm like, okay. And so I stood up. He's like, lift up your foot. And I'm like, lift up my foot. He's like, no, lift up your foot. Physically lift up your foot. And I'm like, okay. So I lift up my foot. He's like, now, every time you sit in front of a machine, you remember this. You need to lift up your foot. So it's just to help you remember that anytime you're going to thread your machine, that presser foot needs to be up, because what that does is opens the tension disc and allows your thread to lay in there correctly. So when Kourtney was having issues, I was like, okay, I didn't want to be rude, but I'm like, okay, let's talk through the process. Did you lift up your presser foot?
Yeah.
So she had it.
Yeah, it was not raised. But I do think of that now when it happens, because I'm like, oh wow. Okay.
Yep, every time you'd be like, lift your foot.
I should like raise my leg here while I'm sitting. So to sew this on, so I use these little clips. This is a definite clip opportunity. So sometimes you use pins. Sometimes you use clips. Most of the time you can use either. But for the most part, there are definite times when you use one or the other. So if I was doing this, notice how my little thingy is laid in the middle. I would use a pin and I would pin it like this. I know some of you are like, wow, that's super basic, but some of us that just start don't know. So it's always important to use that little pin going in a certain direction. The other thing to remember on your pin is pin it with the head side on the top of your fabric. I know that's another little basic thing for some of you, but the first few projects I did, I was awful. I had pins all over the place and broke needles and did all sorts of things. And breaking needles can be very dangerous, which we learned in my class last year. So let's sew this on. You're going to notice that this is a little bigger on the inside than your basket. Most of that is because of your faux binding. And I didn't on this one, and I won't on this one, do a top stitch all the way around. You can totally do that. I just did a little close stitch. If my mom was in town, I'd have her do a little hand whip stitch. But for me, I was like, oh, okay. So let's do this. Now, this is a little difficult because I'm actually going to flip my computer a little bit. You can see all of my great lights and everything, because I want you to see how I have to do this. First things first, I am going to move a clip. You want that to be matched up. The seams should match. And I did iron these seams open when I did this project. And you're going to have to make it go around the side. So it's a little bit awkward, maybe a lot awkward, but you can totally do it. Don't worry about it. You can totally do it. So straighten out your interior lining as much as you can, and you are going to shove it underneath your machine. Try to keep everything lined up as possible. There we go. So don't get your clip stuck under your walking foot on live TV. So let's sew it through. Keep going. I hope you guys are all going to tune in this afternoon for Chris. He's one of my favorite TikTok and online personalities. My mother got this thing in the mail. I think it was from AccuQuilt or somebody. And she goes, oh my gosh, Kourtney, your friend is on an advertisement. And I was like, my friend who? And she goes, Chris, your friend from the online world. I was like, yes, he is. But we do make really good friends on the online world. You know, it's a great little community. If you're looking to learn, I highly recommend go on TikTok. Don't be afraid of TikTok. I used to be in IT. I could talk all day about that. but go on one of those social medias, follow Sewing Parts Online, make sure you're following them, and follow some of us others that you see, because, you know, all of us have questions. And when I have questions, I literally message people that I know in the online world. Chelsea, who's going to be on later, she is probably the nicest person on the planet. Chris, of course, he is probably the coolest quilter I've ever seen. I'm so afraid I'm going to sew my finger, but I keep talking. So we'll get that. Make sure I don't forget to do a pull through hole. Okay, I did it good. The one thing you also want to remember, which I learned the hard way, is you don't want a pull through hole on your seam. You just don't want that. So when you get to the point where you're going to make your pull through hole, do a little back stitch and then pull it out. So then you're going to pull it out. You're going to flip it out, flip it through the hole. Don't overthink this. It's, you know, I had somebody tell me the other day, it was like, I used to do a segment called Sew to Sell, and I do all the math on, you know, what it costs, what you can sell it for, and how you would evaluate that. And I had somebody tell me, they were like, well, it's not as nice as what you could get at the store. I'm like, well, that's mass-produced crap. So don't worry about it. You want something that's handmade, get something that's handmade. So here is my cute little basket. And I will say, support those makers. You know, people make baskets, little bit off, need to iron it still. But people make little baskets and things like this on Etsy, and they are great to support, or learn to make it yourself and give it as a gift to a teacher. Use it on your sewing table. I have my Aurifil in there. I also have my other favorite, which everyone makes fun of me, the K-row thread. This is fantastic thread. I keep 2 threads on top of my machine. Let me put it up there so you can see it. I know that's not what that's for, but I always just keep 2 so that I have them handy and I can pull them in and out. But this thread is fantastic. And this thread is beautiful. So I have enjoyed sewing on the Aurifil thread as well. So go out, make you a little basket. The pattern is available on Sewing Parts Online, and you can get one and you can make a gift for a friend. So very good. Are there any questions?
Okay. All right. We're back. All right. Well, let's see if we have any questions for you, Kourtney. Let's see.
They were like, no.
I think you were answering them as you were going. You were doing a wonderful job. No, these are great gifts. You did a great job showing. I'm just looking through. I think we're good. Do you want to go ahead and stick around while we give away a BabyLock toy?
I do. I love that.
Let's do it.
It's a wonderful machine. And I know you had advertised on your TikTok. Hopefully they come on over and have been commenting so they have a chance to win it too.
I hope so.
All right. Let's go ahead and pick our winner.
Come on, Leslie.
Wouldn't that be hilarious? Awesome. That would be so great.
That would be hilarious. They
Dee
Yay!
Congratulations. All right. Well, thank you. That's awesome. And I'll go over claiming the prize here in just a moment. But I just wanted to say once again, thank you so much for joining us, Kourtney. We really appreciate it. Both of those projects were a lot of fun, and we're going to be seeing you around a lot more lately. So we're excited to have you as a Sewing Parts Online ambassador.
Maybe someday we'll see you in the Sewing Parts Online studio.
Yeah, maybe we can convince you to come into the studio and be like, hey, here she is.
In live and in person.
Yes. Chelsea's been here. Now we have to have Kourtney as well.
That's right.
All right. Well, you guys have a great day. And when I say you guys, I mean you and Jolene. Oh, Jolene. I cannot talk.
I couldn't either.
Have a good one, Kourtney.
All right. Thanks.
Bye-bye. All right, I'm gonna have Alex take this out of the way. Thank you so much. All right, and before we start our next segment, let's go ahead and talk about what the next giveaway is going to be. So Brian, do you want to pull up that overlay? It is a cutie tabletop frame. This is a wonderful frame. We're gonna have a segment specifically on the cutie tabletop frame. The one that's coming up is actually on automation, but at the end, we're gonna give this away. And this is going to be it could be paired with a mid-arm machine or a long-arm machine, as well as with a domestic machine. So when I say a domestic machine, that is something like this BabyLock Allegro here, or you could pair it with a Juki, just like Jolene in Kourtney's segment. So lots and lots of options. But let's go ahead and get Grace pulled up so we can talk about some automation, which I am super excited about.
Good morning.
Hello,
Tricia.
guys.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
We're doing great. We survived our very snowy commute this morning on, what is today, April 4th? 5th?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4th. Very snowy. It was awful, but we survived.
Yes.
We're here.
I was just thinking about that when I just got back from North Dakota, and I'm like, we're doing a spring social, flowers, beautiful weather, and then there was a bunch of snow up in North Dakota, and I'm like, not everybody has beautiful flowers right now. Lots and lots of snow.
Yes. I think at this point, we're over the snow. We're over it.
I know. Well, now we're joking too because it's been so long that we're gonna get winter and it's gonna go right into summer. Although maybe that's more us just being hopeful that summer's gonna come.
Yes.
You know.
We're gonna just completely bypass spring.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, I am super excited for you guys to be here today to talk about automation because I, for one, can get a little intimidated by it. So I'm hoping that you answer all my questions and everybody's out there. So, yes. Oh, Brian just reminded me that we went to QuiltCon and we got to meet Carla and Derek. And we were so excited. We were like, guys, oh my gosh, this is in real life, right?
That's awesome.
Yes. I saw that on TikTok actually, and I reached out to Jennifer, and I'm all, wait, you guys met Tricia? And she's like, yes, they were amazing, and I wish I would have been there. So
yeah, it was a wonderful time. We wish we could have met the whole Grace team, but it was awesome. And we sat and played with the machines, and Kourtney was just talking about Chris Marchini. We had met him there also in person, so we got to hang out and walk around. So we went to the Grace area and we lost him. He was over by the new Evolution frame and playing with the machines all the time. We're like, bye, Chris. He was in his own little world.
Oh, good.
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 We'll go ahead and let you get to it. I am very excited to see all about automation.
All right, great.
Yes.
So, Laurel, I think one of the top questions I get about automation, or I guess maybe it's not even a question, but it's just like what Tricia said. I'm intimidated by the automation. I want to see, let's reach out to our audience. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you feel you're kind of in that same boat of being intimidated by automation. I wish our camera, our team here could put a 1 for me, because even having access to all of our phenomenal tools, I still feel there's so much about the automation that I don't know. And it's not, that I'm scared I'm going to mess anything up, but it's, I don't know. I know what it's capable of. And I know my own creativity really is going to be my limit. And I don't know, just the fear of the unknown. Like, how do I do it? How do I connect those dots? So.
Yes, I know there's quite a few ones coming in. I would say, even though I have had a bit more experience with it, it is still kind of a wonderful unknown to me. I think it's really fun where getting into it, even if there is this concern of, hey, I'm not sure, I'm not tech savvy, I don't really know how to use a computer, I don't use my phone super well, that there really is no concern with that on our automation system, because it's going to help walk you through the process. So
yes.
Super simple. I know, again, there's quite a few ones. ones. So we're really
Tons of
excited
ones,
to
yes.
hopefully be able to, in this segment, make it and kind of bust through so you feel confident and not nervous or scared about what this automation is.
Yes, yes. And Laurel, wonderful teacher. And by the way, I don't think we introduced ourselves.
yeah.
I'm Melinda Romero, account executive here at Grace.
And I'm Laurel Nosnick, also an account executive here at Grace Company.
Yes. So without further ado, let's just kind of take a look at our setup here today. So today we have our Evolution frame. We have our 19X machine. And then of course we have our Creative Touch 5 Pro software. So our automation software. Fantastic setup with our automation. I just want to remind everybody, it is compatible with all of our unique machines. It is compatible with all of our frames. So again, you can kind of start, with something smaller. You can start with something bigger. Really, there's no limit, from our machines and frames for what you can set it up with.
Which is really wonderful because it's sort of, all of Grace companies kind of a pick and match for what's going to work best, space, budget, and then one of the biggest things and kind of why someone goes to automation is what you're hoping it can do for you. So this is where it's wonderful because it's going to give you those perfect stitches every time. And yes, you actually quilted it because you're telling the machine what design you want, how you want the design to lay on the quilt. So it is fully something, that you are still quilting with it. But now it's really nice where you actually can kind of step back. And I had a lady once who had automation like this. She had a TV up above it though. So when she had automation, she'd literally sit back and she'd take her drink and watch a show in the background. So it's really fun where you're able to kind of take a little bit more of a hands-off approach, but still quilt with it.
Yes, yes. Now, with that being said, I don't want to say, and we don't want to, kind of give the impression you don't need to babysit or watch the automation. You still do, so yes, be around the machine in your frame. Keep it an eye and an ear. You don't have to watch it like a hawk the whole entire time, but again, you do just want to be mindful. So let's go into the automation, Laurel. So again, we have technically our Creative Pro software. We also have Beginnings loaded on our tablet today. And really between both Beginnings and Pro. Pro has everything Beginnings has. I always explain the additional features as enhancements to what Beginnings offers. Would you agree?
Right. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Because really, it's still, and it comes back to the question, okay, well, I'm looking at getting software. What one's going to work best for me? And it really comes back to, hey, what do you want the software to do? And that's where, yes, the Beginnings is wonderful. The Pro is just some additional features on top of what you get with the Beginnings.
Yes. And one question that always seems to come up, if I start with Beginnings, can I upgrade to Pro?
Yes.
Yes, the answer
absolutely.
is yes. Yes. So, all right, so let's take a look into kind of the setup. So we can see our Quilter's Creative Touch icon. We'll go ahead and double tap to open the software. It'll make sure the sewing needle is up. It'll move the carriage to the center of the area. Go ahead and click OK. And we can see and hear the machine kind of moving, not really the machine, but the motor plate moving the machine into the position to begin.
Right, and that really, when you hear that, is actually just the the software engaging so that it can fully know and make sure that it can properly move the machine for you to create those beautiful stitches.
Yes, yes. So again, if we can see the differences between Beginnings and Pro. So again, Pro, as we mentioned, really they're enhancement features for the Beginnings software. But let's go ahead and start with the Beginnings. And you can kind of see that the transition between the two screens, how they appear. We have our Select and Sew and our pantograph here in Beginnings. So let's go ahead and click on Select and Sew. And the automation right off the bat will always have you set the safe zone of your quilt. And Laurel, can you tell us a little bit just why is the safe zone important? Why does the machine need to know this?
Yes, so this is a really important step, and that's why actually before you're able to go into the program and do anything else, it is going to prompt you to set your safe area. The reason for that, and really what it is we're just telling the machine, hey, this is the space I have to quilt within. So with it, Melinda's gonna go ahead and she'll move the actual machine itself to the upper left side of your quilt. And biggest thing with this as well is I do recommend, or I should say we recommend, is pull where your hopping foot is off the fabric just a little bit. That way, if you're doing an entire quilt edge to edge design, it can actually quilt the edge of your quilt. If not, and you do it, let's say an inch or so in from the edge, you won't be able to have your design go all the way off to the side. So if that's what you're going for, great. Again, biggest thing is if you are doing an entire edge to edge, make sure that machine itself, the hopping foot and needle, is pulled off just a little bit of the fabric so it falls within that safe area.
Yes, yes. And on the screen, again, I just tapped the screen once I was on the top left corner, tapped the screen when I was on the bottom right corner. Again, very simple, just setting that safe area.
Right, and one of the biggest things to remember as well is that you do need to actually physically move the machine to set the safe area. So that's one thing that I had a customer who, tried to do it but didn't really move the machine. And so when they went to go place a design, they're like, it keeps telling me I'm out of my safe area. And it's because they actually just tapped on the screen and they needed to physically move the machine. Again, it's still just like you would use your normal machine, right? You're still fully moving it. So you need to tell the machine, hey, this is the furthest point. That way you can go, this is the furthest point, this way you can go.
Yes. Now, I did see a question pop up that they would love automation, but would it work with a domestic machine?
So really good question. So I would say there is the potential for it to work with it. It doesn't work with all domestic machines. Part of that comes down to the internal parts of different domestic machines. Sometimes they don't run fast enough, and then just internally how they connect. It doesn't allow it to be compatible with the quilt motion, but there are some that are compatible with. So I'd say if you are curious on your particular domestic machine, reach out to Sewing Parts Online. That way we can, make sure to get you connected and get you the right information on if it is compatible or not.
Yes, yes. All right. So again, we talk about it time and time and time again with automation. It is as simple as pick your design, place your design, and then sew your design. With the internal library of the automation software, there's probably over 200 different patterns to choose from, right?
So yes,
tons of options. We have our block options, continuous lines, triangle, and again, these lists will just kind of, go and go with so many different designs and options. So I know with automation, again, there's kind of it's taking the patterns that we want to be able to do kind of free motion, but it's in a sense perfected in the software to do it for us. So Laurel, do you want to show us exactly? So we talked about the pick the design, place your design, and then sew your design.
Yeah, super simple. So I do want to show you, and Melinda mentioned it, that when you get the software, it's going to come with over 200 different patterns, and we always are doing new updates. So occasionally with those, once you buy the software, they actually are fully free. But occasionally here and there with updates, we do have additional patterns for you. So we always recommend, if you get the software, always check for those updates because you might get a new pattern. And one of the biggest things as well is you can actually upload your own image into here. So you can see this is always going to be available on there when you're going to pick a pattern. Any of these file types are used and will allow you to import your own design with it. So this is a really big one because people are like, well, you have 200 patterns, but I want a train. You don't have a train, right? And so that's where great, as long as it fits within one of those file types, you can upload it and do it within the software.
Yes.
So really nice that you have that flexibility with it, but super simple. So we're gonna pick our pattern, we're gonna place it, and then we're gonna have it quilted out or sew it out for us. So we're gonna come back in this menu. Right now we are gonna do a block placement. So you do wanna make sure that, Melinda mentioned there are the different designs. You just wanna make sure to select the right one according to what you want it to stitch out. So right now it is a block pattern. So I'm gonna go back to the beginning. Let's see, it's always so fun to decide. I think I choose a different one every time because I'm like, let's see how it stitches out.
Springy.
There you go. Yes, we need to manifest some of what is spring here for us. So
Yes.
Okay, so this is actually kind of fun. So this is typically when you come in, the screen will look a little different. So right here you can see that the white of the screen has actually shifted off to the side. Simple reason is just the software had a little bit of just kind of, you're gonna reboot it if you will. We're gonna come back in here, just re-choose our pattern. Ooh, there we go, and it should reset it for us. So now we've picked our pattern, so we have the butterfly. Next, what we're gonna do is we're gonna place the pattern. So here you can see on the screen, there are 4 gray nodes. This is what I'm gonna use to actually place my butterfly. So just like we did at the beginning of setting your safe area, is you need to actually physically move the machine to tell it where you want it to stitch it out. So first, I'm gonna come and place the upper left of this butterfly. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just do it in this simple block here. So I'm gonna, again, move my machine and use your needle as your actual reference point. Move it to the corner. Once I do that, simply tap the corresponding node on the screen. Again, I'm placing the upper left, so I tapped it and it highlights it green for me. Next, I'm gonna come to the bottom left. Again, move your machine physically down. And again, remember, you're using that needle as the reference point here. And I'll simply tap. You can see, I'm gonna drag over, do the bottom right. Again, using that needle as the reference point. You can see it lines up there, super simple. I'm gonna tap that bottom right. And this is really neat to see here as well, where you can see it actually looks a little different, looks a little skew-wonky. The reason for that is that this software is smart enough that it actually is going to size the butterfly perfectly for me within the square I want. So I'm gonna come place this last upper right, and you're gonna see it's gonna straighten out that butterfly for us. Tap it, super simple, and now you can see what the gray nodes used to be are now all green nodes. That means the machine knows where it's going to stitch out the pattern. So we've picked our pattern, we've placed it, now we're gonna quilt it.
Well, but what if we wanted to, I don't know, turn our butterfly upside down? Can we do that?
Yes, so you can do that. I would say if you're looking to change your pattern, if you want it to be an upside down, you want it to be rotated, especially maybe it's on a corner, you want it to look like it's flying off. Those are adjustments that you make before you place the pattern. Any adjustment you make to it, you just have to reset your pattern, which isn't very hard, but super simple. All those functions can be found within the screen here. So we talked about rotating it. If we hit it here, it'll rotate it in a circle, so it can actually rotate it. I'll show you guys. You can rotate it to be wherever you want. We can reset it.
How cool
Can shrink
is
it
that?
down. Again, bring it back up. You can always reset the origin, so if something happens, you can say, oh, I want to flip it right. So you talked about an upside down butterfly. I'm going to flip it back. But there you go, super simple. If you want, you can also lock in your margins, so it just helps keep it for future patterns you're gonna do. But now we're gonna go ahead and quilt it. You'll see it says connecting. That just means, again, the software is actually engaging, so it knows it's going to begin stitching it out. And then with this, we're gonna literally hit sew, and you'll see the machine itself is going to move to the green point here, so that's it starting. The red circle indicates, there you go. The red indicates the stopping point for us. So it's gonna move there, and now this is one of those parts where great, stand back, turn on your favorite TV show, watch a movie, read a book, whatever it is that you like to do on passing the time. But Melinda, you mentioned at the beginning as well, is you do want to make sure, if you can, still stay by your machine, because sometimes different things happen. Sometimes some cats will come, I've had a cat come in, do different things there. I've also had it where, you run out of bobbin, right? So you just want to make sure you're there at your machine, so no matter what happens, you can be sure to actually help it with that. So super simple. I'm going to go ahead and stop the program here, just so you can kind of see what it is, because I do like to show this. So there's different parts on here you can see in a dark blue. It's going to highlight what it's stitched out, whereas all the lighter portions here is where it actually is still needing to stitch. So wonderful, it's super easy to be able to go in, place a pattern, and it'll finish quilting it out. So we'll go ahead and finish, just let it sew it. I did just want to point that out so you guys can kind of see, and it's really nice, especially if you're in like a detailed pattern. It's really nice to be able to see, hey, where am I exactly within that? Because I've had people who are doing, different thread colors for different segments of the design. So that way you can actually, go in and change the color and know exactly where you are with it.
That is so awesome. You make it look so easy. So easy. Now, but what if I wanted that butterfly to go across my quilt. Can I do that?
Yes, absolutely. So it kind of just goes back to what type of different, if you will, stitching mode that you're in. So this one was a simple select and sew, if you remember at the beginning. Next, if you want to do an entire row the same, it's going to fall within that pantograph feature.
Okay.
So I just want to let's see, I'll just stop here. We'll go back and let me show you that pantograph feature, because again, super simple. It actually is going to work the same way. You pick your pattern, you place your pattern, you quilt your pattern. So we'll go back to the home screen here. And again, same screen that we've looked at before, but now we're going to go into the pantograph feature. Now within here, you are going to select your pattern again. Let's do the butterfly, because that is a super fun springy pattern. And this is really nice where is, well, the software is super smart, so it's going to automatically size items for you. So the pattern we chose is a simple block pattern. So right now, if we want additional patterns, we need to tell it, you know, hey, I want a second block pattern, if that makes sense. So you can come in and add however many you want. And if you want, you can do a second row as well. And then back to what we talked about at the beginning, you know, the difference really between beginnings and the pro version is going to come into play in this pantograph feature. So with the beginnings, it only can do 2 rows at a time. So I cannot add a third row, which is completely fine. You know, if you're looking to do just a couple rows here and there, you want to do some simple block patterns, it's going to work perfectly for you. If you are looking to do more of a quilt, you know, the entire thing, same design, it's going to work a lot better for you with the Pro software. Not that you can't do it with the beginnings, just know that you'll have to do the 2 rows and then go back in and replace the 2 rows throughout your entire quilt. Whereas on the Pro, it will completely size everything for you based on the dimensions you give it of your quilt top.
Okay, super, it's mind-blowing to me what the automation can do. And again, we're going to be limited by our own creativity. We can do, you know, any of the designs that are in the software. We can import our designs. We can manipulate those designs in so many different ways, and then have the machine stitch it out beautifully on our quilt for us. So we talked about, again, in beginnings, the select and sew. We talked about the pantograph options. Let's take a step and look at the Pro version, just so we can see, again, what some of the biggest differences are.
Yes, so this is really fun. So this one is our demo, so we do have the ability to go through and look at the different tiers. So you'll see the interface is going to look the same for you. There's just a couple additional features that showed up here on the right. So before we get to those, I do want to go back into the pantograph feature. So again, where we had mentioned there are additional rows you can add here. So I'm going to go back in. We're going to say we're doing the butterfly again, but then keep in mind this is now the Pro version of the software. So it's going to give me the ability to add however many rows I want. And this is nice where you can come in and again with the total width and height, you can give the exact dimensions of your quilt and it will perfectly size this for it. So this is where you can say, hey, the total width is 60, you know. Ooh. And then let's say, sorry, let's go to the basic mode. That's where you can do your total width of, let's say 60. If it'll let me here, total height. And it might be saying right now it doesn't want us to change it because it's according to the safe area that we've set, but there we go. So now you can see this is your actual quilt top. Width is just what we have set in the safe area, but now total height is going to be the 80. So that's where, again, I'm going to select my pattern. I'm going to go to this next one here. I'm going to do the butterfly, and that's where you can come add however many rows you want. Just take it away. Oh, I want to take that one. I want to add that. But there you go. Now you have a fun little, you've laid out your entire quilt top, and this is where there are a couple different sections you can choose how you want it to stitch it. So you can have it stitch as a single pattern. So if you wanted, in a sense, this exact pattern in a single block, or you wanted it down the side of the quilt, you could do it as a single pattern. Or if you're looking to do kind of what we designed this for, your entire quilt, edge to edge, same design, it falls into sew in zones. Sew in zones is a really nice feature as well because it will tell you how to shift your quilt to make sure that you get even spacing between the zones so that it looks like you did it all in one go.
That is amazing. Truly, truly amazing. What I'm always fascinated with is kind of the picking the different patterns, but telling the automation to do this pattern this way, that pattern that way, you know, and just kind of adding character, dimension, depth into our quilts with our designs, and just having fun with it. So I know we're looking at the butterfly here. What if we wanted to add another spring element within kind of this parameter of this quilt?
So that's where, if you would like, you can come in here and select different rows or unselect different rows. In a sense, tell the automation, hey, I want a different pattern within these different things. You can start to offset your different quilts. So it'll let me go. Here we go. Alternate, and I want to shift it. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, so within the software, it's super simple where, again, you are able to you can tell that these are the two highlighted sections, and you tell it, hey, I want a different pattern. I want it to offset so the butterflies aren't all in a row. You can shift it. You can have all the different functions work where you're able to move it, able to resize it as well there.
Right. Now, one thing, Laurel, and I apologize if I didn't tell you this before. When I brought our tablet in from our education team, they did just say it was updated. So some things may be not where you remembered them before, possibly looking a little bit different, but they're all still there nonetheless. But with our automation software, let's go back to the audience and ask the question. If you have been thinking about automation for quite some time, go ahead and put your comment in and tell us the reason why maybe you haven't, jumped forward and went ahead with the automation software. I'm curious to see, and talking to people, at shows and on the phone, we hear stories. We just, I just kind of want to see, is it kind of the same, across the board with different, areas? So let's see some of those comments. If you've been thinking about automation, why haven't you moved forward with it?
Oh, I think one of them was how to pay off their machine first, I think, before they go ahead and get that automation system. That can definitely be, something to look at when stepping into the software, because it is something that we really say is an investment piece that really is going to last you a lifetime.
All right. So I see a comment, I'm still a beginner and want to use what I have to learn it before upgrading. I feel, Katie, I'm kind of in that same boat. I'm both Laurel and I, we're both relatively newer quilters. I think Laurel, by all means, has a little bit more experience with the automation than I do. I can still do quite a few things with the automation. I still find that there's so much fun and creativity, even just with Freemotion quilting. But there are some pieces, some designs, some of the work that I've done, and it's like, oh, I wish there was an easier way to do this. And for me, this is where the automation comes in, because it takes away the stress of, trying to do something that I know I'm failing horribly at, and just have a machine do it for me. So
I think that's one of the biggest reasons why I'd want to step into the automation, is because I think the time it would take me to really get Freemotion down is a lot more time than I want. I want the quilts to just look perfect from the get-go. So that's where I do really think the automation is a great step for that, because it is going to, it's going to look perfect for me, and all I had to do is punch in what design I wanted, told it where I wanted to stitch it out, and it sewed it for me.
Yes. So Darla commented, she ordered it and she's so excited. We're excited for you. Excited for you. So
I know.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Now, Laurel, what else? What are some other questions do you think that comes up that people, may not know how to do with their automation?
Yeah, I think if you're starting to get into it a bit more, a couple additional questions come into, well, can I do, or in a sense, create my own design? Because there are, again, over 200 different patterns that we give you, and then there's a lot of different file types that you can use to upload your own pattern. But sometimes quilters are like, well, I like part of the pattern that's in there. I just don't want, you know, the little extra heart that's down here, you know, or an extra star, or whatever shape it may be. So within it, it's really nice where our software within the Pro version has the ability for you to go in and crop certain things out. You can go in and completely create a new design within it as well. If you want, you know, there's a way you can write out your name. It can then quilt your name out for you. So it's really a wonderful way to look at it, you know, and as far as being able to customize, that actually is found within our Pattern CAD feature. So again, this was in the Pro software. Pattern CAD, this is a super fun one. I love to show this because this does give you that ability to, again, fully create or customize the pattern that you want with it. So you come into here, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna do a flake design. The reason for this is it's actually going to mirror what I do in this one little triangle in the rest of this shape here for me. So I'm gonna come back, I'm gonna tell it that I'm drawing, and then you can come in here and say, great, I'm gonna come and create whatever design I want, and it's going to connect. Now you can see, pretty simple. I just kind of looped a few times, but now I've created a fun new, you know, if you will, what is it, the snowflake, that's the word I'm trying to get. It can be like a fun little snowflake that you're doing. You have the ability to save this design, so if you wanted to come back in later, you can crop out a certain part of it. Super simple, really fun way to do it. Again, now what you would do is I'm not going to save the design, but again, if this is something you're doing, I would highly encourage you to, so you can come back to it and edit it if you want. But you would hit OK. I'm going to say no, I don't want to save it. So I guess it's prompting me to. We'll say it's LJ, my nickname.
Gotta love the nicknames.
Oh yeah. We'll save it. Yeah, oh look, I already had one in here. That's fun. So this is one where I told it I didn't want to save the additional copies of it. So this was just, again, so I could show you guys my original design that I had done, but it created that really fun, you know, again, snowflake design. So super simple, fun. That was, again, just that small portion that it can stitch out for you. Or if you want, again, you can save the whole design and have it quilt that out for you. So again, that's all within the Pro feature or Pro version of the software, and specifically the Pattern CAD. So next within here, kind of just so we can make sure we go through all these features, and then I do want to point out kind of some of this user manual and then the help features here after we go over what you can do with the Pro software. But we have our Quilt CAD. Quilt CAD is a really fun one because it's an easier way to lay out an entire quilt, but in a sense a block quilt. So here, if I want, I can come in and I can say, hey, I want to alternate, right? So I'm highlighting every other square. I'm going to say, great, in one of them, I want a teddy bear. And you can place your pattern. And then you can go back in, re-hit this button. This is going to just simply highlight the other ones for me. You can place your pattern if you want to do the same. Choose a new one. Let's say we like the beach ball with it. Again, I'm going to simply place it there. So super fun, simple. Now you can see I've laid out an entire quilt design. And I'm going to really quickly, if we click it, we're going to highlight just this middle section. The reason for that is this can be an easier way to do, you know, a border side of your quilt. So if you want, I can, you know, lay it out and I can come change the middle section of my quilt that I'm doing. So let's say just this kind of fun one. We're going to place it there. And now again, I've created a whole new specific, you know, special border for a quilt I'm doing. I've created its own fun centerpiece, and now I can have it quilt out that design as well for me.
That looks just so fun. And, you know, I could imagine, you know, making a quilt just like this. I have a baby shower coming up in a couple of weeks, and this would be just the perfect gift to be able to design and create and give. I love, you know, just how easy you made it look. And it's not that she made it look easy. It really
is that easy.
It really, truly is. So let's take a look. Should we see how the machine moves as it's stitching that design?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can do that here. So let me, because this one is kind of a bit of a more detailed pattern, I'm going to come back and let's just try doing a single pattern. So I'm not going to save the design, Again, really the reason for it is just because that one is more with the intent of doing an entire quilt that way. So for this, just because it is a little bit of a shorter segment, we want to make sure to not take up, too much time just quilting with it. So kind of going back to the basics here again, you're going to pick a design, you're going to place your design, and you're going to quilt it. So let's come back in, let's do the butterfly again, although I kind of want to see an angled butterfly. Yes, just to change it up, just a little bit. So again, we're going to come back in here, and maybe Melinda, since let's see, right? So now that I've shown you, Melinda, we've picked our pattern. Let's have you place it and then have it quilted out for us.
All right, awesome. Let's do this. All right, so I remember just from your instruction, I have the 4 nodes around my pattern, and basically I'm just kind of selecting where I want my pattern to sew out through. And again, I'm using the needle as my guide point for where I want to place those nodes. Have I missed anything yet, Laurel?
No, you're doing it. See, super
All
simple.
Right. And I have that skewampy placement. I don't remember how far up I went. We'll guesstimate.
Yes. Well,
Okay.
that's one of, I was going to say, that's one of the beautiful things about the software is you can go back in and readjust the placement of it.
Okay, and then remind me if I did want to go back and readjust, where would I find that again?
So if you want, there's 2 different things. If you want, you can come and reset the entire pattern. If you're looking to do just one corner, actually all you have to do is move the machine to the new spot that you're thinking it's going to match on, and then tap the corresponding node.
Okay, perfect, perfect. Super simple. Even I was able to do it, so happy with that. I know I can stretch my pattern, I can fit my pattern, I can flip my pattern, I can rotate my pattern. I can really, truly, even though the pattern technically isn't mine, I can really make it my pattern just by the manipulations. So I've picked my pattern, placed my pattern. Let's go ahead and tell the machine to quilt our pattern. Super excited to see how it's going to turn out. And again, we can hear and see the machine moving to engage. Well, the motor plate moving the machine to engage.
I'll do a couple tie-off stitches. There you go.
And it's off to the races.
There you go. So super simple. Again, this is the moment where you can kind of step back because it's going to get that beautiful stitching work done for you. There you go.
Awesome. And I say this time and time again, Laurel. Again, it truly is easy. Super simple. Anybody can do it. And again, it's our own creativity, that we need to let our imagination kind of go wild and really experience what the automation, what we can do with it, and just how we can have so much fun with it.
Yeah, I know. I love that part. You'd mentioned it. It technically is not your pattern, but it is sort of yours because you're able to go in and, again, place it wherever you want. You can change the direction of it. And, within the Pro version, again, you can actually upload, let's say, this exact design into, that when we were placing out the individual blocks, you can cut out a certain part of it. If you wanted, you say, I really like this, but I want to add a detailing to the butterfly wing, you can definitely do that. So it's just a really fun, again, not really your pattern, but you can definitely make it your own in any way.
Yes. Now, through kind of the last few minutes or so, I did see a couple of questions. We'll answer this one on the screen first. Will the automation software work on some machines with using smaller space grace frames like the Cutie? And actually, this is one of the questions I had seen come through, so I'm glad.
There you go.
Thank you, Sewing Parts Online, for popping that up. But yes, so automation is compatible with all of our machines and all of our frames. So yes, the automation will work on the Cutie, the same as it will work on our Evolution Elite frame, our hoop frames, our Q-Zone Queen frame. Again, it's going to work across the board. And so another kind of question that I had seen come through Will it work on my 16X Elite or my 15R machine? Yes, automation will work with those machines as well.
Yes, that's where, again, it's really nice that it can come into the pick and choose and match, if you will, on what's going to work for your space, your budget, you know, what size quilt blocks you do. That can kind of help determine what size throat space is going to best suit you. So that's where, even, you know, regardless of the machine or frame that you have it on, that software can absolutely fit on it. You know, if it is the Unique machine that has the regulator built into it.
Yes, yes. So again, great questions. Let's see, the Pro is an add-on and integrates with the software. So like the 15 Pro or the 21 Pro, those are some of our predecessor machines to our most recent lineup with the X series. So both of those machines are fully regulated machines. All of the machines in our X series lineup, aside from the 16M, are all fully regulated machines.
Yes, and then I think part of that question as well is, yes, if you, let's say, got the beginning software and decided to upgrade to the Pro, there's actually a new USB that you'll get that's a new software, if you will, to kind of, in a sense, re-download the software, but with the Pro features. So it is re-downloading or re-getting the software onto the tablet that you're using to get those additional Pro features.
Yes. Now, I know another question that comes up frequently. What comes with automation when I buy it? So with that, the tablet does not come with the automation. That is something that you would need to purchase separate. We recommend any Windows-based tablet. And in our showroom, in our education team, when we go to shows, we use the Surface Pro, is it 7?
7, yes.
Yes, Surface Pro 7 or higher. So again, when you purchase automation, you'll receive the motor plate that will install on the bottom of your carriage. You'll receive the belts that will go across the width of your frame and the brackets to install the belts on the side of your frame. What else comes with the automation?
I would say one thing just to note on when getting the software is, because it is kind of a pick and choose or pick and match what's going to work best for you, is on the automation, it actually is going to come with a lot of parts that you may potentially not use. So part of it, again, is just hey, if you have a larger frame like this, there's going to be brackets, you know, that come with the software that are specific for the cutie frame. So there, just note, again, there will be a couple boxes within the software, automation packaging that you won't actually use. But we do recommend keep those. You never know, you maybe will upgrade. You may sell the automation, to somebody else, or great, maybe they got it. There's all sorts of different things that can happen. So we still recommend, again, keeping all those parts, but just note, you potentially won't use all of those items that come with it, because there is a lot of different machines and frames that this is compatible with.
All right. Now, in terms of our automation software, again, we love it here at Grace Company. It's one of those, at shows, talking to people on phones, when people see the machine going just by itself, people stop it, and they will sit and watch, and it's awesome. It's awesome to see just the beautiful work that the automation will do for us. Now, we're gonna take a look back at our home screen. So there were a couple other features which we had talked about that we wanted to show. So we have our awesome user manuals. We have an awesome help section. Let's go into the user manuals. Now, there's so many topics, within the user manual section. How-tos, kind of some tips and tricks. What do you find most useful, I guess, when you're looking in the user manual section?
Yeah, I think really one of the biggest ones on here is, let's say you are using a frame that is smaller So let's say you're using a hoop style frame, right? So it's one where you have to work in zones to shift your quilt versus being able to simply roll your quilt up around a rail. So really overall about it, I love that there's actually pictures shown with it, because for me, I'm a very visual person. So there's times where you watch, just like we are now, we watch a demo with something and you're like, that's wonderful. And you get home, you're like, I don't remember anything they told me, So that's where you can sometimes go back through, but then it's great. They showed the automation on a rolling rail frame. I have a hoop frame, right? How does it work on my hoop frame? So that's where, again, we show you with pictures, hey, this is how you can move from zone to zone. And again, we include all those pictures for you, some tips and tricks within here as well. So there's wonderful, I'm going to close it out again so you guys can see there are quite a few different help files that can be found. And again, the biggest thing is that it does have pictures for you. And you can see they're all PDFs. So if you wanted, and really what we kind of recommend is print them out. That way you can have them on the side and holding them, as you walk through the process on the screen. So you're not having to try and flip between two things, so it's really wonderful that way that it is a printable, set of instructions for you.
Yes. All right, so let's go ahead and close kind of the user manual section. Let's look at that help section.
Yeah, so very similar to the user manual. It's a little bit different. We're on here and we'll see if it's uploaded. We do have a couple additional videos. So this is one, we mentioned at the beginning. Sometimes there are some updates that we do. There's also some of our ambassadors in here that have created some wonderful videos. So kind of giving you really just a different set of eyes to look at it, so it can maybe help click for you. So wonderful videos. Again, there are those tutorials. There's some of those additional help files that you can upload. And then in here, I don't know if we have it with this newer update, but with them, there are sometimes some tips in here as well. And the tip is really nice as well that you actually can set tips for yourself. So this is a fun one where, if you're like, oh, I forgot, I needed to place all 4 points before I quilt my pattern, right? I only placed 3, that's where you can come in here, make a tip for yourself. So if you are coming back to it, or especially if this is something that you have where potentially you rent it out to people and let them have the opportunity to come and use it, you can give them tips so that when they're doing the software themselves, they can kind of get a feel for it.
Yes. Now you went to the videos of our ambassadors, and these are ambassadors we hear about from customers on the phone, at shows. We hear about our ambassadors all the time. We have a new ambassador that we've worked with, kind of in correlation with Sewing Parts Online. Chris, and I completely butchered his last name when I said it the other day.
I'll say it wrong too.
Marchini?
Marchini.
I am so sorry, Chris. We're so sorry. But we're hoping soon, we'll have some of Chris's videos in our library to be able to share with everybody. So
yeah, really wonderful. And that's where, just within the software itself, there's a ton of different people out there and resources. Again, we do give you and provide you those items like the user manuals, the tutorials, those help videos, and all of that within the software. But it is one of those things that I know there's a Facebook group out there that you can join that is just some honest, hey, I'm working through this, I ran out of bobbin, this is how I repair my pattern now, that can help you work through it again so that someone can help really have it click for you to work through it.
Right. So, one question that I completely forgot about until now that I often get is I have this software. I have my tablet that's at my machine. What if I'm traveling and I have my laptop or I have a secondary tablet? Can I put that software there too?
Yes, wonderful question. So the answer is yes. You actually can download the software onto 3 separate devices.
Awesome.
So that's where it's really nice. So if just in case something happens to the tablet itself, you still are able to fully download it. And then again, it is something, especially with the Pro software, if you're looking to create your own design, you can take it with you on the go.
Yes. And from time to time, technology fails us. We had a tablet at home. I don't even know what happened to this tablet. I'm embarrassed for what happened to this tablet, but it died. So if I had my software on 3 devices already, and one of them died. What can I do then?
So for that, the biggest thing is we actually can still help download it onto a new device if needed, because really you register your device, so you fully, tell us, your information on it, what kind of tablet you're using it on. That way, if something like that happens, we can still know that yes, you purchased the software and it is registered under your name, so that we can definitely help you get it onto a device so you can still use the software, because it's one of those things, once you pay for it, you're gonna always have it.
Awesome. Awesome. Again, we said it before, we said it again, we'll continue saying it. Automation is so easy. Don't be scared of it. The more I use automation, the more I am loving the automation. Laurel is a wonderful teacher. There's tons of resources, online, in the software itself. Sewing Parts Online, a great resource. And come to think of it, I think there's an awesome sale on the automation. So again, if you've been thinking about it, you've maybe put it in your cart, taken it out of your cart a few times, with the sale, with the SewCreative event, in my opinion, it's the perfect time. Go ahead and do that.
It really is. I know. And there is one last thing before we kind of go maybe more specifically into the pricing and kind of give it back to Sewing Parts Online, is that it's, with the automation, we talk about it's a great way if you haven't been quilting to get those perfect stitches and to get the beautiful designs, to have it match perfectly. But there is also a feature within the Pro that's called a record. Yes. So this is a fun feature. I'll be honest, I haven't used it, but that's because I am not good at Freemotion. That's where I want the software. I want it to have those pre-programmed designs, and I want it to stitch that out. That being said, there's oftentimes quilters that started out Freemotion quilting, right? And they're now looking for the next step up. So when that happens, sometimes there is specific designs that again may not be within the program and that you're not quite able to find to upload. So go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I have been working on feathers for a while now. My feathers, when I started, they were horrendous. They were awful. But I like using the record as I practice my feathers, just to help see what my progression has been. Because even though they're not perfect now, they're so much better than what they were before. One day I'll be happy enough with my feathers. I'll have it recorded in my software, and I'll just be able to use that going forward. Bam.
Yes, I was gonna say, that's one of those things that maybe in the moment you'd be like, that was a fluke, there's no way it was perfect. But good news is, if you're using the recording feature, you'll have it saved, so you don't need to do it again, Yes. So that's where, again, it's really neat where there are sometimes certain patterns, maybe like a paisley design you're really good at doing, you are really good at the feathers, whatever it may be, you can come in here and you can actually have it record, or in a sense, save you stitching that out. So I'm going to show you within the screen. Again, this is specifically within the Pro version of the software, but it's found over here on this side, record. So it's going to connect. This is also a really neat one where when I was first learning the software, I thought you actually had to literally have the machine quilting to record the design. That's not the case. You're able to actually just hit start recording, and then from there you're able to fully move the machine without it quilting to create whatever design you want. Whew. Maybe this is a bee trail, maybe that's what that is. Boom, look at that.
Bee trail. I love it.
Woo, so we can see this is why software is beautiful, because that's my Freemotion, but it's really fun. If you want as well, this is where, again, you can come in here, you can edit, you can smooth out the designs, you can add features to it. But again, I've simply moved the machine and it now can save this pattern for me.
Yes, and it's such a fun, for people that are phenomenal Freemotion quilters. If you want to save yourself just a little time, record your Freemotion, save it as a pattern. You'll always have it, and it's there, ready to be used. So
yes. Well, then I had one time someone who, a phenomenal freehand quilter, Freemotion quilter, just like amazing, could conceptualize things extremely well. So you could give her a few, you know, like, I think this would look really good. And she said, great, boom. She could kind of help create what that looks like. But the biggest thing is she's like, I did that for somebody once, but they wanted it on a California king quilt. And then of course it was like this super detailed design, you know, and so she's like,
I can never do that again.
I know. And so it was one of those things that was, you know, she really enjoys the Freemotion, but she's like, that was exhausting. She's like, I can't ever do it again. So she got the software because, you know, she still has the ability to do Freemotion, but then on something like that, when she's created the design, she can have the machine come in and do all the work for her. So that was a really neat one where, again, even if it is something that you do Freemotion, you can still do the same with it, but then you can also engage the software and have it do the quilting for you.
Yes. You know, just the more and more that I use our automation, the more and more that I'm educated with our phenomenal team here. You know, hands down, it is probably my absolute favorite Grace Company product. Hands down. But you know, it's amazing. It truly, truly is amazing. Now, Laurel, have you seen any questions pop up in the feed that maybe we haven't answered yet?
Well, that's what I was trying to think. I was trying to think of some of the most common questions as well. I know there was one that someone had asked again, and maybe more than anything, it's for them to see. But somebody had asked a question of what file types can you upload into it? So again, anytime you get the software, when you go to pick a pattern, it's going to show it at the bottom. So there's GPF, CMD, CQP, CSV, blah, 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 you know, keep going on, right? So there is quite a few different file types. And I know especially if there is a specific file type, or I should say pattern that you're wanting, but it doesn't fit the file type, there are different programs you can get that can help convert it over to one of these specific file types. But again, you always, once you get the software and are going to place a pattern, you will always have these options of the specific file types for you.
Yes. All right. Any other questions that you can remember from all the comments have been coming so fast, and it's like, what did
I
they
guess
say?
it's not necessarily a question, but I know at the very beginning, if you joined us for the segment, thank you, and thank you for sticking with us throughout as we explain this. But Melinda asked a question at the beginning of how many of you are a little bit nervous about getting into the software, right? There's just a little bit of some nerves, not quite sure. We had you put a 1 in the chat. I'd be curious if you guys, after the demo, feel like you would be more confident in being able to get into it.
That's a good question.
Yes, if you feel so, put a 2 in the
2,
chat.
yes.
Because I'm curious more than anything as well for us to be able to see, hey, you know, is this a good demo? Is there some additional tips we can do for you guys? But again, if at the beginning you felt, hey, I didn't know the software, that was a 1. But now after watching, do you guys feel more confident and kind of excited for it again? Put a 2 in the chat.
Yes. I will put mine 2 all day. Every time after, you know, just learning and, you know, it's that refresher and, you know, going back between studio and, you know, kind of practical use time. It's like, okay, I've got it.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, I know that's wonderful. There's a lot of 1.5, maybe like
Yes.
getting there. I know one of them was more confident, but still learning. I think that's a great one as well because yes, even us, we're learning all the time on things, you know, even with the update, I'm like, oh, that's new. So
Yes. Well, I love it. We hope everybody enjoyed this segment. We hope you learned something. We hope you know that we were able to instill some confidence, whether you already have automation or you've been contemplating getting automation. Yeah, so we're here for all of you with Sewing Parts Online. So Tricia, come back with us. Did you happen to see any questions we may have missed, or do you personally have any particular questions?
All I gotta tell you, ladies, is I am now a number 2. I'm feeling much more confident. I'm learning how to make with some concerns, but I'm very excited to learn how to use it. So very cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. One fun thing, actually, the one waiting in the wings is Chris, and you had just mentioned him. So that's so fun that our sewing community is all intertwined now, and Chris is on, and you guys are on, and yeah, it's a pretty cool thing.
Good.
But
and Chris, we're so sorry if we butchered your name.
I'm actually going to be apologizing to him too. We had a little get together before, and I'm
We
like,
did the same
I
thing.
did the exact same thing. I was like, "No, I said Marchini. I'm so sorry, Chris." So he's probably over there laughing, just saying, "Oh, everybody does it."
He's probably like, it happens all the time. So, all right. Well,
The other
Tricia, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to mention, we wanted to thank you so much for the wonderful donations, and we're going to be giving away one of the cuties. But today, our final prize is going to be that 16X, the cutie frame, and the 5-foot light station. So thank you. We are super, super excited to give that away at the end of today. But we are also super excited to give the cutie away right now. So do you want to stick around while we give away?
Yeah.
Yes, we would love to.
All right, let's go ahead and do it quick. All right, so this is that cutie tabletop frame.
We need like a drum roll, right? Like,
Oh, it's teasing us. Hey, Sarah Garrison.
I must say, we are super excited because obviously we're going to bring you back for every SewCreative Live. You guys are just like one of our best friends, so it's going to happen every single time. But we have something
We're
super
here.
fun
We
planned.
are here.
Good. We have something super fun planned for September, and we have some really dramatic music that we're going to play during the giveaways next time. So,
there you go. That's what you need,
Awesome.
like a dramatic, like an organ, like dun, 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 or something, like, you know.
yeah, it's going to be like Wheel of Fortune music.
There you go.
Speaking
Awesome.
of fun, though, with the donations that you guys had provided, you had an extra luminous light station. So we decided to do something really fun for this event. So anybody that purchases Grace automation or a machine or a frame, we are going to automatically put them in a drawing, and we're going to do it next week and give away that light station. So keep the fun going.
Awesome.
So
Fun.
thank you guys
Well-
so much for joining us, and we will talk to you very soon.
All right, we'll see ya. Have a good rest of your day.
Have a great day, ladies. Oh, that is so fun. Yeah, we absolutely love Grace, and we're going to have a couple more times of them coming on. One's going to be talking about the True Cut products, and the other one is going to be talking about the cutie frame. Yeah, we're going to see a whole segment on the cutie frame. So we all love that particular product. All right, before we pull Chris up, I just want to mention again that he is playing a free PDF of his first quilt. He wrote it out in great detail, wonderful pictures. It is available in a couple of different places. You can go to his website, which is Rose City Originals, and download it there. Or you can go to our Facebook and you can get it there on our Facebook group, which is going to be Sewing Parts Online Sewing Community. And it's pinned right at the top, so you can grab it there as well. Do we have time to do a little pricing before we pull up Chris?
I think we got 1 minute.
Okay, we got 1 minute. So let's go over just a few things here with talking about the automation. It is a fabulous sale right now. So they had mentioned it's a great time to get it. It is currently 25% off, but that does not include our special event pricing. So earlier in the day when I had mentioned the call-in pricing is fabulous, automation has a really fabulous call-in price. So normally it's $4,999.95 for the beginnings, and it is on sale for $3,749.96 with that 25% off sale. But again, we do have a special SewCreative Live call-in pricing, and you are definitely going to want to check that out. Our customer service is super happy to help you out. We also have the Pro version. So that normally is $7,499.95. It's on sale for $5,624.96. And that's with that 25% off that's currently running. But we do have the special event pricing. Also, I think I had seen it in the chat as well. Just a reminder, we do offer financing. So if you've been thinking about it, between the sale and the option of financing, it's a wonderful, wonderful time to get hooked up with the software. I will go into more detail on some other sales, but I just want to quickly mention that in addition to the software sale, there is also machine and frame sales going on. So let's just take a quick peek at the 16X manual machine. This machine is normally $3,999 and it's on sale for $3,499. Same as I've said before, there is special event pricing on this. You can call in to get a fabulous, fabulous price. If you notice on the top right-hand side, it shows with a purchase of any new Qnique machine, you get a free accessory pack. That's $1,000 value. So take a peek at this. You would get a 5 or 10 foot luminous light bar, depending on which one you need, your 10 pack of needles, a 3-piece hopping foot kit, 3 Leah Day rulers, a pack of bobbins, some mini clips, and a ruler base. So again, that is with the purchase of any new Qnique machine. So also we're running sales on the 16 mid-arm machine. This is going to be the middle of the line on the 16X. So the first one is manual. This one has the LCD screen and it has faster stitches per minute. So this one runs 1,700 stitches per minute. It is normally $4,999.95 on sale for $4,499. And then we've got the 16X Elite Mid-Arm machine, which is normally $5,999.95, and that's on sale for $4,999. And all of these have that special call-in pricing, guys. They are really, really, really good right now. And this actually bumps up to 2,100 stitches per minute, and you get that awesome 7-inch LCD screen, and then you can pair it with the software that we just spoke about. I also will tell you about the 19X machines and the 21X machine when we get a chance, but we want to bring Chris on because he has a full segment, and he's going to show you how to make a quilt. So can we go ahead and get Chris pulled up? All right.
Hi.
Hello, Chris. How are you today?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good. Did you hear us
Do we have an
talking about
echo?
your last name?
I did, yes.
So the question is, do you get that a lot?
Yes, it's very common.
Yeah.
It doesn't offend me, but the correct pronunciation is Marchini.
Marchini. Okay. We will all get it now. We're all on the same page. Well,
One
I
way
had
to think
mentioned
of it
before
is
about your...
oh,
Go ahead.
it's because it's a CH. Chris also starts with a CH and makes the same sound. So Chris
There you
Marchini.
go. That'll work. It's ingrained now. All right. Well, we wanted to go ahead and let everybody know about your PDF. I know I just mentioned it a few minutes ago, but do you want to tell everybody a little bit about it?
Yep. So I just wrote a quick instructional guide, and it's walking you through start to finish how to make this quilt. It's a pretty simple pattern, but it's got lots of good tips and tricks in here. If you're new to quilting, there's terms you'll see in patterns that maybe you don't know what it means. Like WOF, that means the width of fabric, and that's the length from selvage to selvage edge. So little tips like that are throughout the guide. And I even go through quilting it and putting on your binding, which a lot of patterns kind of skip over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Alex, which we had mentioned, she's new to our department. So she actually looked this over as well. And she's new to quilting, and she looked over all the instructions and thought it was fabulous. So that is awesome. Before I let you get to it, Chris, I just want to mention that we are doing a giveaway, of course, at the end of Chris's segment. So make sure that you keep an eye out for the surprise spring word. The giveaway for this segment is going to be a $100 Sewing Parts Online gift card. So you'll get all the stuff you need to make your first quilt with Chris.
There you go.
All right. Well, you have a great time, and we'll be watching. If you need anything, Chris, I'll be in the background.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you. So if you haven't already gone and downloaded the pattern, go ahead and get that. Like Tricia said, it's on my website or on the Sewing Parts Online community Facebook page. For today's demo, we are going to be using a layer cake, which is a 10-inch pre-cut square pack. The great thing about using this is all of the fabrics already coordinate with each other. So if you're new, you don't have a stash yet, this is a great way to start. So Brian, if you want to switch to my overhead camera. So I am just going to do one block for today, but in the pattern, it does have you pick 12 pieces that you're going to cut in half both directions. So I'm just going to pick one out here. Mess up my cute little stack. So the best thing to do for cutting, you're going to need a rotary cutter and your acrylic ruler. If you don't have a stash of acrylic rulers yet, best one I recommend to start with is 6 inches by 24 inches. It's the most versatile and it'll get you really far in life. So basically, we are just going to, I have a lot of stuff going on here, so I'm just going to line it up on the edge here. This is the 5-inch line. And we're going to cut. This rotary cutter, I believe they are available at Sewing Parts Online, has an automatically retracting safety guard. Really good when you're first starting out, so you don't have to remember to close it every time you set it down. So we've got that cut in half, and we're going to rotate it and cut it again. And then we're going to end up with 4 5-inch squares. Now, I already have some others cut because obviously you don't want to just sew these back together. You want to get some variety in there. So we are going to grab a couple more. And this is what's called a 4-patch. 4-patches are very common in quilting. And it's just 4 squares and you sew them together. So let's head, oh, actually first, I am going to pin these together. I don't normally pin, but in my instructional guide, I do recommend it. As you are learning to sew and quilt, pinning is your friend. You will get to a point that you no longer need to pin basic shapes. But for today, we're going to go ahead and do that so nothing slides on us. So just a few pins, pop them in. This is also a good way to remind yourself which edge you're going to sew on. All right, let's take this over to the sewing machine. Whoops, wrong button. There we go. Hope I don't bump the camera too much. I also have a 1/4-inch foot installed on my machine. Kourtney was just talking about that. So this little section right here from the center to the side is a 1/4 inch, and that will help me keep everything lined up. So we're just going to sew a straight line. As you're sewing, be sure to remove your pins. You don't want to hit them. You can break your needle, which can go flying. You don't want that to happen. It can also mess up the timing of your machine. So definitely recommend removing as you sew. All right, now we have 2 pieces sewn of 2 squares each. Now we need to press our seams. So we're going to press them in opposite directions. So this top one I'm going to sew so that the seam allowance ends up under the blue fabric. And then on this one, I'm going to press it so it ends up under the teal fabric. Got my handy mini Oliso iron. I think I said that right. We're just going to give those a good press. And now we are going to put these right sides together. And you can see here, this seam is pointing to the left. This seam is pointing to the right. So they're going to nest perfectly on top of each other. So when pinning these, I like to pin in the center first. That way that stays nice and crisp. And then we'll throw in a couple pins in the other sections. Make sure nothing moves, and then just sew our 1/4 inch seam down that side. Another thing I wanted to note that I don't have in the guide that I probably need to add is your stitch length. So right now I have my machine set at a 2, which is a 2mm stitch length. Standard is anywhere from 2 to 2.5. You don't want your stitches too big, because then when it's open, it doesn't have as much structural integrity. So just a note there. So now we're going to press this open. It doesn't matter which direction the seam goes at this point. In some patterns it might, but in this pattern it does not. So we're just going to give that a press. And now our 4 patch is ready to go. So you're going to make a total of 12 4 patches and just keep them all scrappy and mix and match your patterns. All right, Brian, if you want to switch back to the overhead. So now that we have this sewn, we're going to pair it up with a large square. But our large squares are now too big. So in the pattern, it will tell you to cut these down to 9.5 inches square. But if you're newer to sewing and maybe you're not so confident in your 1/4 inch seam allowance, what you can do is after you've sewn all your 4 patches, measure them. So whatever they end up being, that's what you're going to cut your larger squares at. So for me, it is 9.5. So I'm just going to trim off a 1/2 inch on 2 of the sides. And you're going to have a total of 13 of these larger squares. All right, that's ready to go. So now we're going to sew these together. And then I already have the rest of this row prepared. So we're going to attach it on here. Let me pin this really quick. Another thing you can do if you don't like pinning, you can actually use wonder clips or binding clips in place of the pins. They're really strong. They may not look like it, but they are really strong and hold things together very well. All right, let's head back over to the machine. There you go. So now we're going to attach this to the rest of the row I already started, which is right here. So we'll put these right sides together. Oh, goodness. My tripod and my chair are competing for space. I'm going to go ahead and sew this without pinning just for time. Oh, I came unthreaded. And we have our first row put together. So now we are going to press all of these seams in the same direction. For this row, they will all go to the right. Let's see if I can squeeze in over here. For this quilt, you'll be doing a total of 5 rows. 3 of them will start with a large square and then go with the 4-patch, large square, 4-patch. And then the other 2 rows will start with a 4-patch and alternate from there. On the rows that start with a large square, you'll press your seams to the right. And the rows that start with a 4-patch, you will press your seams to the left. That way, when you sew your rows together, those seams nest as well. It just makes for easier construction. All right, we'll head back over to the cutting table. And now we'll attach this to the rest of the quilt I have prepared. When you start working with longer rows, pinning becomes more important. So you're going to line up these seams and pop a pin in there. And what I'll do is I will line up all of the seams first, put a pin in each one, and then go back and pin in between. That way, if you need to fudge it a little, you can ease your fabric in a smaller section. I used to be morally opposed to pinning, but the more I've done quilting, especially when putting on like borders, it really does make a difference. So I might not pin when I'm doing like the 4 patches and smaller blocks, but when I get back to rows, pinning is pretty important. Oh, there's only 2 left in stock. If you like this fabric, which I have to say has been super fun to work with, definitely go snag one of those. I think these are those pins that Kourtney was talking about a little bit ago. They are called magic pins, and the tips are silicone, so you can iron over them if you need to. Very great for like applique. All right, one more pin, and then we'll head back over to the machine. All righty. You want to switch the camera over, Brian? Perfect. Okay. I'll just give this a quick sew. Okay, and now we're just going to press this seam open. It does not matter if you press it up or down, just press it all to one side. This is a lot to press on my little mat here. Almost there. It's kind of funny, as I was writing the little instructional guide, creating the quilt top is probably the fastest part of the process. All right, we are all pressed. So now we'll head back over to the table and I will show you how to baste a quilt. So by definition, a quilt is a blanket that has 3 layers. It has our backing fabric, our batting, and then the quilt top. So let me move all of this out of the way. So it's those 3 layers, and then it is stitched together to keep it all in place. So to create our quilt sandwich, which is those 3 layers, we start with our backing fabric. Got a lot of stuff on my desk here, so we'll have to work around it. So I'll just lay this out. Pretend my laptop's not there. All right, so this is our backing fabric. Mine happens to be a solid, but if you are working with a print, you would want this print side down. Next, we're going to add our batting. So I am using 100% polyester. It is a low loft batting. For your first quilt, it's probably a good idea to stick with something that is low loft. It doesn't have to be polyester. It can be a cotton poly blend. It can be wool. Just something that is a lower loft is going to be easier to manage on the machine. So we are going to center this on our backing fabric. And if you don't have a table that you can do this on, a lot of people will pin baste on their floor. I would say, though, that if you're going to do that, or if you're doing it on like your dining room table, be sure to put something underneath so that when you're pinning, you're not scratching the surface. You don't want to scratch up your nice hardwood floors or your pretty dining room table with every quilt you do. All right, so we've got our batting down and smoothed out. And now we can add our quilt top. And we'll just put that, again, center it. I have the measurements in the pattern, but you want your batting to be about 1.5 inches to 2 inches bigger than your quilt top, and then your backing fabric 1 inch or so bigger than that. You need this extra to be able to grab it. And then also, if stuff starts to shift as you sew, it's kind of a bumper to not end up with no backing behind your quilt top that you've just spent all that time making. All right. Get that all nice and smooth. As you're smoothing it out, you'll be able to feel if there's any kind of bump or fold or ripple. And before you get it all pinned down and start sewing, you can peel these back and say if you have like a fold here, you'd be able to feel that. So you just want to correct that so that you don't sew it in, so it's a permanent feature of your quilt. All right, there we go. I like to pin baste with safety pins. If you were to pin baste this with just straight pins, it's got that sharp point, and that's always going to be exposed. So if I were to do this, it does the job, it bastes it in place. But as I'm sewing, I'm going to be constantly poking myself with that That's not fun. So we're going to use safety pins so that we can close them up. In the instructions, I'm going to have you stitch in the ditch, which is just sewing between the two fabrics, just right on that seam. And we're going to sew on these major seams as well as these minor seams. So the best way to pin this pattern is to put a pin in the center of each of these small squares. And then in the corners, just pretending that this is a 4-patch, put them there as well. There is a tool out on the market. I'm not sure what it's called, but it is a wooden handle with like a little metal tip that you can put under here to help you close them. I have this instead. It's just an Allen wrench that has a notch in it. I don't know what it came with. It was some furniture I put together. I don't think it was IKEA, but I could be wrong. But that little notch is perfect for holding up the pointy end to close your safety pins. So just a little tip there. And I don't know, Tricia, if you guys carry that tool. I forget what it's called. And I had heard that the manufacturer, it was just like a mom and pop operation, that they stopped manufacturing them. So I don't even know if they're available anymore.
They are called quick clips. It's a tongue twister for me. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't carry them. But when we were at QuiltCon, somebody else had mentioned those too. So unfortunately, if it was a small mom and pop shop, maybe somebody else needs to manufacture them. Wink, wink to anybody out there.
There you go. If you happen to get your hands on one, I definitely recommend them. It will save your fingers, because this quilt is going to, I don't even know how many pins it's going to end up with. But as you can see, quite a few. Well, I guess there's 25 squares and 4 per square. So there's 100 clips in just this small quilt. And if you make a larger quilt, you can have even more. Another thing with this pattern is it's really easy to expand. This uses only slightly more than half of the layer cake. So if you wanted to make a larger quilt, you can just use all of the layer cake, make half of them 4 patches, and then the other half plus 1 as larger squares, and then you can make a larger quilt. All right, well, I am not going to baste this whole thing here because I have a sample already. 1 hour is a lot to try and get a whole quilt made.
You're doing an amazing job. We were just talking about that. You make it look so easy.
Well, I have made this quilt. That's the one I was just sewing is the third one I've made of it. So this one is already fully basted. And I've done most of the quilting, but I want to show you the quilting. So I have one line here that still needs quilted. So these lines, the major seams, they're easy because you have a seam down the entire way to follow. But on these minor ones, in between, you're sewing as if this is a 4-patch, but there's no line to follow. So you could just eyeball it. Nothing wrong with that. But I have another trick to show you. If you pull out your ruler and get some painter's tape. This is a wonderful tool to have in the sewing room. So I've already measured my walking foot, and it is 1/4 inch from the needle to the edge of the foot. So what I will do is, I want it on this side, put my 1/4 inch line right where I want the sewing to be. And then I'll just take a length of painter's tape and stick it down. And then when I get to the machine, I'm just going to follow this with my foot, and it'll give me that perfect line straight down the middle so I can continue. So there are 3 solid squares on this row, so I'll tape them all. And then we will go over to the machine. And actually, I need to swap out my foot to my walking foot, but I also want to change my camera so you can get a nice close-up. Hopefully this camera doesn't get too mad at me.
Okay, it looks like we have a small technical difficulty. So as he's figuring that out, then I want to just go over a few things really quickly. Oh, did it unfreeze? There we go.
There we go. Okay.
All right.
Well, I do need to change my foot to the walking foot. So if you want to go over anything, that would be the time.
Perfect. Well, I was going to address a couple of the questions that are in the chat. One is, what's the best type of batting? And that one, I was just going to touch on because there's a lot of different opinions, but as Chris had mentioned, a low loft to begin with is nice because it's easier to deal with. Also, there are different materials that it can be made from with polyester or cotton or wool. But I wanted to mainly bring this up because in the future, when we do some more SewCreative live events, we're actually going to have Hobbs Batting come.
Ooh.
And she's going to give a whole instructional video and question and answer segment. And so we're really excited about that because when you're first beginning quilting, or if you've been quilting for a while, sometimes you're wondering, what's my best option? So I'm really, really pumped about that one. So we've got several SewCreative live events. Yeah, she's very, very knowledgeable. She said she's done over, what did she say, Brian? 200? 200 of these videos. I was like, holy buckets.
Wow.
She's busy. But yeah, so we're very excited.
With batting, a lot of it is personal preference, but some of it is also your climate. So is this going to be a summer quilt or a winter quilt? Like, do you want it super warm and do you want it more light and airy? So there's a lot that goes into it. And I'm sure that Hobbs knows all of that.
Cool. All right.
All right.
Well,
So I've got
let me know when
out. Nope. What was that?
Oh, I was just going to say, go ahead.
Okay. I've got it switched out to my walking foot. Like I said, it is a 1/4 inch from the needle to this edge of the foot. So I am just going to go along. With quilting, I do like to increase my stitch length a little bit. So I'll turn it up to a 3. And with a walking foot, you don't want to just go, crazy out the gate. You want to go a little slower. It will give you more control and also prolong the life of your walking foot. This is the same walking foot that Kourtney showed earlier. It came with the Juki. I do have an aftermarket that I purchased. It was like a plasticky one, and I broke it. So I replaced it, and I broke it again. So go slow with your walking foot. It's not a race. But you can see I'm just following along that tape line. And when I get to here, I already have a seam that I've quilted. I just want to make sure that the fabric doesn't bubble up over it. So you can pull on it slightly, just give a little bit of tension so you have a nice smooth transition. I am quilting right now the very center of the quilt. I typically recommend starting at the center. For this quilt, I left the center one open just for demonstration. But that way you have the bulk, like the most bulk you will ever have in the throat of your machine. This machine has a nice large throat, but the very first quilt I quilted on my domestic machine, it was a vintage machine that had like a 6-inch throat. So the sidewall here was literally like right here. I had no space to have anything in there. So starting in the middle, that's going to be the most difficult point with the most bulk, because then when you start on this side, you're going to flip the whole quilt around. So just some tips there. And I am quilting with the same thread that I did all my piecing with. If you like, you can switch it out if you want it to be a nice bright color, if you want to use some variegated thread. That is always a fun option. But if you're just starting out and this really is your first quilt, you can use that same spool of thread to do the whole thing start to finish.
How do you choose your thread color?
I really like gray, like a light gray. That's what I'm quilting with right now. It just tends to go with everything. I do say, or I've heard that it's best to go with lighter unless you're sewing like black fabric, navy fabric, then you'll want to do something darker. But for the most part, I tend to stick with gray. I don't like changing the thread on my machine. So if I have something that could be nice and neutral for everything, it's a bonus for me. And this is the Aurifil cotton. I think it is 40 weight. It is the orange code. I think that's their 40 weight. All right, nearing the end. The great thing about pinning in the center of these squares is you're not at risk of running into any of them. When you do Freemotion quilting, a lot of times you have to stop and remove pins as you go, which can kind of break your flow if you're in the groove with a really cool pattern. But this, they're all out of the way, so you don't need to worry about it. And we're at the end. And we'll head back over to the table. So now we have our quilt fully quilted. Not sure how well it picks up on the camera, but we've got all of our lines. They're about 4.5 inches apart because that is the size of these finished squares.
So, Chris, I just had to
Yes.
pop on because this is quite funny. You were just sewing, and I'm over here eating my chocolate because you were sewing, and Brian accidentally popped me on, and I was like,
Oh,
I'm eating 100 grand.
that's funny.
So I got my little chocolate pick me up. I'm like, might as well share virtually.
That is one of my favorite candy bars.
I love it.
So, like I said, they're about 4.5 inches apart. When you are picking your batting, one thing to note is a lot of battings will say a minimum quilting distance. So, especially with like natural fibers and larger or higher lofts, you'll need your quilting to be a little denser. 4.5 inches, about a hand width, at least my hand width, is a good distance, especially for this polyester batting. The reason for that is as you wash this, if the batting starts to break down, you'll get those like lumps in the center of your squares, and that just isn't as fun. All right, so I'm going to take a couple of these pins out because the next thing we need to do is trim our quilt. So we are going to trim right along the edge. I get a lot of questions about squaring up your quilt. And I honestly don't worry too much about having my squares be perfectly square. I like to have the corners be a 90 degrees, but then like if one side is slightly longer than the other, I'm not losing any sleep over it. a lot of times quilts, you know, they're going to be on your bed or they're going to be thrown over the back of the couch. People aren't measuring it to make sure you made it perfectly square. And if they are, you can just politely ask them to leave your house. Where did I put? There it is. So to trim a quilt, I like to start in a corner. Doesn't matter which corner. I do tend to trim with a 12.5-inch square ruler, but for today, we're going to stick with just that 6-inch by 24-inch that I mentioned earlier. So if this is the only ruler you have, you can still do this. Make sure I'm in frame there. So I am lining up this edge with this edge of the fabric, and then this long edge with that long edge. And this is a 90-degree angle. It's built in. So we'll just trim that, and I go off to the edge, and then trim up this direction. And this is it's a good sized lap quilt. It's not huge. Almost long enough to do it in 2 passes, but I'll just extend this a little bit. And then trim there. And this piece that you trim off, if it's wide enough, like wider than 2.5 inches, it's great to use for your binding. So it's not waste. It can end up as your binding or just throw it into your scrap pile. Lots of fun projects you can do with scraps. And you just continue around the quilt. If you have an area like here, where it goes outside of your ruler, that's fine. And also, if you say had where some of the batting is showing, as long as it's less than 1/4 of an inch, there is no need to worry about it. It will all be hidden by your binding.
You may have touched on this already, Chris, but what size quilt does this make?
This makes a 45-inch square quilt.
Perfect.
So it's a really good lap
And
size or a baby quilt.
Awesome. And I also have a question here asking, how many layer cakes does this take?
It takes about half a layer cake. You need 25 10-inch squares. So it could either be a layer cake pack, or if you just have scraps of fabric, you can use pretty much anything. It doesn't take a whole lot. The layer cake just makes it nice and easy because everything's already perfectly coordinated for you.
Love that. I also see a question here asking, do you ever recommend the semi-sticky spray or the adhesive spray versus the clips or the pins?
I do. It's the 505 spray. I don't have any. I've definitely used it before. My only caution with that is it can get a little messy. So if you're inside, there's a lot of like potential for overspray. I've definitely done that here in my room, and stuff has been sticky for a couple weeks. So if you have the ability to like go outside, it's a great alternative.
Yeah, I do really like the basting spray, but I had mentioned it as well, where it can get a little messy. But a little trick that somebody on our Facebook had shared with me, because I was going crazy, is olive oil. It worked fabulous to get it off your hands. Now, other areas I'm not sure, but my hands, yeah, because I was going nuts.
For smaller quilts, they also sell fusible batting. So you could lay it all out and then just iron it, and it sticks together.
I love all the different options.
Yeah. All right, so we are all trimmed up and ready to attach our binding. So the binding is what finishes off this raw edge. So let me grab my fabric for that. I've already started making some binding, but I wanted to show you how to make it. So this is just some fabric that I picked to coordinate with the fabric of the quilt. And I prefer my binding to be 2.5 inches. So what I will do is line up the 2.5 inch line on the edge of this fabric, which is already pretty square. But if it's not, what you can do is take one of these lines and align it on the fold of your fabric and clean up this edge. And that just gives you a nice clean starting point. Now I will line up that 2.5 inch mark. So you want that to be straight along that edge. And you also want this line to be lined up with the fold of the fabric so you have a perfectly straight strip. And I don't know where it is, but a tip, if you have trouble cutting long lengths, is to put like a hand weight on the end. It weighs it down and keeps it from slipping. And I don't know where mine went. So we'll just hold our ruler firmly and cut that off. So for this quilt, you will need 5 2.5 inch by width of fabric strips. I already have some of it sewn together. But what we're going to do to attach these to each other, we will lay one piece down face up and the other piece face down at a 90-degree angle. So you can use your mat to help you line those up. And what we'll end up doing is sewing from this point to this point. Grab some pins. And I'm just going to pop a few pins in here to keep everything in place and also remind myself which direction I'm sewing, because I'm going to sew in between the pins. And what will happen is once you've sewn that, you're going to trim away the excess. And when you open it, it will be a continuous piece with all the edges perfectly straight. So let's head back over to the sewing machine. And I still have my walking foot on. Normally I would use my normal foot, but I don't want to change it because I'm going to have to change back to the walking foot. So here you could draw a line if that helps you to keep perfectly straight. It's a fairly short distance, so you can just eyeball it. We'll take those pins out. Oh, I need to grab my scissors. And then we will trim up the side and then about a 1/4 inch away from the seam. It's already sewn, so it doesn't matter if you do a 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch. You don't want too much because it just adds bulk into your binding. And now we're going to press this. I'll just do that off camera here real quick. And pressing it just helps keep everything flat. Now, one thing I like to do to help manage my binding is roll it onto an empty thread spool. So a lot of larger spools these days are coming on these cones that are straight up and down versus like the old triangle cones. So these are great to hang on to once you've emptied them. I just put a piece of tape on the inside to get it started and then just wind it around. And then this sits next to my machine while I'm sewing so that my binding doesn't end up on the floor. If you like, you can pre-fold this and press it. I find that that's just an extra step that keeps me from finishing my quilt faster. So I personally don't do that, but with many things in quilting, a lot of it is personal preference. Like with most of my quilts, I will press my seams open instead of off to one side. And that's really just, you know, a personal preference, just like which battings you choose. Okay. So now we're going to attach the binding to the back side of the quilt. So when you start your binding, you want to start it with like probably 10 inches unsewn. So you want this just loose behind your needle. Then we'll fold this over, align it with your edge. And then we are going to sew a 1/4 inch seam down the side here. And keeping your walking foot on helps too, just because there's so many layers you're sewing through. It helps keep everything nice and tidy. Oh. And when you start to get towards the first corner, you're going to stop a 1/4 inch short. So you can see the corner of the quilt here. I'm going to stop when the needle is a 1/4 inch away. So you can mark this, or you can just kind of eyeball it. If you're a stitch or so shy of a 1/4 inch, that's fine. You just don't want to go past a 1/4 inch. Then we're going to lift our presser foot, pivot everything, and then sew from where your needle is to the corner of the quilt. Not sure how well the white or the gray thread shows up. You can kind of see that. Now we're going to take the working tail of the binding and push it off to the right. And what you want is to have the edge, the raw edge of the binding and the raw edge of the quilt to be flat. And then I just hold here on top of the quilt and fold it back on itself. And what you want here is for the raw edges to be lined up. This fold should align with this raw edge of the quilt. And then the two folds of this binding should line up with itself. Then we're going to rotate the whole thing and start sewing. I just start from off the quilt, go onto the quilt, and I'll back up a few stitches to just tack it in place. And once I've done that, I'll reposition the bulk of the quilt just so it's comfortable to sew. And then continue down. And I am going to switch to another one of my samples so I can show you how to finish off your binding. So I have one more corner to do on here, so I can show you that again. Gotta work around the webcam cord. All right.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
What is your stitch length set at, Chris?
Right now, I'm at about 2.5.
Perfect.
For attaching the binding, you can do it a little longer. I like piecing with a smaller stitch and then quilting and binding with a larger stitch, but not too large.
Nice.
So we'll continue this down until I get to the corner. And again, stop about 1/4 inch short. And then we'll sew off to the corner. And then repeat those same steps. Whoops, let's get that out of the way. Make sure you can actually see what I'm doing. So we want this to be all length, all straight. And fold it back on itself. And make sure all of these corners are lined up. And then as you start to approach where you started attaching the binding, you want to stop. So there's about a 12-inch gap between where you're stopping and where the binding starts. So let me sew a little and I'll show you that. This is the part that can be really confusing. It took me a while to get it to click in my head. A little more. All right, so if I can get this all in camera. Here's where I stopped sewing, and here is where I started the binding. So what I'll do is I'll take my starting tail, and about halfway, I'm going to trim it. And the best way to get a nice 90-degree angle is to fold it back on itself and align all the raw edges. And take your scissors and put it in that loop. You get a nice clean edge. Now don't toss that scrap away because you're going to need it. What you're going to do is take that scrap and lay it so that those top edges align. And then you're going to take your ending tail and lay it down. And then trim along the bottom edge of that scrap. Make sure everything's still square. There we go. All right, now we're going to take the starting tail face up, just kind of open it up and set it off to the side. And then the ending tail, we're going to also open up, but we're going to lay it face down. And we are going to line those up so that they are at a 90-degree to each other. And here's an area I highly recommend pins because it can get a little squirrely. So we're just going to pop a pin on this side. And then one on the other side, just to keep it from moving on me. Now here we're going to sew from this corner to this corner. We don't have the benefit of when we first made the binding to have those extra tails sticking out. So you just need to be cautious and make sure that you're starting right on those corners. I'll turn my stitch length down a little bit for this. This one's already off a little. Just get it back in place. And now before you trim this, best thing to do is to open it up and make sure that it all lies flat and that you don't have like a twist in it. And it looks good and it fills in the area well. So I'm going to go ahead and trim off this excess. And then we just go back to where I ended and finish sewing this down. Okay, so we have attached everything to the back. Flip this over. What we're going to do, and I'm running out of time here, is we are going to flip it around to the front to tack it down. Where did I end? Okay. Here's where I ended sewing. And what I've done here is I've actually used this awesome product. It's meant for piecing, but it's a fabric glue. And I just flipped the binding from the back to the front, put a couple drops of glue along, and then you iron it down to set it. But this keeps everything in place. If you don't have that glue, that's where the wonder clips can come in. You can, fold everything from the back to the front and clip it into place. The only thing you want to do is make sure that you are going past that stitching line from where you attached it to the back. So maybe like 1/8 of an inch beyond that. And then once you have that all either clipped or glued into place, then you can start sewing it. And here you definitely want to go slow so that you can have a nice straight line. And you want to sew it just like 1/16 of an inch from the edge. This walking foot's awesome because what I do is I take the edge of the fabric and just align it to the inside of this side of the foot. And it gives me a wonderful seam allowance. And I'll get to a corner here and show you that. So when you get to the corner, peel it up a little. As you're pinning it or clipping it or gluing it, you want to just push this off. Let me see. Yeah, you can see that. So it creates this little triangle. So that'll finish off this side. And then when you fold up this side, you're going to have a wonderful 45-degree angle right there in the corner. And when you're sewing it, you want to go just like 1 stitch onto that next side before you pivot the quilt. And that will make sure that that stays tacked down. There you go.
That looks so good.
Thank you. And with that, you've made your first quilt.
Yay, congratulations. Beautiful.
So I really hope this helped. I know quilting can be very intimidating for new sewers. So this is just a simple project, get your feet wet. And from here, you can start to explore new patterns. You can get into half square triangles. But getting one project under your belt is a real confidence booster. So highly recommend this.
Well, we just want to thank you, number one, for making that amazing PDF that's free for everybody to download, and for doing your segment. I mean, you had such great information in there. We're going to have the playback on our YouTube. So anybody that has any questions, he answered any questions that came up. So we'll just watch it back and make our first quilt, right?
Awesome. Yes.
Perfect. Well, a couple of things. He was sewing on the TL 2010Q. Obviously, loves that machine. Kourtney was on earlier, and she also was on the TL 2010Q. I have that machine and love that machine. So we were not planning on offering special pricing on it, but we changed our mind. So we are going to offer special event pricing on the TL 2010Q. So if anybody's interested in it, give our customer service a call and we'll get you an awesome price on it.
It's a wonderful machine. I really have enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's great for obviously quilts and then bag making, garment sewing. It's got so many good reasons to use it. My goodness, I can't speak today. I need more chocolate, 100 grand.
Yes.
All right. Well, do you want to stick around while we give away the $100 Sewing Parts Online gift card?
Sure. And real quick, just because I don't think I mentioned at the beginning, for anyone who doesn't already follow me, I am on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, all under Rose City Originals. So feel free to follow along. I post lots of tips, tricks, tutorials, all kinds of fun stuff.
Yes. And also, he is a Sewing Parts Online ambassador, so you'll see him around us as well.
Yes.
All right, well, let's go ahead and do the giveaway. All right. Get all the fun stuff that you had mentioned. All the notions.
There's a lot of fun stuff. Ooh, Becky.
Congratulations. All right.
Fun.
Well, thank you again for joining us, Chris. We are very excited about the rest of the event, and hopefully you'll be in the comments chatting away.
I will be. Thank you, everyone.
Sounds good. Well, we'll see you in the future. Wonderful. That was awesome. Okay, let's go over a couple of things here. First off, I haven't shown how to claim your prize in a little bit, so I'm just going to pop that up. Anybody that has won a prize, just go to our link tree and /sewing parts online. Click claim your prize and fill out and submit your form. And we'll get that taken care of for you. Another thing that I wanted to mention is we are offering a coupon on our website right now for about 34,000 eligible items. You can use the coupon code SCLSS, which is SewCreative Live Spring Social. You'll get 15% off of eligible items. So, Brian, I let him go before he answered your question. I'm sorry.
That's okay, because I know that he's going to be making, he had mentioned to us before that he's going to be making a YouTube video for beginner quilters. So maybe I'll just ask him in the comments at some point. But we're going to have to make that quilt, and then we're going to have to quilt the top on our new Grace frame.
Very excited about that. Yeah, we recently got the 16X Elite and the Evolution hoop frame. So we'll make that quilt and get it on there and quilt it. And then hopefully one day automation as well. We'll be completely set up here in the studio, right?
Right.
All right. Well, the next segment is going to be a whole lot of fun. Brian, do you want to talk about the next segment?
Yeah, sure. So I talk about it a little bit in the video. We're going to play a video for you guys in a second. I got a really cool opportunity to talk with somebody who follows us on Facebook. Her name is Amy. Originally, she was going to meet with us live on the stream. I think my audio might be down. There we go. Is it on? Okay, that's better. Sorry, everybody. So as I was saying, I got an opportunity to talk with one of our followers on Facebook. Her name is Amy. She was originally supposed to join us on the stream, but she works in a hospital as, I believe she is a scrub tech. So she like cleans the instruments for surgery. So she's at work right now. So instead of having her live, we did a pre-recorded segment. But I met her on Facebook. She was commenting on one of our memes that we shared. And she was talking about a machine that she wanted and how she had lost her machine. And she had a really touching story. And I saw it as an opportunity for us to do something for her that made us feel good. You know, we get to do these events, which is really, really cool. We get to put on these huge events for everybody, and we get to build this community. And part of the fun of that is that we get to give back to some of the people that really show us support consistently. They're constantly like liking our stuff and sharing it, and they're purchasing from our website. So I had a really fun conversation with her, and I'm just going to go ahead and play it for you guys. We are waiting for one of our followers, Amy, to join us in the studio. A little while back, I had been surfing our comments, replying to people, and I noticed something in particular about her comment. It struck me, and I decided to PM her to get a little bit more information, and the story she shared with me touched my heart, and I decided there was something that I wanted to do for her. So stick around and watch this conversation we had, and you'll get to see a little bit of a surprise for her. So it's nice to meet you. We had emailed back and forth, and Tricia is on the screen as well.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
We had talked a little bit on Facebook, right? You had commented on one of our posts, and then I private messaged you. So why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself?
We moved to Florida a couple of years ago. I have 2 adult children, and I'm a surgical technologist for a local hospital system.
And you just got off work, right?
I did. I actually had an early shift this morning, so I started at 6 a.m.
Dang, that's a long day.
Yeah.
In particular, what struck me about your story was 2 things. First of all, a few years ago, you decided to follow a crazy dream. What was that crazy dream?
My husband mentioned it to me. This was probably 2019, that he had this dream, and he's really always had it, to live on a boat, cruise around. And as we were heading towards, our empty nest years, we thought we'd go ahead and go for it. So we spent all of most of 2020 getting our house ready to put on the market, to get together the nest egg to buy the boat to live on. And then in June of 2020, we sold our house. We brought the kids down with us and stayed with my in-laws for a while we searched for the right boat for us all to live on.
You went for it full throttle.
We did. We were all in. We sold almost everything.
Your in-laws gave you a sewing machine to bring with you on the boat to work on the sails. Is that right?
We didn't have a sailboat. Originally, they bought my sewing machine for me when my kids were little, when my daughter was little, and I used old new home to sew my children's clothes, cloth diapers, things at the house. And then I brought
That's
it down
awesome.
to the boat so that I could work on boat canvas.
And your husband is a retired vet, right?
Yes, he's a disabled veteran.
You wanted to get on the boat to sail the coast of the United States, right? It wasn't just living in the boat. You guys wanted to go like on an adventure.
We did. As we got used to the boat and its systems, we had planned we were going to set sail in 2 years. I was going to leave my job. We were going to head off. We were going to sail up and down the Florida coast, up the east coast of the U.S., and then once we got really comfortable with being on the boat and its systems and off to sea, our plan was to then spend winters in the Bahamas.
Yeah, that sounds like a blast. Well, that didn't end up happening. Why is that?
It did not. The last week in September, I was actually on vacation that week. A friend was supposed to be coming down from Raleigh to go to Disney with us for my husband's birthday. And I was watching the NOAA reports. When you live on a boat, you kind of have to be on the weather more than other people, even though we were pretty much tied up in a marina all the time. So I'd be at work watching the news, watching the NOAA reports. And as a larger motor yacht, we didn't go super fast. So, if we needed to leave, we needed to know in time to leave. But from everything we were seeing on the NOAA reports, we were supposed to be maybe the edge of a 3. It wasn't supposed to be that bad. So Ian, it started bearing down, and we really thought it wasn't going to be, it was going to be bad, but not terrible. And then finally we got the boat ready, and we have a small storm phobic dog. And we lived at about a third of a mile out on the dock. So we knew the waves could rock the dock a lot. So I told my husband, I said, let's just go up to the hotel at the marina for a couple of days. It'll be easier for the dog. And I got the last reservation. So we're like, the first day wasn't bad. No big deal. And then when the storm finally did start to hit, we still thought, it won't be bad. We'll be back in a couple of days. We'll get the generator running. We'll start cleaning up. And then my husband down in one of our other friends' room that faced the river. And after a while, the storm was, relentless. He had seen the surge start to rise in the parking lot and start, creeping higher and higher on our friends' cars. And our kids, a riverfront kind of apartment about a mile down the road, first floor. My husband had to go out just about in the eye of the storm and rescue them out of their apartment. So he got them back to our second floor hotel room before it really kind of crested off. And so we were all safe. But he was down watching the storm, and we were watching. He came down and he told me the marina was coming apart. The storm surge had risen the river so high, the floating docks floated off of the pilings, and then the whole marina just kind of crashed into our boat and crushed it up against a pier down at the next park. He lost sight of it, and we just didn't know where it was anymore.
Wow. I mean, it's horrible to go through something like that. I can't say that I've ever experienced anything that scary. First, I'm really glad that you guys made it through it safe and he was able to get your kids. I mean, that's a miracle, and that you guys had a safe space to be at. But I'm so incredibly sorry that you guys lost everything, including your dreams. That's like, I can't imagine going through something like that, genuinely.
That's the worst part.
You had also talked about a sewing machine that you had been eyeing on our website because it was very similar to the one that you lost in the hurricane. Is that right?
It is.
Well, I did some talking with my manager and the owners, and we were really compelled by your story, and we wanted to do something really nice for you. We want to put $450 towards the purchase of a sewing machine. That will cover the cost of the Janome HD 3000, or any other sewing machine that you would like.
Oh my God. Thank you.
You're welcome. I know that a sewing machine can't replace anything that you lost. Like it really is like the least to replace one thing out of all of the things that you lost. But I want to say thank you for sharing what you shared on social media. And so I'm just really appreciative that you shared your story and you were willing to come on and be so vulnerable and share with us now. We really are grateful and we're inspired by your guys' strength.
Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. So that's Amy. And you obviously saw what happened. You know, she told her story about how her and her husband and her family sold their house, moved into a boat, put everything that they had into it, and they were planning on going on this really wonderful adventure. And unfortunately, life changed that for them. It really didn't hit me until after our conversation, you know, what she lost. I didn't realize until I was watching it back, like that they lost their home. Like it wasn't just a boat, that was their home. So Amy, if you were watching the playback after work, thank you so much. I believe you have gotten your sewing machine. I know, again, like I said in the video, that the sewing machine can barely even replace a millimeter of what you lost. But I hope it makes it a little bit easier. And I hope you're able to, like Kourtney had said before, we were all nodding our heads when Kourtney was talking about how sewing can help you process trauma and get through some of the toughest parts of your life. And I hope that you get that sewing machine and you're able to like take that and you know, process some of that, make things, and then when you guys get another boat, like you can take the sewing machine on the boat with you and you can finally live out that dream. That's what all of us back here want for you. So Amy, God bless you. Thank you to your husband for his service, and please, you are always a friend of ours. Okay.
You're gonna have me crying over here.
No crying. There's no crying at SewCreative Live.
I did get a little teary-eyed when he was doing the pre-recording of that whole thing. I was in the background. I'm like, ooh. No, very special.
I do wish that I would have gotten the rest of our conversation.
Yeah.
I shut it off early because I was so nervous because I've never done anything like that. So I ended up pressing stop record. So I wish I would have gotten the rest of our conversation. But you know what? I think it was great regardless. I think we'll always have a friend in Amy.
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
Well, now with that heavy stuff out of the way, do you want to go over some overlays and then maybe do a day one grand prize giveaway?
That would be a wonderful idea.
Before we get started on the giveaways, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take myself off so you can take over, and I'm going to put the final spring word for day one up. Okay.
Fantastic.
All right, let's do it.
And just to recap for anybody that's just joining, when we're talking about the spring word, what we're doing is during every segment, we are giving away a prize at the end. So at the beginning, we tell you what the prize is going to be. And then at some point during the segment, we are going to display a surprise spring word. And then at the end, we gather the comments. Or I'm sorry, once it's displayed, you comment it, and then we gather those comments and pick the winner at the end. So right now, we are going to show you what it is because we want lots of people to comment and be in the giveaway. So the giveaway is going to be a 16X mid-arm machine, the Cutie tabletop frame, and a 5-foot luminous light station. This values $6,700. This is incredible, guys. So thank you, Grace, for this wonderful donation to our giveaway. We are very, very excited to see who wins it. But before we actually select the winner, we are going to go ahead and recap some of the wonderful things available with our special event pricing, some of the notions and things that people have talked about today. And then I wanted to recap on a couple of other things as well. One, including on our website right now, we are offering 15% off on 34,000 eligible items. And that coupon code is going to be S as in Sam, C as in Charlie, L as in Lima, S as in Sam, S as in Sam, otherwise known as SewCreative Live Spring Social. So you can get a lot of goodies that aren't on the special event pricing. But we're going to start from the beginning. I do want to mention for day 4, we are going to do our grand prize. So that particular item is the BabyLock Triumph. So the BabyLock Triumph is worth over $7,500. This again is for day 4. I just want you to be aware that that is going to be at the end of the event. However, we are doing large giveaways at the end of every single day. So I know you had just displayed the spring word. Is that correct, Brian?
Yeah, my goodness, we're already at over 100.
Are we really? Oh, you guys, this is going to be exciting. Everybody's commenting right now. This is so great. So keep on commenting. We're going to get you in on that giveaway, and we'll periodically stop. I'm going to try to read through everything, and hopefully we get all the information that we have gone over today. So I'm going to start with Karen Miller from this morning. She did Freemotion Florals. One thing that she had mentioned that she talked about is her subtle sampler. I'm going to grab that again because it is an absolutely awesome kit. It has different weights of Aurifil thread. You can see how gorgeous this is. We also have our stack of Aurifil over here. It is fabulous quilting thread. But in this subtle sampler, you get different weights. You've got the 40 weight, I believe, the 50 weight, the 80, and the 12, and then also the monofilament. So you get a little bit of every type of weight, lots of practice, and plus they're beautiful colors. This is discontinued, or in Karen's words, retired. So you're going to want to get this before it is no longer available. 5 left. Oh, didn't we have 8 or 9 this morning? So they're already going. So hopefully you can snag one up before they are gone for good. All right. Yeah, and 20% off all Aurifil thread. You just need to use the coupon code Aurifil20, and you can do that at checkout to get a savings on beautiful Aurifil thread. And we also had mentioned the Hansi stencils and the chalk, the pounce pad. You can get those at a great price right now. Those are wonderful if you not only need inspiration for Freemotion, but if you want to actually use the chalk and put a little pounce, use your pounce pad, and the chalk goes through just on the lines, and you're able to follow that chalk line as you do Freemotion sewing. It's also wonderful if you don't really feel comfortable doing all that Freemotion on your own and just drawing essentially. You have a little bit of a template per se. So that stuff is awesome. After Karen, we had Richard Tharp. He is a BabyLock educator. He showed us the BabyLock Regent. This is an absolutely wonderful machine. It's a long arm quilting machine and table setup. It is fabulous. Normally it has an MSRP, or excuse me, it does have an MSRP of $7,999. And the sale price is $6,399, but that is not the special event pricing. You have to call in order to get that wonderful discounted price. And we do have financing available. So if you are interested in a long arm sit down machine, now is the time to do it. The other couple of things about this particular model, this stitches 2,200 stitches per minute. It also has an 18-inch throat space, which gives you plenty of room to work with bulky fabric and big quilts. It also has an M-style bobbin, which holds a lot more thread, so you're doing fewer bobbin changes. Richard had also mentioned that it comes with a bobbin winder, which is pretty cool also. It has a really friendly interface, so you can navigate through all of the buttons very easily. And my favorite part of this one is the fact that it has the stitch harmony stitch regulation, which means that you do not have to purchase a stitch regulation separately. So as you are sewing, depending on how fast you're moving, the machine is going to compensate for you. You're not controlling the length of the stitches. So I think that's pretty awesome. And again, it says it is a sit down machine, but you can sit or stand. It has an adjustable height table. It ranges anywhere from 26.6 inches to 39.6 inches. One thing that I do want to mention, you may have heard us talking about it during Richard's segment, but with a sit down long arm machine, you are going to be, let me back up. We're going to think of the needle as the pen, and we're going to think of the quilt as the paper. So with a sit down machine, you're going to have the needle stationary and you are moving the paper. Whereas when we were talking about the Qnique 16X machine. That particular machine paired with a frame, you are actually going to be moving the pen. So there's a difference in how you use the setup. So it just depends on what you're looking for, but the Regent and the table is an awesome setup if you like to move that fabric or move your paper to be able to draw your particular design. Also, it's great if you have a very small footprint because the table does not take up a lot of space. Quilting frames, although wonderful, can take up a little bit of space. So hopefully that helps. If you have any questions regarding the differences, you're more than welcome to reach out to customer service and they would be happy to help you as well. After Richard, we had Ashley Jones. That was so fun. She joined us for the first time. She is from Dime. She's their lead educator. And boy, did she educate. She did an amazing job. I can't wait to go back and watch her segment. But she had talked about the snap hoop monsters. These can be paired with embroidery machines of all different brands. When you click into the snap hoop monsters, those will give you a compatibility chart where you can see what machines are compatible. If you do have any questions about compatibility with your model, just give us a call and we are happy to help you. And then the other product that she had mentioned, which I absolutely loved, is that Dime print and stick target paper. It's such a fabulous template where you're able to print it out and it's translucent, so you're able to see through it and you can place everything perfectly before you begin stitching your design. That was a very, very cool product. She had also briefly mentioned the tabletop weightless quilter. This is the tabletop version, so you can see that it clamps to the side. This is going to be for a smaller sized quilt. That normally is $70.99, and it is on sale right now for $59.99. And like she said, it is very important to support the weight of your quilt. That way you won't be pulling on your needle and having your stitches go all wonky. If you have a larger quilt, you're going to want to go with the weightless quilter, not the tabletop version. This one normally is $399.99, but it is on sale for $299.99. And that particular item is available or does have financing available. So great time to grab one of those. She also showed the hoop guards. That's going to prevent your material from falling into the embroiderable area and accidentally stitching over it. So nobody wants to stitch over their beautiful design. So that's a great little tool to have as well. After that, we had Kourtney Govro come on and she did those great little projects. We really enjoyed the little basket as well as the cup koozie. And so those were wonderful. She was on her TL 2010Q, which we just announced not too long ago that we're doing a surprise special event pricing for the TL 2010Q because we all love that machine. Kourtney used it, Chris used it, I use that machine. It's a wonderful straight stitch machine. So if you have any questions about that model, hit us up. But it's great for quilting, bag making, garment sewing, home decor, and plus it just sounds beautiful and it makes a beautiful, beautiful stitch. So we are going to skip up to the Grace Company joined us specifically about automation. Now I'm going to cover the special event pricing on the automation, but I also want to mention some great specials on the machines and also on some frames. But before I forget, I also want to go over something fun that we're doing. So Grace had donated some awesome prizes, and one of those prizes is an extra luminous 5-foot light station. So anybody that purchases a Grace machine or Grace automation or Grace frame, you will automatically be entered into a separate giveaway that we're going to do next week, and we'll pick the winner of that luminous light bar. So again, Grace, thank you so much for such wonderful prizes. Let's go over the pricing for the automation. And again, automation, simply put, is just allowing your quilting machine to sew on its own. So that was pretty spectacular seeing how that works, a close-up view of it. As I had mentioned before, I was a little intimidated by automation, but they made it look so easy to use, user-friendly. So I'm excited to get some automation for our 16X machine here, hopefully soon. But the Quilter's Creative Touch 5 beginning software normally is $4,999, and it has a sale of $3,749. And that is our regular price right now, just our sale price of 25% off. But this is not special event pricing. So when I had mentioned before that we have some really good pricing, the software right here falls in that category. There is a significant savings. So I will tell you, if you have been considering software, now is definitely the time to get it. If you want to give us a call, we can let you know what that price will be for our SewCreative Live Spring Social. The other option is the Quilter's Creative Touch Pro. And this one is normally $7,499.95. Sale price is $5,624.96. Lovely price, right? But that's not our special event pricing. Give us a call and we can help you out with that. Keep in mind that all of these items, they do have the financing available. So if you are looking to pay it off over time, you've got that option as well. Before I move on to the machines, I just want to make a special note that this particular software does not work with iPads. So you do need to have a tablet that's running Windows 7, 8, 10, or higher. Grace had mentioned that they use the Surface Pro 7 for anybody that asked. So we had that question quite a bit. So moving forward, let's say you purchased the beginnings, but you wanted to upgrade to the Pro. That's an option as well. So to do the upgrade, it normally is $2,499.95, and we've got a sale price of $1,874.96. But again, that's not the special event pricing. So just give us a call and we can let you know what that is. If you see the ticker down below, Brian's reminding us once again that we do have 20% off all Aurifil thread. I can't stress how great this is. Aurifil is fabulous. So it is Aurifil 20 to receive 20% off all Aurifil thread at checkout. So feel free to stock up on your thread. And for anybody that missed Karen's segment, I want to just show you really quickly. She was talking about on the large spools, you can take the bottom off and that's where your thread starts. So just a little tip.
That blew my mind.
That was so cool. It's like those little things that you're like, that just changed my life. Love that. But all right. So moving forward, again, I've got Chris on here, and Chris was using that TL 2010Q. So that was a surprise. We are going to add special event pricing because it was not planned. I do not have an overlay, but you can call our customer service and they will talk the details with you. So speaking of machines, let's scooch into those Grace machines that are currently on sale. So with the Grace machine right now, I'm going to pull up the overlay and it'll show it there as well. But with any Grace machine right now, with the purchase of the machine, you are going to get a $1,000 accessory pack. So let's look at this. So the 16X manual machine is normally $3,999 and it's on sale for $3,499, but that is not our special event pricing. So you can get an even better price than that. And then in addition to having a fantastic sale price, you're going to get that free accessory pack worth $1,000. So what's in that accessory pack? Kind of wondering, like, what do I get, right? So let's take a peek at all of the items that would come with that accessory pack. You can get a 5 or 10-foot luminous light bar, whichever you need. You can do the 10-pack of needles. You're going to get a hopping foot kit, and then 3 Leah Day rulers. Leah Day is fabulous with long arm machines, and she is one of Grace's ambassadors. She was one that also had a video in the informational section on the automation. So that's pretty cool. She also has some wonderful YouTube videos. There's a pack of bobbins and a ruler base, and then also some mini clips. So now let's take a peek at, oh, yes. Brian popped that up for me. For a second, I was like, wait a minute, what am I looking at? So with the purchase of any Grace machine frame software, you are going to automatically be entered in for the giveaway for the Luminous Light Station, and that is a $500 value. So that is going to be extra fun. That winner is going to be selected next week. All right, the next one we're going to talk about is the 16X machine. So the first one is the 16X manual that I was talking about. That one was 1,700 stitches per minute, and it does not have an LCD screen. But if you look at this particular machine, it's the mid model for the 16X series. That one is normally $4,999, and it's on sale for $4,499. That too is does have a fabulous special event price. If you notice on the front of the machine, you now have an LCD screen. You also get 1,700 stitches per minute with this particular model. And any of the 16 series, you're going to get that 16-inch throat, which is from the needle to that base of the machine. So you have a really nice working area when you're doing your quilts on your frame. And again, with any purchase of the Unique machine, you get that free accessory pack worth $1,000. So that's a pretty awesome package. The next one that we have is the 16X Elite machine. This is also a mid-arm. A mid-arm simply means that it's around the 16 inches of throat space. When you get into 18 or more, you're looking at a long arm. So you'll hear me say mid-arm or long arm. But the 16X series, they are mid-arm quilting machines. The MSRP on the 16X Elite is $5,999.95, on sale for $4,999. Now this machine bumps up from that 1,700 stitches per minute to 2,100 stitches per minute. So this thing can go pretty fast, which means you can get a lot done in a shorter amount of time. And as they had mentioned before, perhaps you rent out your machine and let other people long arm their quilts, or mid arm in this case, but you would be able to work it out that way too. This machine also has the 7-inch touch screen, which makes it really nice to navigate through their friendly interface. You can also pair that software that we spoke about earlier with any of the Grace machines. So even the manual machine that I first showed you, you are able to pair that with the software. So next, we're going to talk about the 19X machine. This particular model, although similar to the 16, you've got now 19 inches of throat space from the needle to the base of the machine. So you've got even more space. This particular model is $7,299, on sale for $6,499, but you can give us a call and we'll get you some fabulous, fabulous pricing on that as well. And then again, because you're going to hear me say it quite a few times, with the purchase of any Unique machine, you get a free accessory pack worth $1,000. And that also, remember, you're going to get that $1,000 value accessory pack, but you're also automatically getting entered into that separate giveaway for the Luminous Light Bar. So I hope that you will take advantage of these awesome prices. The next one we have is the 19X Elite long arm quilting machine. As I mentioned, because it is now 19 inches, it is considered a long arm. It is $8,499.95, on sale for $7,699. And this particular machine also has that 7-inch beautiful touchscreen on the front, and you're looking at 2,600 stitches per minute for this particular model. Again, with the purchase of any Unique machine, you get that free accessory pack worth $1,000. Want to go even larger? Sure we do. Let's do the 21X Elite machine. This one is normally $94.99.95, on sale for $8,499. This machine has 2,600 stitches per minute, 7-inch touchscreen, and it has 21 inches of space behind the needle to the machine. So they're all absolutely wonderful options. Just depends on what you're looking for. Let's talk about the frame that you can pair it with too, because in addition to the sales on the machine and the software, you also have a wonderful, wonderful option to get a quilting frame. If we want to look through those really quickly, we've got the Cutie tabletop frame. That normally is $1,199.95. Look at that sale price. That is $589 that we can display online. This isn't even our special event pricing. So you can call in and get an even better price than the $589. Over to your right, you've got the Q-Zone hoop frame. This is the hoop style frame. It is normally $1,699.95, and the sale price is $989. And then after that, we've got a Q-Zone queen frame. That normally is $1,899.95, on sale for $1,199. There we go. Down below, we've got the Continuum 2 frame, and that is available in 8 feet, 10 feet, or 12 feet, depending on what you have available for your space. So you're looking at normally $2,999.95, on sale for $2,199. Then you've got your brand new Evolution Elite frame. That is also available in 8 feet, 10 feet, and 12 feet, normally $4,290, on sale for $2,999. We are also going to be having Grace back to talk about True Cut. True Cut right now has wonderful pricing on the True Cut combos. So you're going to see sale prices for that. Also, the travel kit that you may be aware of, this thing is absolutely wonderful. Look how awesome that is. It is normally $210.99, and there's a sale price of $179.99. I am thinking we are getting close to the end of the items that we talked about today. I do want to go over a couple of things regarding tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a lot more special guests coming, and I want to pull up that schedule. Do you mind pulling that up, Brian? Wonderful.
Just in case anybody needs help finding this the rest of the week, if you just go to, oh, my mic's not on. Just in case anybody needs help finding this for the rest of the week, if you go to our homepage, the schedule is right here. Just go to it, and then you can see the stream is going on right there. Hit schedule, and there you go. There's day 1, and let's go over day 2.
All right. So for day 2, we have Tricia Camacho with Creative Costume Academy. She's going to be doing Pattern Making 101. She's awesome. She has so much fantastic energy. And I was so bummed. She had a boot camp that I signed up for, and then I totally forgot that I was going to North Dakota, and I wasn't able to watch the rest of it. But the first day was absolutely awesome. But she's got a lot of great information that she's going to share on pattern making. So if you've ever been interested in learning how to maybe adjust your fit of your clothing you already have, or how to make a pattern, she's going to be talking about that. So that is going to be a great segment. We have Luann Hartley with Juki coming back. She's going to discuss the difference between a serger and a cover stitch machine. And we had a lot of great questions the last time that she joined us. And so we figured we're going to have her back and answer some more of those questions again. And then following her, we're going to have Ashley Dell from Floriani, and she's going to cover some Total Control U software, which is embroidery software. And she's specifically going to cover embroidery on garments. So that is going to have a lot of great education on what stabilizers to use, what type of thread to use, and how to use the software that they have available. We will have a new guest. We have Miriam Coffey with Jone, and she's going to be covering a couple of different machines and a couple of my favorites. Plus, she's going to show a machine that has the one button press where you can change out your needle plate, which is a very, very fun feature of mine. And I skipped over Chelsea Swindle with She Sew Seams. I cannot skip over Chelsea. She's a fave of ours, and she is also a Sewing Parts Online ambassador. So you'll be seeing her around more as well. But she is on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, and she also does some videos with us. So we've been having a lot of fun with Chelsea. And I believe it was Kourtney. Yeah, Kourtney was saying that Chelsea is one of the sweetest people, and she is. She's just a doll. We love working with her. And then after that, there's Kate Trantham, also known as Kate Conquers on TikTok, which Alex was the one that reached out to her. She knew her from, I believe, Instagram. Correct, Alex? from Instagram. Yeah. So Alex is going to pop on for that segment tomorrow and chit chat with Kate about upcycling. And she has some really fun videos of just taking some large, frumpy outfits and turning them to cute dresses, or who knows? I mean, she does a really awesome job. So it's cool to see how she upcycles. And then we have our good friends from Arrow, which I'm super excited to have back because they're going to be talking about Arrow furniture. And I love my Arrow Aussie cabinet. So last time I shared some pictures of my dining room, which I had convinced my husband at that point that I was going to use my dining room as my sewing space. Well, it's now been taken over. I've got my Aussie, and then I've got another table set up, and I've got my cover stitch machine in another section. So I have definitely taken over my dining room, and I have to show some pictures to Harley on what happened. So I don't think I put it on day one, but I'll share them tomorrow on that particular Arrow cabinet. It's kind of funny. Brian and I were talking about this the other day. I had happened to take a little video when I was at home with my Aussie because I absolutely love it. And I shared it on TikTok. And what is it up to now, Brian? For views? It's
2 million something.
Yeah, just the one video, because I made several on the Aussie cabinet because, like I said, I'm in love with that thing. But it is over 2.2 million views of just that one video. So hopefully that helps sell some Aussies. But we'll show you how amazing it is, and you'll understand why I got so excited about it. And then obviously at the end of the day tomorrow, we'll do a recap and just go over some of the special event pricing at that point. So I did want to double check and see if we have any questions before we move into selecting the winner.
I don't have any.
No questions?
I don't have any saved. I think everybody's just
Everybody's
typing
like,
pansy.
yeah, they want to get right to the giveaway, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, let me just double check and see if I had anything that I wanted to touch on beforehand. I think we're pretty good. Okay. Well, sounds good. Do we want to go ahead and pick a winner? All right. Well, this is exciting. I hope we have a lot of people ready to do the giveaway.
We gotta
Drum roll?
Yeah, we gotta do a drum roll. Let me come on.
Where's that sound effect we were talking about earlier? We need that drum roll.
Alex, I'm putting you on. We're gonna do
Come
it
on.
together, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Who's it gonna be? Oh, Margaret
Flanagan! Yay!
Congratulations, Margaret. You just won a 16X machine, a cutie tabletop frame, and a luminous light bar. How awesome is that? So let's go ahead and talk about claiming your prize, because I'm sure you're going to want to claim that prize. What do you think? So to claim that prize, just click visit Linktree/sewing parts online. Click claim your prize, fill out that form, and we will get you taken care of. All of the winners will be displayed on probably Monday or Tuesday, so you can view those on our Facebook, which is going to be our Facebook group, Sewing Parts Online Sewing Community. And you can also find us on our YouTube community, and we'll post it there as well. It just takes us a little bit to verify all the winners before we can post them. But that's down the road. We still have 3 more absolutely wonderful days and wonderful guests. And we'll be having more special event pricing and a whole lot more fun. And I don't know about y'all, but I think day 1 went pretty darn well. What do you think, Brian? What do you think, Alex?
I think it went pretty great.
We appreciate all of our guests that joined us today, and we look forward to talking to everybody tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.